Test, test. Okay, we're going to call this to order if anyone is taking notes. It's 9:12 a.m., which is weird because we've been starting on the 12 every single day unintentionally. That must be our lucky number. And I'd like to ask Tyner to, if there's anybody online or in the courtroom or in the hallway for public comment.
I checked just earlier, Judge, and nobody had signed up.
Okay. In that case, we'll proceed to budget workshop and discuss the matters relating to the fiscal year 21-22. And here with us are both district court judges, and we've got, and our Title IV judge. We need, anybody may start. We just want to refer to our notebooks. So I'll call it in the order of department. Dale, if you'll help us, guide us on page number for our big book.
What we'll do, the first five is County Court Law 1 through 5. There's really no changes for those particular items. It starts on page 371. But the only one that we show as a possible increase is County Court Law 5. 2 years ago, when the state legislature passed the last legislative session, they put an increase for district court judges, and our county court law judges follow that same pattern based on years of service. And Judge Galvan has reached that level of service, so they're showing an increase for her particular salary for that particular item. The other item is County Court Law 5. I believe they're asking for another individual for their staff, and that's on page 414. They're asking for, as we had the discussion yesterday during our budget work, our Commissioner's Court agenda, we had a drug court coordinator position. Now, this is right now being asked for County Court Law 5. However, if we are approved the balances for the grant, this particular position will be hired through the grant, so will not be an increase for County Court Law 5. The rest of this, and as well as the district courts when they come up, there's additional training for all the court managers that they're having, so we're going to add $500 for travel for each of the courts. I don't have it on for the county court law at the moment, but we will have it for the district courts, as Judge Watts and Klein will discuss a little bit, and they're going to also bring some other stuff up. I'll be glad to answer any more questions if you have for County Court Law 1 through 5. Other than that, there's no other increases.
Yeah, so really, just to recap and sum up, for County Courts Law 1 through 5, we already know about 5, it's special.
Yes.
With the drug court, we've discussed that yesterday in our regular agenda. And other than the training, the $500 for travel, everything looks like it's status quo.
Yeah, like I said, the one for the Judge Galvan is
Of
required.
course, the supplement for her tenure.
It's based on the tenure, based on the salary, so her is a required increase.
Supplement. Okay, well then I feel, John, do you have any questions? That sounds pretty good from what, 1 through 5.
The district courts start on page 430. I know Judge Watts and Judge Klein and Judge Madeira are available. I believe they have some other discussions they would like to come up. Once they get to the other point, I've got some fiscal impact on some of the other discussions, and once they finish, I'll have that available for you.
Okay, all right, well then we'll proceed straight to the district courts.
Judge Canales and
Yes.
Commissioner Maros, I want to thank you all for, in effect, providing the courts with additional resources, equipment, modification of our courtrooms, modification of the central courtroom, so that we have been able to function during this period of COVID. So I really want to thank you for being so generous in providing these resources and equipment. We're here today because we would like the Commissioners Court to consider a reclassification, pay group reclassification for certified court managers. What we did is that we, in effect, received data from Mary Lee Roberts with regards to the range of salaries for all of the court managers in what I'm going to say comparable jurisdictions, i.e. The majority population counties. And all of those counties, and Nueces County, we base that range of salary on court managers on years of service with the county. And they all start at pay grade number 25, and that depends upon how many years that they have been with the county with regards to the exact salary amount. And what we are requesting now is that we move into what we've done for the bailiffs and what we've done in other positions, and that is that there is certifications available for court managers that increase and improve their efficiency, improve their education, and their qualifications. And so it's in the general direction, I think, what this county has been moving in, and that is to, in effect, increase the salaries for those that are qualified and, in effect, those that are seeking employment with the county. So what we have requested is that we break the court managers from all of them are on pay grade 25. That for certified court managers, that they be reclassified and increased to step or pay grade 27. And then we put in place a plan and scheme where as each of the court managers becomes certified through professional development programs, that they also would receive this increase for reclassification from 25 to 27. So not only would we be looking at court managers based on years of service with the county, we'd be looking at court managers and comparable pay based not only on years of service, but based also on qualifications and professional development. And I will tell you right now, there are 13 court managers, 14 court managers, and there are 4 that had voluntarily got their certifications before any financial remuneration was going to be presented. This is their initiative. They went and did this extra work, extra time. It's a 3-year program through the Texas Center for the Judiciary, and we have 4, one county court at law court manager and 3 district court managers at the present time. And I think the reason we are requesting this is, number one, is to compensate those that took the initiative and went through a very rigorous program in addition to all of their other responsibilities to receive this certification. And we want to motivate and encourage other court managers to receive this additional education and professional development so that they can also, in effect, be financially compensated for the work that they have done in this initiative. And lastly, I think it would add to what we're doing in the county, and that is to develop and improve the qualifications of all of our positions so that we can, in effect, bring very qualified people into our system. So what this amounts to is that this year, and I think maybe Dale can take this over, but the financial impact is about $25,000 for the upcoming year, for 4. And then I cannot tell you how far along any of the other court managers are in this program, but it's certainly going to motivate them to perhaps move into and start this program. These court managers have to apply for, they have to be accepted into the program, and after 2 years in the program, there's a very rigorous reapplication and acceptance for the 3rd year, and then they are certified. And I might tell you that the first one in Nueces County happens to be Lily Fanning. And by the way, we have another court manager certified, and she works in the district, the district clerk's office. Lillian Gutierrez is also a certified court manager during the time that literally she worked for me. So I want to strongly encourage the court and the commissioners to move in the direction of not only years of service, but qualification and professional development.
It's kind of a nice hybrid of meritocracy with, longevity. And we've always struggled with meritocracy around here because it would require evaluations, which are subjective, and it works really well in private organizations. It just doesn't work so well under civil service. But the one thing would help us, and we don't have to have it this moment, Julie, but I have a great cheat sheet of what the base salary is per pay grade. And that way I could just see what
I have that.
Could
If
you
you'd like
tell
to
us what
see it.
Yeah, I would. Because it'll tell me what the differential is between 25 and 27 on base.
All right, let me get you.
And I'm just making notes so that when we,
It should be 10%.
is it
It's a 10%.
10%?
yeah.
Well, that's perfect for Julie, because that's what she's always,
What I'm trying to get.
that's what she's trying to get to. Okay,
Dale provided me with the court pay grade group 25
And-
and the various after 3 years with the county, after 5 years with the county,
Right.
et cetera.
Okay,
Then there
super.
is the, I think you already have the financial impact of what we were requesting from the court. And we did this years ago for the court reporters, and we have a schedule that when they reach 5 years, they get this increase. And it took a little bit of money right up front to get everybody in line, and so it was consistent and was based on merit, et cetera. And we have accomplished that for court managers. We moved in this direction for the bailiffs, I want to say 5 years ago, where we have certified bailiffs and we have uncertified bailiffs, and there is a pay grade difference for them, and so we were asking the court to move in the same direction for the court managers.
And Judge, when they do the certifications, is it much like our own CLE? You have to be, yes, you have to go ahead and, Lily, you
It's-
have to go ahead and continue your education.
Yes.
So that you're constantly being, that's good. That's something we'll bring up with the other commissioners, is that this is not a one-time advancement. It's a continuing educational process.
Well, all court managers have requirements on continuing education, but this is above and beyond the annual certification or the annual continuing education. I do have Ms. Fanning here if you have any questions about the 3-year program to show how rigorous it is, lots of homework that they have to do and presentations, et cetera, to receive that certification.
Okay, great. Well, no, I mean, obviously, that's kind of the whole point of the courts of excellence, right? Is to be able to have these designations and, well, you know.
And I will tell you, the state moved in that direction for the judges at the last 4 years ago, and we all got paid the same regardless of years of experience, up until that last year, where they then began to look at the merit that comes with having experience on the bench. And so that's what you addressed with Judge Galvan.
Right.
Was the scheme that they put in place 4 years ago for the judges. So there's a.
Right.
And it's based on years of experience and longevity. And so we're asking you to go a step further and do this professional development classification of perhaps compensating those that have taken the initiative and the additional, received the additional
Okay.
education. And it's a motivation for the others as well.
Right. I'll just ask the other judges, do you guys have anything you'd like to add? Or we can drift into technology or any other subject matter. I appreciate you kind of acknowledging, I think we've done a lot of good in a very short amount of time. And I remember looking in my outbox, you sent a really nice, when you finished your first jury trial, you sent a really nice comprehensive email that, I drafted a response and then I realized I didn't finish it, and it stayed in my outbox forever, but.
Well, it took a village to get that first jury trial down, and the custodian staff was wonderful.
Yeah.
You know, there were so many things that have to be thought about.
Right.
But I can tell you that Nueces counties can have a secondary market in plexiglass if we ever have to take the plexiglass
Isn't
down
that
in the
the
courtrooms.
And, you know, to some extent, that which does not bother anybody, leave it up. I mean, I hate to say this, but that we deviate just a tad, but there's a new variant called the
Yeah.
Delta variant. And, you know, the truth is, our lives will not be the same, not for a little while. And so that which is in place, like all our Purell, our robust folks doing sanitization. I mean, these are good practices to keep our staff and workforce healthy, right? I don't view it as invasive because it's not messing with me, my body or my face, but I really think we should keep this up. But please kind of let me know. You got a comment? Okay.
No, just letting you know, Commissioner Chesney is joining
Oh,
us.
great. Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner, here's the quick skinny. County courts at law have really no substantive changes other than some travel that they're going to need for certification and a supplement for Judge Galvan, who has reached the period of time where a supplement is mandated by the state. So all the 1 through 4 county courts, I think, are very status quo. We talked yesterday in court about County Court Number 5 and its uniqueness. And then we moved on to the district courts. Judge Watch has basically given us a very good, she's made a good case for court managers going from pay grade 25 to 27, which represents a 10% increase, but only for those that have certification, which quantifies both professional experience and qualifications, professional development and qualifications to justify that. Currently, it would have fiscal impact to the tune of about $25,000 for our next fiscal year. And that's kind of where we are. Commissioner, would you like to have a moment to ask a question?
I think he's just listening.
May just be listening.
Judge, I provided you this morning the schedule for the reclassification fiscal impact that Judge Watts had mentioned to you. I provided to them to make sure this was, as she's mentioned, there are 4 current individuals that qualify for this certification. The county court law 5, the 105th District Court, the 117th District Court, and the 347th. As we talked, the fiscal impact is $25,885 currently. As Watts was saying, if it's approved, other court managers may do this, but it could be anywhere from a 2 to 3 year process. So
Right.
it may
We'll have
not,
time.
it may have time to acquire for this. But for this particular issue, it would be a $25,000 fiscal impact.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's okay to say I'm very supportive of this. I'm looking for ways to take our workforce higher in pay, but I love the idea that there's a nexus between that and something that they've been able to say, I've taken control of my life. I'm gonna go get my pay by becoming certified. It's a win for us, but it's certainly a personal win for them.
question.
And then if you marry that with longevity, it's a big deal.
If you have no questions, I want to thank you for
Yeah.
listening to us. And again, I can't thank you enough for what you have done for the courts over the last
Thank
year and
you.
a half, I think, almost a year and a half.
Well, and I think we've got a lot,
15
I
months.
still am excited about new technology. I do want to encourage you, maybe Julie can help. We've got the new CIO. I've got to get him to fix Judge Maderi's. I mean, I hate to say this, but just create a whole new one for her. It shouldn't be that hard. A whole new email that's Nueces Co. But we want you to be thinking about innovative ways that we can work together. I just want to throw this out. We have somebody who's going to be reaching out to all 3 of you. You just happen to be the 3 judges on this side that have been interested in behavioral health. I don't know if she's contacted you already about an after hours. One of these days, maybe in our next fiscal year, we really want to talk about that mental health court. But I was going to ask, even though it's not in this budget, what would that look like from your perspective? It would really help me in our grant writing now. If I said, I want to do a mental health court, what does
Tell you that Judge Bobby Galvan, in effect, presides over a specialized court called the Mental Health Court. And those people we put on probation that have mental impairment or mental health issues, they are in effect reporting to Judge Galvan. You know, I can't address what happened during COVID, but it's the same thing like a drug court. And Judge Bobby Galvan handles the mental health probationaries that we put on probationers when they come in and see the judge, and they are, you know, he reevaluates and things of that nature.
And the difference here is that this one would be pre. And so we're looking at, you know, commitments or psychiatric evaluations. And so I'm thinking you're gonna need another person. Or at least, what does the law allow us to maybe, you know, like a Judge Huerta, where we could have somebody appointed. I don't know what we're really looking for here, but we're thinking about somebody who would be dedicated to this effort, at least what I
And
would
that-
call the 29 hours
There's
a week.
another thought on this. If there is a person that is dedicated, once we find somebody incompetent, there is a lot of procedures under the Code of Criminal Procedures that have to be followed to in effect, and then they sit there and they wait to be transferred to either Vernon's or to SASH and things of that nature. But it would help to have coordination of, are the orders in place? In other words, somebody who not only deals with the mental health issues in our courts, but then also, in effect, follows up when somebody has become incompetent so that there is no delay in transfers. One of the biggest things that helped us is MHID doing their competency restoration program. Not all of our defendants qualify to have that restoration in place here in Nueces County, but that's been a tremendous help as well.
Okay, Judge Klein.
There is a judge in West Texas who actually wrote the section on mental health courts for the bench book. I'm happy to reach out to
Yes.
him and
Yes, and I mean, just when they reach out to you, I don't know if it's gonna be Mark Hendricks reaching out or Amanda Cuthbert, but at our last meeting a week ago, that was where we left it, is that we know between your schedules and my schedules, I mean, I know it's a burden, but either a Saturday where we can gather or an after hours, we could make it a, working eating meeting, but it's really crucial that I hear from you. Like I said, the grant writing starts this fiscal year, even though we may not put it in place till the next. I can't do it without you. You're the ones that really know.
He said he would be happy to come here and help us.
Yeah.
With whatever.
Because this is all right? It's all diversion. You never see the jail,
It starts with the arrest.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, listen, thank you. Yes, ma'am, Judge.
Are you looking at that as a district court position? Because that's a legislative issue, though.
It is, we've talked to our legislative delegation. They're willing, but they need to know what it means.
Well,
Yeah.
and what they're gonna want is no district court will be created in the legislature without a note from you guys saying, yeah, we're gonna fund it.
Yeah.
That's the problem. But TIDC deals with a lot of the mental health issues as well, so that might be able to defer some stuff as well.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, when we gather, I know I'm gonna take the ball from here and make it over there, just because you have the knowledge that we know, we have the desire, we're working on the piece that we know best, which is the pre-jail diversion. But the real difficulty comes when, when we need the courts to intercede. So, okay, well, that's what I'm saying, just food for thought.
Can I
Judge?
say something else
Of
also?
course.
Do you want me up there?
It helps, Commissioner Chesney can't hear you otherwise. Thank you.
Hi, Brent, sorry. All right, I just wanted to go back on the court managers as well. I mean,
Yes.
I think all of them deserve a raise, right? But I like the meritocracy in regards to individuals that have taken the time to do that. I will also tell you, we pay for them out of our budget. So we have for CLE and traveling and stuff like that, the stuff that the Fifth Region doesn't do. So the years that Andrew, and I'm sure it's the same for these guys, the years that they did that, I did not do extra CLE because I'm having to pay for Andrew to go out of my budget. So I just want to say, it hasn't cost them any more, you all, the county.
Any more money.
Any more money, because what we've done is, we've gone, we were used to 5 crackers, and we ate 3 crackers on the year that the managers would go out. So just wanted to let you know,
Thank
we
you.
saved that
And I don't
money.
want to over broadcast this, but my experience is if you guys think it's important for your professional training, Dale and I always find a way. I mean, that's not to say that we should carte blanche every project, but please let us know because, and I meant that for his office too. When we came here, we've gotten, a lot. In fact, may I just suggest this? Right now I'm promoting, I just came from CCREDC and promoting the Rice Management Program. Julie, it's a 3-day program, 2-day program that Rice University offers. Will it be done here at Castoris at EcoDevo again?
They haven't said if it's.
But we sent about 7 people. 8 people last year on our dime. I mean, this would cost us, 10 times that if we went to Rice and do it. And so through the CCREDC, they have this special program. If you have any interest for any of your folks that manage others, this is a really special program. And for me, in Texas, the Rice School of Management, the business school is just one of the best in the country. So Julie's got all the info. They asked me about it this morning. Julie doesn't all call to department heads and electeds, but sometimes there's, we miss things, right? We don't think that could apply. But one more opportunity for a feather in your cap. It wouldn't affect the 25 to 27, but affects you personally. And it creates an opportunity to elevate us as a courthouse. Would you just send it out again? Okay, well then, we'll let you guys get back, and thank you very much for being here. Brent, you're good? You don't have anything else?
I'm fine. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you. We're gonna move on, Brent. We're gonna go to legal aid next. Oh, sorry, Susan. Sorry about that. We've got Title IV. My bad. It's all bunched together here. That is Department 3305, Judge?
Yes, 3305,
Okay, give us a second to turn our notebooks.
415, Judge.
It's on page 415, Brent.
I'll find it then.
It's not in, I looked at my history and it's not in there.
Okay.
All right, 4:15. Okay, great. Judge, let us know about your department, although I see no change from the actual year over last.
Yes, yes. Good morning, Judge Canales and Commissioners. I'm solely here to thank you for the budget that we get each year. 4D Court, where I was appointed 4 years ago, it's a little amorphous, you know, nobody really knows how to tack it down, so to speak. And just to clarify a couple of things, there's a lot of funding in that court from the state. I'm paid my salary from the state of Texas, and my court manager is paid by the state of Texas as well. So when you look at the budget, you'll see primarily my budget is for the bailiff and the court reporter, and then a few incidentals, because as well, the state covers some education for me. They buy our paper, they buy some printers and computers and things like that. And so it's, so we have no more impact, no more requests of Nueces County. I have, my court reporter has retired, and so we're looking for a new court reporter
Oh.
at this time. She had 38 years of experience,
Wow.
and so.
It's hard to find court reporters, isn't it, Judge?
It is very difficult because of the different pay scales in different areas of South Texas. She, very loyal, very dedicated employee. She started with the court actually 38-plus years ago, when it was created by statute, and so.
You know, Judge, I was thinking, I don't know what your thoughts on this is, but again, my brain is on industry because I just came from the REDC meeting. But you know what we do when we bring a company in and we don't have the right skill set? We go to Del Mar College and we foster that skill set, right? We actually say, we need you to invest in this, and we highlight it and promote it and said, if you do this job, you're gonna get a really good paying job for many, many years over here. And I know that Del Mar used to be a very strong court reporting school.
They still.
They still are.
They still are, and they have a number of students. My understanding of what happens is, in order to be certified to do the court reporting in a court, the examination and certification is very arduous. It's a very difficult examination. But I have reached out to Del Mar. I have a fill-in court reporter these last couple of weeks who I've appreciated so much, but.
Yeah. Well, and also, I don't like replacing humans, but I do believe in 10 years, the technology that we have on Dragon, you know, the Audible is gonna be so much more advanced, but it's still so hard to distinguish between the speakers, intonations, and it's very, very difficult. But I know technology could assist us in the future, but I still believe the human touch
Well,
is better.
I think without the human person there, you know.
Guiding.
You can miss what's maybe going on in
absolutely.
the courtroom, and then you're trying to listen to there's a lot of transcriptions, especially in the trial courts, you know, they're very valuable, as
Absolutely.
you know, for your next hearings and things, and for appellate purposes. But
Well, we'll do everything we can, Julie. That's kind of just something I was gonna star and, you know, have a nice visit with Dr. Escamilla on a variety of issues, but, sometimes we could maybe even find somebody who would help fund tutors for those arduous, you know, rigorous examinations. There's so many ways you can help kids or young adults or adults, whoever it is, start a career, but the idea of just say, oh, just let them go isn't gonna necessarily yield you
Sure. And
what
it's
you
a-
need.
It's a great career, and I think very interesting.
It
for
is an
the
interesting
people-
career.
For the people that end up in that field, you know, so.
Problem. That's the problem.
It's a speed.
Speed. They
Ah.
haven't been able to take us down at, I think it's 225 or 250 words per minute.
Yeah, it's just an awesome skill set. Judge, since you're here and your budget is so easy here, it's the same. I've been worried, I always worry about you on the fourth floor. Can you share with us, we're also doing budget around the courthouse, capital infrastructure. Can you share with us the status of your, and it's okay to be brutal, if there's something ugly or not right, I need to know. There's only one way I can help, and I've got to know what our problems are. Tell me the good, the bad, and the ugly from the
Well,
fourth floor.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I appreciate the question. I'll be frank.
Please.
Every rainstorm, we have flooding in the office. It pours down the admin walls where the court reporter and the court manager's desks are.
Yeah.
There's often 1 to 2 inches of water on the floor. And of course, the last rains were severe rains, but my entire office floods. My carpet, I believe, is still up on waste baskets trying to dry out. And they've been very great about coming in and cleaning up, you know, with the dry vacs and having the carpet shampooed and that sort of thing. But even out into the courtroom after several rains, we get the growing black
Mold.
marcation on the carpet out into the courtroom. That's our major problem.
Yeah,
Other than
I'm so
that-
sorry about this. All I can tell you is that this very cumbersome work that you see on the exterior envelope of the building, we're spending $7 million. I know you've heard it if you haven't seen it. It's really gonna make a big difference. One of the things that they're discovering as they remove the travertine is it's exposing lots of other problems, you know, but we do believe that the exterior envelope, once properly addressed, will make a marked difference in water coming in. And then the other thing we can do is, once we know the water is, you know, we've sealed, then we can come in and aesthetically improve from the carpet. You know, we don't want any wet.
Sure,
We want to make those adjustments, and Dale and I are going to probably talk to, I mean, we've got a strong capital budget right now for this courthouse, and we're also looking for ADA issues, and I want to start with these courtrooms first, so, but please don't hesitate to speak up. Please call Tyner, and I just feel like we know how to prioritize. I mean, if it's public health and safety for the people that work for you, it's hard enough to get a court reporter, and then we're gonna go subject her to rain on the inside.
Well, and in that little corner where the court reporter sits next to the bench, the carpet can get, you know, it can get very odorous, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
But management here has been wonderful about
Thank you for that.
coming in and shampooing the carpet, because we monitor it, and when it gets to that certain level, it just has to be shampooed
Yeah.
because of the air you're breathing there. But, you know, I know that the county judge and the commissioners cannot control the rain, and so, but just to make you aware, that
No,
is what
thank you.
happens there, and other than that, that's the only
Okay,
problem
well, we are in
have.
the process, we did this at motor vehicles. I think I'd like to look at pulling your carpet up immediately and replacing it. If you'll take a good look at what we're doing in Kevin's space downstairs.
Okay.
If you like that, it's very cost effective. It looks really nice, but it looks like wood, but of course it's not. It's actually it's a vinyl, I think. But you can mop it up and it doesn't create the mold. And we're also using it on the law library, if you'd like to take a look at that. I think it looks really nice. It looks like plank wood flooring, but it's not. And I just don't recommend the carpet anymore because of the issues, because unfortunately, this work won't be complete until next year.
At least that, yeah.
Well, thank you for
Yeah.
that.
I'm
will
gonna
go check those
check up on you
areas
on
and-
that.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Judge?
One other thing before she finishes, Tyner, the judge had a question on Westlaw, if you wouldn't mind reaching out to the courts to see if there's any adjustments that might need to be made to our current contract.
Yes, I sure will. And I know that we're working on a renewal for the DA right now, but we'll take a look at that.
And also, do you remember yesterday, I meant to ask this, there was also a LexisNexis request for who? Who was it? Was it?
Was that code
enforcement?
enforcement?
Code-
Is
you
that
know-
Environmental officers, yes.
Yeah, I'm just curious what LexisNexis, if there's any,
There's, LexisNexis has a specialty, which is investigative, and you know, tracing. And so investigators like that better than anything comparable to Westlaw.
just work with IDA, because IDA actually has a very comprehensive tracing system on the 6th floor too. Sometimes I feel like we don't know all the resources we have. Just double check.
That may be LexisNexis also,
be.
and the library had that, I know, and she probably continued it.
Yeah, I'm just saying we do better in pricing if we merge all our packages on one, and maybe we can even get some extra stuff as well. I don't want to have 5 contracts, I'd like to have one comprehensive. Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Judge
well,
Maderi, you were going to say something,
Very short, I agree, pull up that carpet, I mean, it's ridiculous,
Right?
right?
Yeah.
But watch your footprint, because that bench is supposed to be redone, that 4th floor is supposed to be redone.
for ADA.
Don't lay all your new stuff out.
Yeah, time it correctly. Okay.
I can't hear you in Zoom if you don't use the microphone.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll tell Brent what you said. She said that she agrees carpet needs to come out, but that the fourth floor is already scheduled for capital improvements for ADA, and so it's got to be timed. But yeah, we just want to get you, to be honest with you, I've seen what it looks like when the carpet's up and it's just concrete, and it's not bad. You just put an area rug in your, I mean, it's better than the odor. And the.
The mold.
And the mold, because I have a lot of allergies, and that's just not good. So we may have this interim, not so pretty, but our health is more important than the ambiance.
We can stain it and be very eclectic.
There you go.
Like all the
And then
places
we
in
don't
town.
interrupt the work, right? We're not we're not throwing good money after.
Well, thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Judge, and to
Okay,
the commissioners
super.
as well.
Good to visit with you. Good. We don't see you guys enough. We like visiting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on. We're perfectly on time to legal aid, Department 3200. And Dale, let me get the
Page 491, Judge.
491. Okay, it looks exactly the same.
Yes.
So, we don't have a representative here.
I believe they're on,
Online.
Oh, I see, wonderful. Look, all I have to do is
Yeah.
look at my camera. Hi,
Rebecca.
good morning.
Good morning, Judge. Rebecca Flanagan here with TRLA. As requested, a brief update on our activities over the last year. As the court is well aware, and good morning to you, Judge, and to the commissioners, all TRALA offices, the physical offices, have been closed since March 17th of last year, with all staff working remotely, but neither our services nor our intake ever ceased. During remote delivery, TRLA has increased intake staff and upgraded phone systems, which have resulted in an almost 40% increase in our response rate, which is a very good thing. Technology can be a wonder sometimes. We've improved communication systems by necessity between our clients and staff, utilizing such tools as virtual meetings and digital signatures. We've improved our messaging and dissemination of info via multiple social media platforms, so we remain a presence at all levels. TRLA assisted almost 19,000 clients last calendar year, including over 1,000 in Nueces County alone. The pandemic did adversely impact certain aspects of our operations, including our outreach for particularly fragile populations, such as farm workers, veterans, and clients with mental health circumstances. But as vaccine coverage improves, so too do our outreach activities increase. Of particular note, and this is a very recent development, it's just this week, we're in the process of seeking a partnership with a local healthcare system to establish what's called a medical legal partnership in Corpus Christi, but which would cover the Coastal Bend area. A medical legal partnership allows for the collaboration of legal, medical, and social service providers, assisting particular priority populations, including low-income individuals, those in or near homelessness, and uninsured and underinsured individuals. TRLA has previously created such partnerships in our other offices in Austin, El Paso, San Antonio, and Brownsville. We're in the very early stages. We've just submitted our paperwork this week, so we hope to report back some good news before too long. Preparations for staff's return to the physical offices is underway. We anticipate most of our staff returning to the physical offices in early August, and we hope that we will thereafter be reopened to the public fairly soon. With respect to our funding request before you today, TRLA seeks renewal of our contract with current funding and no increase at this time, and we do appreciate the commissioner's longstanding support for our services.
Thank you, Rebecca. Rebecca, quick question on your collaboration on the health center. And so will that be paid for? How do we fund that?
So we're actually in the process, and I'm not at liberty to get
Okay.
into too many of the
No worries.
details, but I can represent that we are seeking some grant funding to allow us to be in a position to hire staff and negotiate with the local health system, and ultimately develop a memorandum of understanding. And we're seeking funds for a 2-year period of operation initially. I am not able, not because I
No, I
can.
understand. I just wanted I wanted to see if the word grant was gonna come up because it was.
Yes,
And so I
yes.
just, the reason I say, and I don't know if this is feasible, but I'll have Maggie from my office send you on the 15th. We're having a very big, oh shoot, but I don't think it's in person only at Krista Spahn, but it's a social determinants of health, a regional report, but I can send you the hard copy. I think it would really help your grant. I mean, it would literally lay the groundwork as to why they should fund you.
That would be tremendous, Judge, and very much appreciated.
Okay.
And there's no worry about having someone appear in person. I can have a member of our staff.
Okay. I think it'd be worth
represent
your
us at
while.
that. But I appreciate that offer, and we look forward to receipt of those that information, frankly, anything that helps us
Yeah.
advance it. And again, we've had some success with it. It's very popular. It's a win-win all the way around. There's not very many reasons to dislike it other than we wish the sky was the limit to be able to help, even more individuals. But this is a very it's a storied and historically successful endeavor. And we're very excited to have this opportunity come to the Coastal Bend. So we will keep you posted and we welcome your support.
Yes, that's great, and I'll take any info you have on it in a summary form, and I'll even mention it at the, on the 15th when I do my intro.
I can send you something within the next 24 hours, Judge,
Great.
that our grants department came up with.
That's fantastic. Okay, so are there any questions for Rebecca on her budget at this time? And Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Gonzalez is here, so if you need to get to your appointment, we got coverage now. And so,
Sorry, I'm a little late.
no worries. So what about, no questions? This is the best ever, Rebecca. You get to get away scot-free here, no issues? No?
I'm incredibly grateful. I've got one foot out the door. I need to head up to Austin as we
Yeah.
speak. So
All right,
I'm
ma'am.
appreciative. And I
Thank-
appreciate the court's time on this.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you. Okay,
Thank you.
super. All right, so we're going to move on to Department number 3250 and 3300. And this is our jail court administration. And I think they're on virtual too this morning. Is that right?
No, I'll be handling the departments for
Okay.
3250 as well as 3300.
Oh,
They've
that's right.
requested me to
Sorry.
do that for us.
I see court administration, but that's you, Connie. Sorry. Go ahead.
The magistrate court is our two judges in the jail court. 2 years ago, we removed the other staff from this particular position. The only changes that we're going to have is we get to reduce $300 from this because our contract with our copier lease is going down for that particular department. Other than that, the rest of the budget requests for Department 3250 are unchanged because of the history of those particular items. Don't justify any reduction. There may be one that we're going to be looking to, and that's the one on insurance. Several years ago, we were required by an agreement we had with all the judges to pay their liability insurance. We don't know if we have to cover the insurance for these particular judges, and we haven't paid any expense. So there could be a likelihood of reducing this by another $1,500, should that be effect. Otherwise, there are no other changes for this particular department at this time. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have on this at the moment.
I don't have any questions. That's an easy one. Anybody? Okay, we'll just move on to 3300.
That's page 503, Judge.
Got it?
Mary Lee was unable to attend today, so she asked for me to fill in for her. We know we just went through the application process to find a new court administrator, and I believe they have. I'll let them tell the name. To do this, so I'll be working with them to go over this budget in depth to see if there's any additional changes. Mary Lee did do a decent job on fixing a few of the items. Most of the stuff is contractual items that we can get to reduce. That would be we're reducing the postage by $350. Again, their copier lease went down by $1,619. Because they had the two new positions for the indigent defense coordinators, they had to get some cell phones, which was 2 cell phones. So unfortunately, that does increase the cost by $600. There are no other current adjustments at the moment, but as I said, I'll be working with the new court administrator as she gets on staff and going through this in depth to see if there's any additional changes that might be made. But for right now, we're showing a reduction of $1,369 for this department.
Thank you. Thank you for a good work on that. Look forward to meeting this individual. Is it a he or a she?
It's she.
Okay, we look forward to meeting her. I'm just marking notes, no change. I love the no change note here.
And Mary Lee and
Okay.
I did go through that one very, very, very closely, but again, I'll work with the new director and make sure there's any additional change that might be needed.
Did you see her?
Okay, and so, will someone ask, oh, here she comes. We're gonna work with the district clerk now, and, that is Department 3150 and 3530, and she's coming in. We're a little early, way early. Sorry, guys, we're a little early, but that's a good thing. Welcome, Ann and Sergio. We'd love for you to present your budget to us, and we're gonna ask you to start with 3510.
That would be page 511, Judge, as jury administrator.
511. And it looks pretty darn good. It looks very much the same.
Well, it does look the same, but I have thought about the salary of my jury administrator,
Okay.
Judge Canales,
Okay.
and she's going to come up here, but I wanted to present to you what has happened with her position, what we're going through right now with jury trials and calling jurors, so.
And do we, forgive me, repeat the title again? It's jury administrator?
Yes, it's jury administrator, and we are looking at setting her more up as a department
Okay.
because of the responsibilities that she has now in trying to get jurors to come in, the jury panels done for the judges, and it's been quite a lot of work for her.
What pay grade is this? We lost Julie here.
Her jury management coordinator, is that the correct position?
Ann?
Ann? That's a pay group 23 at a current salary of
Yes, it's
48,000.
23. It's 23, but what we have found out is that she's being paid like secretaries in other departments, and
Got
she's
it.
not a secretary.
And your reclass concept, and we will have you work with Dale to bring it to us formally on paper, but what's your concept? 23 to, do you know a number on the pay grade? Not yet?
No.
Okay, we'll just work with, you just want to introduce the concept,
Have to be at 28, probably.
okay?
Sergio was saying we looked at a 27
Okay.
for her.
And this is, we'll have you work with the auditor's office
Okay.
and bring this back, but that's good, it's good situational awareness. I guess what you're saying is circumstances have changed.
Right, and
you need
that's
us to
that's the background of our budget, is that things have changed so much from the COVID, and realizing how much our office was not able to just shut down and go away, even with the quarantines.
Right.
We were coming back in as soon as we got the results, because we are really the
Essential.
foundation of everything that's going on. We have processes to do, all of that. And so we're looking at that and looking at what we're going to encounter as the court opens more filings of cases, closures of cases, all of that. And so Sergio's gonna present that when I get through just doing an introduction. And that's
Okay.
really what we're doing, is just looking at where the department needs to be in the future.
Understood.
Your Honor, just for clarification, if we
Yeah.
go from a 23 to a 27, a 23 is at 48,300.
Yep,
A 27 would be 59,005.
so 10, approximately.
Right around 10, 11,000, yes.
Okay. Okay, and let's not interrupt you any further. Go ahead.
All right.
So I guess we're going back to 3530.
Yeah, let's go to 3530, and Dale, that is
Okay, let's
Did you
see.
get it?
519.
Yes. Yeah.
519, 519. Okay,
All right, so 3530, just a quick overview, wanted to touch on what the office looks like right now. Yeah. And, okay, yeah, if you could go to the next one. So we are the only county in the 254 that handles, where the district clerk office handles all of the county court, you know, from
Docket.
probate to misdemeanors. You look at the other ones, you know, they, the county clerk would handle all of the probate cases, all of the misdemeanor cases, and so that gets a little weird when you compare county sizes and caseload. So looking at Cameron County, you have the same number of district courts, same number of county courts at law, but they also have the same, about the same size of a district clerk, a little bit larger actually. But they also don't have to manage the caseload that we do when it comes to probate and misdemeanor because their county clerk handles that. And so we looked at their county clerk's court staff, which would be the staff that handles the misdemeanors and probate for them. And I mean, it's just, they have a, when you add that into theirs, I mean, they have about 20 more people. And so we're working the same, basically the same caseload with a lot less people, about 20 less people. But we are making it work. I mean, at this point, we're not asking for any more, you know, court staff to support that, but that could be coming in the future, especially with the increasing caseload. Connie, if you go to the next slide, just some quick metrics right there that we collected really quickly. So we have 57 clerks that serve 8 district courts, 5 county courts at law. Just so far this year, we've closed 12,000 cases, filed 10,000 cases, and that 67,000 cases pending is just basically the cases that we're still working on to close out with the courts. And so that's kind of a big number, and that does include pre-file misdemeanor and felony cases, which in a county that doesn't have a pre-file system like we do, the district clerk or the county clerk wouldn't even touch those cases until they were indicted or charged. But because we do have a pre-file system, we handle all of the magistrate type paperwork that comes in with all of those cases. And so far this year, you know, opening back up with COVID, 39% increase in family cases getting filed. Actually, a lot of those are adoption cases, so that was an interesting increase. There's been a lot of adoptions lately. Through 2020, we saw a lot more divorces getting filed. And then now in 2020 year to date, a 43% increase in probate cases, and we can only assume that that comes from just the deaths that we saw in 2020 because of COVID. So Connie, if you go to the next slide, this is a chart of pending cases without the pre-files logged in there. These are the cases that we're reporting to the OCA, not including pre-file or even probate cases. So this is basically civil, family, and then pending criminal cases that have already been indicted. And I mean, you can see we were doing really well in 2019, going into the beginning of 2020 with really, you know, getting that caseload down. And then once we hit February 2020, after that, it skyrocketed. And all of those cases are still pending. And so since we're not including pre-file in this graph, I pulled how many pre-file cases we actually had filed last month, and that was about 1,200. And so that's a lot of cases to try and get closed. And so on the next slide, I just included some goals that we're gonna try and get accomplished this next budget cycle or this next year. Criminal, we're still not paperless for criminal cases. Those are all still producing paper. So every arrest that happens, that is a pre-file case, that is a file folder, that is paper going into a folder and getting sent up to the courts. We're actually running out of filing cabinets up there. If y'all walk through the 7th floor with all those misdemeanors, there's just stacks and stacks of new pre-file cases that need to be worked. And it's just, you know, filing cabinets aren't cheap. And so we are going to end up having to buy some more filing cabinets. Something we didn't get to include, because we still haven't received our quote from Tyler Technologies yet, is credit card machines. And so that's another thing we're going to try and do is offer more payment types. Currently, we don't accept any credit card payments for copies or civil case filings, if they come up here to the counter, they have to pay in cash or by check or money order. So that's something we're trying to work on with Tyler. We're waiting on some quotes from them for credit card machines. We will be dealing with a case management system upgrade I think we're hoping to launch by September.
I don't know, I need to find it, just where you remind me, Sergio, I got a very interesting grant opportunity for case management software just yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know who, I sent it to Maria, because she's grants.
Yeah.
Let me find it right now and send it to you. If this can be helpful, call Maria today and see if we can apply for it. And we might get some,
Yeah,
I
and
literally
if that
just
could-
saw it yesterday across my desk. I get thousands of stuff, but
Yeah, if that could help us expand our Odyssey system, I mean, there's different modules we can purchase that would just help us in different areas of the office, because, you know, everything you add on to that system has a pretty big price tag. And so we will be upgrading that, hoping in September we'll launch with that. And then, of course, continuing our digitalization work that we are doing. And so to help us with that, just going forward on the next couple of slides, we do want to be getting to some office reorganization. We have rewritten some of the job descriptions. So we do want to go forward in working with HR to get those job descriptions approved and replace our existing job descriptions, because our senior clerk position, it's just the super general job description that every other office in this courthouse uses, and a senior clerk in our office does not do the same senior clerk work in the tax office. It's totally
different.
And so we get these people coming in for interviews, and they have no idea that we actually need someone with legal terminology knowledge, and someone who actually wants to learn, you know, parts of the law that we actually have to deal with, and the ministerial stuff we have to deal with. We want to reclassify some of our supervisors because we looked at our organizational chart, which our existing organizational chart is on the next slide, actually. And so that top area of the box are all of our supervisors, and the color represents their pay grade. So they're not all at the same pay grade currently. It varies, and actually those aren't even their actual titles. One of them is actually titled as an administrative secretary. Another one is titled as a records clerk. And so we really want to get that to the point of where they're all at the same level, all have the same job description. And so we're doing that on the next slide, where, you know, they will all be called a division supervisor, where they have the same basic duties. And then the clerks will get the new title of deputy clerk, which would have more of a job description that's applicable to the paralegal type work that we actually end up doing in our office, just to let applicants know what is actually going on in our office when they apply, so they're not kind of caught off guard if they actually hate the law and then they come work in our office and realize that that's everything we do. So it would also range from, we have a really wide range of titles in the office currently: records clerk, another secretary. We have just really odd titles, so we would reorganize them all, deputy clerk 1, 2, and 3, each level obviously having, you know, more job duties. And so with that, deputy clerk 1, 2, and 3, we're just really hoping that'll kind of streamline the chain of command in the office. You know, it'll make everything a little more clear for our employees as far as what's expected of them, and what opportunities are available to them as far as progressing in the office. So going forward, some of the requests that we have for this next budget, to facilitate that reorganization, most of it is not going to cost anything as far as reclassifying the clerks, redoing their job titles and job descriptions. That's something we probably need to look at for the next budget, as far as comparing their pay to the pay of other district clerk offices around the area and across the state. In county's a comparable size. So that really won't have too much of a pay increase or a fiscal impact. The supervisor, getting them all up to the same level, that's about a $14,000 fiscal impact, just to all the supervisors across the board, getting them to the same level, same job description. We are also asking for an increase in our temporary budgets. We have a couple projects that we are needing help with. And so, Connie, if you advance the slides, we are looking for a CJIS secretary. With that pending caseload, a lot of those are probably going to get indicted or charged, and we're going to need to keep up with those CJIS numbers. I know you, Judge.
Yeah, I've starred that one as if I had to pick one.
Yeah.
That one is just critical, I think.
Yeah, and right now, that's what our chief deputy does. She monitors that report like a hawk and makes sure that we are closing out those cases as we need to. And so she needs help with that. It's a lot of work.
Oh, yeah.
It's-
Well, we
there's
don't
a lot
have
of
any
cases.
time anymore. They make you turn it too fast.
Yeah, and with the caseload that we have right now, and we're assuming the DA's office will start, pumping out those cases. I mean, last month's 1,200 pre-file cases is a big increase for the number of cases.
Excuse me, you said you need one clerk to help that person out?
To help the chief deputy out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically a big part of her day is just looking at that CJIS error report and going through it.
So you
fixing
said
those
one
errors.
clerk will help her out?
Yeah, one clerk to get trained.
And you're calling it a CJIS secretary, right?
And that's a position that was created in the DA's office to help them out with CJIS.
526.
And so we like the job description, that, that position would be dedicated to CJIS, and that would actually allow us to open up another clerk's position, free up a clerk position in the criminal department to help out with expunction cases, because that is a type of case that is extremely
new
labor
position, right?
intensive. It's very important, labor intensive. We looked at our friends in Cameron and Hidalgo County, and they actually have one clerk. Actually, Cameron County has 3 clerks that are only dedicated to expunctions, tracking them from the beginning of the case life to the end, because there is so much information that has to be looked at meticulously. DPS will send us back our expunction orders that are signed and say that the social is off by 1 number, or the name was misspelled. And so all of that has to be checked meticulously before sent to DPS or any other agency, because if they expunge the wrong name, I mean, that's not an expunction.
terrible.
And so that can lead to problems. So we want to dedicate one person just to that solely. And so we also need another temp position to help with our bookkeeping backlog. We are currently, the bookkeeping backlog, as I'm told, has been a thing since the 80s. It's just, bookkeeping has always been behind by about 2 years. And so what that is when a case is closed up in the courts, say it's a family case or a divorce case, it comes back down, the case is over, but then the case gets audited one time over before being archived. And in that auditing, we find an attorney may not have paid for a citation that was sent out. They may not have paid for the copies that were requested, stuff like that. So we actually end up billing on a lot of these older cases, and we've noticed we do get money in from billing out those cases. So we want to try and catch up on that backlog, and so we think a temp position will help us, audit those cases, because the auditing is also for OCA purposes. If we're not reporting the closures and opening of these cases correctly, the Office of Court Administration in Austin can't tell that we need perhaps another county court at law down here to help with mental health cases, or to help with we have a big backlog with, it's not probate cases, not mental health, but the OCA doesn't get to see those numbers if they're not being reported correctly and without auditing, we can't catch those errors. And so that's a big part of why we need to be watching those cases like a hawk, because those numbers being reported give the legislature a better idea of how many courts we need if our courts are backlogged, and how the legislature can actually help us. And then going forward, on the next slide, we have some capital requests for office furniture. We had someone come in and give us a quote for replacing all of our office furniture. And it's extremely costly, but that furniture is extremely old. Some of the clerks have said that that furniture was brought over from the old county courthouse, and the legs are falling off, and it's pretty bad. So that is something we really want to look at, is replacing that furniture. Of course, scanners and printers are capital outlay, and we use them so much, they start breaking, and we need to start replacing them. And then those credit card machines, as I mentioned, we don't have that quote yet from Tyler. We are waiting on that, and we're not expecting it to be a huge fiscal impact, but we want to be prepared in case it is. We saw some of those machines going for about $1,500, and so we're not sure exactly how many we are going to buy yet, but we want to be prepared with that capital request. And then Anna already spoke about her administrative reclassification of the jury, and the next one she's going to speak about as well.
In looking at the overall function of my office and all that we do, it seemed to me that we needed to have another type of a chief deputy, not the chief deputy, but somebody who's also in charge, a part of the office, and some other duties that I am too busy to perform, she's too busy to perform. And so the position that was already in the office is the financial supervisor. When Sergio became the financial supervisor, I started adding duties to his job. He takes care of most of the issues with our civil e-filing on the third floor, those areas that are on the third floor, like 4D service, whatever. He helps bookkeeping, all of that. He helps with any issues that we have with technology, with Odyssey, any questions that the supervisors may have on how to handle something. He's turned out to be really our liaison also to the IT department. He continually looks at what our office does to see if we can do it in a more technology-friendly way, or how can we get rid of this paper and have it online. And so he's been very instrumental in updating a lot of things. He does most of the HR paperwork, well, all of the HR paperwork in our department with new employees, with FMLA issues, all of that. He has taken that on. And so looking at the chart, the organization chart that we are wanting to get to, I decided that position really needs to be part of the initial supervisory panel, me, the chief deputy, and now have an assistant chief deputy.
Okay, that's a great work chart there for us.
I love that you did that, because this was something that's been on me for a while, and I wanted to get kind of passed, or at least through the budget workshops. But I think the community, the public should have access to this, if or when we approve those additional slots, but that every department, every elected office should have an org chart if they don't already, but have it also on the website so that people can just visually see. It may not make any difference in the general idea of what they come and expect you to do, but I think people can see what it kind of takes to put your mission together, the charge that you've been given, the charge you've been elected to do. And so I would love to see all of our departments and offices have this in place, just so people, and it doesn't have to be detailed, because but just something kind of more basic, but just to kind of give the community understanding of kind of how and where some of these positions fall, and how massive of a department that you have.
Right.
That leads to my other question, is I know that years ago that, so you do have additional responsibilities now that were not there years ago, and it kind of came out of just necessity. Is there a need? Is there a desire? Should should there be some discussion about maybe separating those services that you've taken that were once county clerk responsibilities to kind of help alleviate some of that from your department? Or do you think you're operating now with that and it's just kind of something that you have, a charge that you have now to do, and it's not that big of a deal to handle?
Well, we can go on with, I mean, we could go on with that, but I feel that it's time for the county clerk to take on the responsibilities of a county clerk, which would be the misdemeanor courts and probate. But that's going to have to be done through the legislature.
Okay.
We're the most unique county
We are, Judge.
in the 254. You have stuff that you really shouldn't have, and she's got stuff that she shouldn't have. It's like you both got saddled with an extra layer of government that typically has its own unique department. And I guess a long time ago, we weren't as busy and we were small, but that's not the case today. And they say envy is a very bad sin, but I can't stand it when I see Hidalgo just so well managed and so well funded, because we should be ahead of them theoretically.
Well, and
We started first.
the interesting part is we have.
Grab the mic because it's hard for Commissioner to hear on Zoom.
So.
Commissioner Chesney has left Zoom, so it's just me in there now.
Oh, okay, well, you don't
So,
do that.
we really have no other county to look to when we have issues.
Ooh,
And
Judge McCoy's there.
we will go and talk to people at TAC, some of their lawyers, our county attorney for, the law will say we need to do something like this, but they never put in if you're Nueces County and you're set up like, a
Differently.
clerk who does a county clerk's job, there are no provisions that help us out or instruct us on how to do certain things. And so no other district or county clerk can help us because the law doesn't really cover how we're supposed to handle a lot of the things. And
Right.
so we're
And-
stuck on a lot of issues.
And next court on the 23rd, I'm going to make sure that Joel Romo comes and visits with you. I need you to tell him exactly what you just said, because what we do in the interim is there's hearings, right? So everyone thinks that and it's true, we do tons of work during legislative session, but the best work happens when you're not in legislative session. And we can maybe write some legislation with senator's assistance. He used to chair civil jurisprudence, I think. Or I don't know, maybe it falls under state affairs, but the bottom line is we can try to see if we can help just legislatively as well, because you're right, nobody's taking into account how strange we are. Configured, you know what I mean? We're so configured so differently.
Well, the county clerk used to have all of that.
Right.
Judge, but there was a dust-up between the county court at law judges and the court clerk, county clerk at the time.
And that's when they
Yeah.
put treasury over there and
Yes,
all that stuff.
yes.
I know, it's just a mess.
So-
Hey, Sergio, you've been here for a short time. Let me pay you a compliment. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I started out as a part-timer back in 2016.
Yeah.
And then came on full-time 2019.
So I only know that because I've only been here a short time too, so I remember we kind of almost started, close in time, full-time together. I mean, your knowledge of this office is tremendous. And not only does Ann rely on you, but our office does too. It's unusual to find someone like you. You must really like it and enjoy it, but you really seem like you've mastered it. I'm going to really rely on you to help this court, understand Ann's needs, because you can deliver it in a way that it just shows your capacity for understanding how we can go get to that. And I'm not saying, Hidalgo has a bigger population. I mean, there's obviously differences, but organizationally, we should fundamentally operate the same.
Yes, yeah.
And that's why all of our best people leave us, And so it's just really important, and I just wanted to commend you on that, and
Thank you, Judge.
and I think that, I like your goals, and a lot of people don't pay attention when we put the goals in. In fact, very few people, I think, have paid attention to the goals, and Lisa and I pay attention to the goals. We like that paragraph. So I think that we should work towards that. I wanted to go back quickly to the technology on the Tyler. If we do that, Dale, is that something that would come out of IT's budget or theirs?
That's the question I had for when the county attorney was asking for additional software. Now, if it's part of the agreement we already have with Tyler Technology with Odyssey,
Yeah.
that's all funded through IT.
Good.
So that's probably an additional
Might help
cost we'd
them out a
add
little.
there, and I would need to work with Daryl on that.
Okay.
So we already pay them our yearly fee, and that covers continuous updates. So we will be, we are paying those yearly, and so we are covered for the upgrade. It's just, we know it's gonna be hard. We're not expecting needing overtime hours yet, but the system is changing entirely. It's looking totally different, so we may need in the future, like closer to September, and we didn't think about this until very recently, looking at the changes that are being made to the system, and it may take our court clerks a little time to adjust, and so we may need to stay after hours to help train, and that's the part of the Odyssey or the case management system upgrade
Right.
that might affect us.
And Sergio, you're Sergio Dot Montemayor, right?
Yes.
Okay, I found what I was talking
I saw
about.
that, yes.
And you saw it. I just
Yeah.
sent it to you and to Ann. On a last note, because we've got our next presentation here, but if we could set up a little time, you remember how we talked to Tyler and we
Yes.
bought a special package this year, this past fiscal year, that gives us a ton more, what I'm calling concierge service. But I'm not sure we've really utilized it to the max because of COVID.
Yeah.
So let's have a Daryl Airwood, Bridget, the two of us, the three of us, and then let's get that concierge service package in the room with Dale. I mean, I think that they can do more for us than we're actually utilizing. I think we've paid for some really good training.
Yes.
And I'm
yes,
just
yeah.
not sure we've actually utilized it. Not it's our fault, right? I mean, so let's do that and see what they can do for us. And we have to push them because every county is dealing with a lot of the similar COVID issues. So credit cards, all those are gonna be things that a lot of the counties are dealing with. Let's see what we can get. We've had good success when we've sat in a room with them.
Yeah. Alrighty.
That sounds good. Thanks,
Thank you.
guys. Appreciate it. So we're gonna move on. And I'm glad you got here early, Homer. Thank you. We're ahead of schedule, but we're roll right into Department 3480 and 90 and 92, and that's juvenile prevention. Flores here with us.
Starts on page 531, Your Honor.
531.
Judge, I did want to point out that Judge McCoy joined
I saw.
remotely.
Good morning. It's not afternoon yet. I want it to be. Good morning.
Good morning.
Homer, your first one that I have in my packet is Department 3492.
Yes, Judge. And I don't know, maybe for the sake of time, not to rush this by any means, but we have no request for the next fiscal year.
Okay.
Budget request, that is. So, I was asked
Yeah.
to come present nonetheless.
No,
and
no,
I'm
well,
happy to be here.
we like to hear that, and I'm also asking everybody that's quick like this, that has no budget requests, number one, how are we doing on your capital? We've slated you for some very strong capital infrastructure. How are we doing? Do you see any new capital infrastructure needs other than what we've already discussed and what's already coming down the pike for you?
We've been in communication with downtown with regard to getting started on the roof, but that has yet to take place. In addition to that, we've also been in communication with the parking lot in the front, and that hasn't started yet as well. But they have let us know that those are two big projects that are in the works. The roof, as the last big storm, we were really hoping that was already completed because we took in some water that we usually hadn't. Fortunately, Rocky was able to go up there and throw a lot of whatever down and sealed up some holes. But we are looking forward to the roof being completed here soon, hopefully.
Yeah, We are too.
I would, even though we don't have any requests, Judge, and by the way, Commissioners Gonzalez and Matas, good to see you as well. So we're asking for current level funding with regard to general funds. Unlike like other counties around the state, this was an anomaly with regard to referrals to our department. They took a dip. And in addition to that, what usually happens when you have low referrals is you have less placement of kids outside of the community. In fact, we, at one point, only had 2 that we had to place outside the community this past year. So what those monies that we use for placement, those are state dollars. So we have some state dollars that we need to spend. What we're doing with approximately 150,000 of those dollars, we're putting toward the general fund by way of overtime and meals, and those are allowable expenses for state dollars. So, because we don't want to return any state dollars, okay? So $150,000 of that is going toward general fund. Now, with regard to what's happening this current year, I do anticipate, as we already are ramping up in referrals, I do anticipate this next coming year looking like a normal year with regard to our expenses, especially with regard of placement dollars. On the state dollar side of things, being that the session just ended, the original 5% cut that we were anticipating, that got restored. So we're not going to face any state dollar cuts going to in this next fiscal or the next biennium, and that's a good thing, obviously, for our department. Unless you had any questions with regard to our budget, I do want to point out, Judge, and this is something that I'm going to bring or discuss about before the Juvenile Board. I do think it's time to discuss, merely discuss the long-range planning with regard to our facilities.
Agreed.
And to explore possibilities, or if the Commissioners Court and the Board decide not at this time, at least to explore the possibilities of building new facilities, starting with our detention center. That being the I guess, priority in my mind. I've already talked to Judge McCoy about this. He's obviously open to the fact of, or the possibility of discussing this. We both think it's important. But that's something I just wanted to put on the radar. Whether that's accomplished, in my tenure here, I don't know, but I think that I would be remiss to not at least start those discussions.
Right. I think it starts with some sort of a feasibility study or a capital improvement plan. Our capital improvement plan focuses on your building's needs now. And, but that's something that we've already kind of looked at. There's a threshold, right? And when you start putting way more investment in than you are getting out, plus just the encroachment issue and just the location, and I can see how that's gonna be on the forefront. Homer, the only question I have is, 2 years ago, when I first came in, one of the big issues of the day was getting you guys, the personnel, to go door to door, if you will, in those very, I'm trying to remember the particular program that it was called, but we wound up funding one person that was additional. Can you remind me of the name of the program?
I think it was the combination of the multisystemic therapy.
That's it, it was MST.
Yes.
It
Yes.
was.
And there is some good news on that. And first of all, that program has been ongoing and is going great. The good news about that in the future is, currently I'm on a committee, and this stems from an act that was established a couple years ago, the first Family First Act. It's really through DPRS. They fund the 4E, which are federal dollars that funnel down. Usually, historically, that's we've got reimbursed or partially reimbursed through placement dollars. That we're no longer going to concentrate on placement because they no longer are concentrating on placement reimbursement, but they are concentrating on established, evidence-based, community-based programs such as MST. So there's some possibilities of getting some federal reimbursement for that particular program in the near future.
I just remembered you wanted way more than we could give. And so I was surprised in your budget not to see anything like that, because I know that's something that you have people on wait lists for.
I believe at the time it was, in addition to that, it was also the aftercare.
It was.
Component of that. At that time, we were able to locate some state dollars to help
Okay.
compensate some
So
of the.
you're okay?
Yes, yes, we
Okay.
are.
Right.
You know, I'm glad you bring the building up because back when I was an intern in that building.
How old is that building?
Well, it depends which building we're talking about. There's the original Martineau Wing, which
Nope,
is
Martineau Wing.
probably in the 60s. There's the detention center, was built in the late 80s, maybe 90. And then there's the post-adjudication center, or the Barnes Building, which was 2001, I believe.
The Martin
So-
Wing was the only one there at the beginning,
Right.
and only had like maybe 10 or 12 beds. You know, so that was a while back.
Right, and that is no longer there. The Martineau Juvenile Facility, as far as the detention facility, but we do still have part of the Martineau original one wing there for offices. Yeah.
Well, the courtroom in and of itself, Judge, Judge McCoy's on, is really not sufficient either for safety or for accommodations. I mean, there's a lot of good reasons to rethink that. The voters, you know, I think if you present a justification, I think the voters, you know, would at least listen. You know, I think that's something that we could do. The legislature has been very interesting in the last two sessions with regards to certificates of obligation and really requiring, even though we were able this time to really get in public health and safety opportunities, they tried to take away all abilities of counties to issue COs without voter referendums. And anything like this, Homer, would never be able to be accomplished in a CO. It would just cost too much money. So you'd have to go, I think, to the voters on a tax increase. And, but I'm certain that, you know, we could fiscally, you know, at least try to figure out what that would look like, and then we could at least talk about it.
Right,
Maybe
I
we
appreciate
can
that.
Maybe we can do both, that one and the jail for the voters.
Yep. At some point, somebody has to pay the piper. And you can keep kicking the can down the road, but it only costs you more later. And, but the voters will have to understand and, you know, be presented. And I think it takes 2 years, in my opinion, humble opinion. It takes 2 years to prepare a voter for what's needed and really embrace it, because it's too shell shock, right? When you say, go do this immediately in one fiscal cycle. So thank you for bringing it up. The one thing this court can consider is getting that feasibility study done this fiscal year. And I'll look to see what kind of funding we might have in our current COs that might allow for that if we come in under budget for some other things that we've prioritized.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
And,
And just real quick, Homer, I'm going to reach out to you separately, just because I'm fascinated with the, you said Title IV-E money, right?
yes,
And that, and so I was directly part of that when I was DFPS.
Right.
And so I'm just curious how it seems like it's changed a little bit, just kind of.
Well, it's changed a lot.
Yeah.
In fact, over the years, those monies have just dwindled, and hence here we are. I'm on a committee to put together a proposal to DFPS.
Okay.
And so we're literally, our second meeting was yesterday, so we're putting a program together, a proposal together that hopefully they will be happy with. You know, it includes programs that have already been, you know, researched. It would be some work, but I think it'd be beneficial for those counties around the state that are implementing some of these programs.
Yeah, I mean, I used to negotiate the dollar amounts with the families on the family side, and so this is a little bit different, but I'll reach out to you. Not a
appreciate
rush,
that.
but I'm just curious at how it's all changed and how maybe that does directly impact us and what we look at, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner.
well,
Judges.
thank you, Homer, very, very much. And I know you're going to find this funny, but although we greatly appreciate we don't need any money, when it comes to this particular arena, I'm more suspect that we don't need money than I am happy about not needing it. I hope you can appreciate my perspective.
I do.
I don't understand it, but I appreciate it in this year. But I really need you to help me because you and I have talked about this. Every child in there has a behavioral health issue by virtue of, you know, the thing speaks for itself.
Yeah,
And,
Judge.
and I think that without understanding our needs and our resources, each fiscal year, again, somebody gets hurt, right? So what I'm gonna do is accept this, but ask you to, please, consider what it is that we can do better. Because I can't believe when it comes to the kids, there's nothing that we need. I just can't believe it. And so I know that there's a way, but it could be funded by a grant or from the state, or right now, there's so much money at HHS. I mean, so much money. Please identify that which you could not bring to us because you felt like it was burdensome, but that you know could make a difference. And I will help you find this through ARPA funding through HHS. And specifically with please think about the mental health. And then
Yes.
finally, I've got a room full of folks, so we're gonna transition here, but, on the June 15th, this is your formal invitation to send somebody or hopefully come yourself. It's an in-person invite to Krista Spahn. If you'll stop by the office, Maggie will give you the details, but it's the social determinants of health presentation that we're gonna have with Texas Health Institute. And, it's a real eye-opening experience for me personally, to see, the tragedy, with our adolescents in specific areas. It explains why sometimes you're full. And Judge McCoy, please let me extend that offer to you as well. You probably don't have the time. We're doing two, one's at like 8 o'clock in the morning and one's at noon, but I can provide you, Judge, with the physical 52-page report called The Social Determinants of Health. And it may not make you feel good because there's not much in there that makes me feel good, but at least it will help us get our grants. So as Judge Huerta applies for her drug court grant, maybe she can use this data to help bring in more dollars to this county. And the same thing with Homer. And we'll cover, I mean, we've got plenty of county people going, but I just wanted you to know about it. And again, this is something that we funded through the hospital district because of COVID, but it's gonna wind up serving us so well, only that it's so hard to hear. But Judge McCoy, you hear hard every day over there, so.
I'd like to attend if I can. So
That'd be great. Two choices, 8 o'clock and noon, and then we're gonna do another one at the university, but we haven't picked the date. And this is June 15th. And Maggie, if you're listening, could you please help me by facilitating that information to Homer? He's in the courtroom. Oh, look, yes.
Judge, before you move off that.
Yes.
Will Greenlee, who's one of the juvenile prosecutors.
Yes.
I was wondering if he could comment really quickly on two of
Yes.
the programs.
Yes.
That you might be interested in knowing about.
Yes.
With regard to the juveniles.
Yes. Thank you. We're ahead of schedule, so that's good, Will. Guys, I just want to give you a heads up. I'm going to take just a 5-minute break in transition, but don't go anywhere. It literally is just, it's a bathroom break, just 5 minutes.
Absolutely. No, well, I understand that 5 minutes. Take as
Okay.
many 5 minutes as you need.
Okay, but go ahead, Will. You first, and then after you, when we transition to DA, I'm going to go just
Yeah.
5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just limit this to the juvenile.
Thank
First of all,
you.
good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Will Greenlee, and as of earlier this year, I'm the new lead juvenile prosecutor for the county. I do work quite a bit with Homer and Judge McCoy, and I just wanted to touch on two programs that I have found were wonderful programs and why I do believe that we need more funding over there. The first program is called One Heart. One Heart is a program that sets kids up with individual mentors. They work one-on-one with, typically if it's a young male, they'll work with an older adult male who will be a mentor to them, who will show them you don't have to continue down the path that you're going. You don't have to continue making these choices and hanging out with these negative peers. It gives them structure. Kids crave structure. One Heart is a wonderful program.
Okay.
Since myself and my court partner, Winston Greiner, came into this juvenile position starting in March, we have filled up One Heart completely.
Wow.
That program is full. They cannot take more people unless somebody else graduates or is kicked out. That program's done. The other program that I'd like to mention is what's called MST, or multisystemic therapy.
Yeah.
MST works not just with the juvenile, but with the juvenile's family to create an environment of positivity and positive growth. The MST program has some amazing leadership. I have met individually with their leadership here in Nueces County, and I am blown away with how caring and compassionate they are with these young men and women that we work with. MST is full. We filled that program up. We do not get more kids in that program unless somebody graduates or fails out. We need more programs like MST. We need more programs like One Heart. Thank you.
So funny, Will. 5 minutes before all of you walked in, I said the same thing about MST. And Homer said that we have a funding source and that we're gonna pursue, but when I came in, I didn't know anything about MST. And we were helpful to a small degree, but we know that it works and we don't have enough. So you just made me feel better. I had just said that there's gotta be more than we can do, and Homer you wanna just repeat that MSD piece of the funding that,
Sure, Judge. First of all, I appreciate the comments, and we do work really closely, or he works closer with our probation officers and our supervisors. You know, the One Heart Project, they have just started a couple of years ago, and it's through our volunteer organization, actually.
Right.
And they have written grants to fund that program. So we are constantly in negotiations with them, and they have one, in fact, that they're pending to increase the capacity for that particular program. MST, you know, MST through its fidelity, it's an expensive program.
I know.
And keep in the nature that the purpose of this is to not send kids into placement and keep them in the community, which in the long run, you don't spend as much money. But even the price tag of that, to expand a program, particularly this program, through MST Inc., who provides the oversight, it's in teams, okay? So
it's not one.
it's not one.
It's like
They would
this.
have to do another 3 therapists.
Yeah.
Which would, you know, which obviously makes that, part of, we just filled that as of last month, but throughout the whole course of the year, probably because of COVID, I mean, we were just, searching to try to get kids in, partly because of the lack of referrals. I need to give it a full normal year to see where those numbers fall with regard
Understood.
to normalcy, and before requesting a big
Understood.
chunk of money.
And I just want to encourage you, like I said, we are wicked good here with grants, okay? And we have the Meadows Mental Health Organization called stateofmind.org. Y'all can jump online, www.stateofmind.org. They are on retainer with the hospital district. If you tell them, well, hey, I want money for One Heart, here's all the data. Between our Nueces County, Dr. Xavier Gonzalez, and Meadows, let them do the heavy lifting, because they have all the data to back that up. And that's why I want you guys to come to the social determinants, because I consider that as our fundamental building block to getting more money. And I'm not afraid of whatever that dollar sign is. If it's in the millions, we, the county, may not be able to do it, but we, the county's brains, can get us those dollars. And that's what I'm looking for right now. I'm looking for our fair share. I'm pretty chapped about when I look overall at South Texas, we're in the cone of everything bad, and we have not gotten our fair share of any across-the-board dollars, period. Name a function that we do, from healthcare to educational dollars, and we're sorely behind. But we can make up ground quickly because there's so much money in the field right now that's been appropriated for now, if you've got to tie it to mental health, behavioral health, but with drug use, alcoholism, and behavioral disorders, quite frankly, that is mental and behavioral health. It's not hard to bring it home. But that's where the money is, and Maria Bethia here, Natalie Ekstrom, obviously amazing people, but you just may not know this because it's so quick. We just hired Dr. Xavier Gonzalez, and he's about to hire a deputy, and they will focus on grants for this county for behavioral health. And so I just really want you to utilize, don't be afraid of the price tag. Be afraid of losing out on the money.
Well, Judge, I will tell you to leave you with this. If we have a district attorney's office that's excited about a couple of our programs. I'm going to do my darnest to make sure
Yeah,
that
that's a good
we
deal.
take advantage of that. So, yes.
Awesome. Well,
Thank
well
you.
done. Thank you, Homer, and to your staff. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick 5-minute break, please. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back here. We're not really, I think we are recording, but not formally here on the record with the clerk. But let's get back, as they say, to business. And thanks for coming in, one and all. There's something really special about y'all's team. It tends to stick together, and these days, that's a rarity. So let me commend you in your, really just your cohesion and solidarity in standing as one. That makes me feel good about Nueces County. And I hope that it's not just this subject matter, but all things that involve what I would say the good stuff, the things that matter. And I want to thank those who personally and individually wrote to me to express their feelings. That is always welcome. And in case you didn't feel that you had that right, it's barbara.canales@nuecesco.com. And I would welcome any input. To summarize, before your district attorney, your first assistant district attorney gets started, we are ahead of schedule. We do take a lunch break. We have been giving everybody 30 minutes. There's a lot of you. I'm not going to cut you off. We do have a 30-minute interval. We're going to start with, you have several departments. So give me a second. I usually ask the auditor to help us turn the pages
Their
to the
first
right.
department's 0135, their federal forfeited funds out of page 545.
All right, so let us turn to page 545.
I do have a PowerPoint. I gave it just this morning. I don't know.
Okay, let us load it. Connie?
Kind of head that way, and I didn't even print a copy for myself, and I'm half blind right now.
Do you want a
So,
copy? Well, we can get that accomplished for you.
I feel really bad. So I don't know if we can kind of go this way. If we can go toward the PowerPoint, it might make it easier.
Okay,
I
well-
tried to emulate Kathy Mills, and I did a very poor job of it. No one can quite emulate her. And she's probably listening right now because she's very astute and she always listens to y'all's meetings. So if she is, I'm still mad at her for leaving. But, and I know Mark's on his way, but that's
Okay.
Mark time. I think he's listening too. Yes, I said that out
Well,
loud.
we're, like I said, we'll take it the way your PowerPoint has, but let us identify it, just because it helps us coordinate here in the big book. Let's see where you start. Connie,
Okay.
roll that for her,
So if
please.
you'll go over one slide. So what I want to start with is just kind of telling you that the dead cannot cry out for justice. It's a duty of the living to do so for them. And everyone in this room takes on that responsibility on a daily basis. We have prosecutors in this room who have not been out very long that are already in that role, who take on murders as either first or second chairs. Prosecutors are often the last opportunity that victims of crime have for justice. And justice can come in many forms, and it's their obligation to seek individualized justice in Nueces County, and Mark requires it as part of his initiative for criminal justice reform. Whether it means you seek out rehabilitation programs, and I know, Judge, you're big on the mental health initiatives, whether it's mental health services that they need, whether it's prison time that they need. Some people, it's just time to send them. It's time for them to go. Whether it's counseling or community service, whether it's victims that need restitution, and we need to seek out abilities for victims to be made whole in that endeavor, whether it's drug treatment or other programs. I know, we've made strides and efforts to create programs that were non-existent. Mark and Matt Manning were the first to create a cite and release program that has now been emulated. When they first created it, it was frowned upon. And the paper scrutinized it, and they were heathens and devils for wanting to create this program, and they just wanted to let thugs and criminals go free. And then all of a sudden, 2-3 years later, Bexar County and Travis County and all these other big counties created, and it was like, oh, look at this innovative program, and they're saving taxpayer money. We're like, well, Nueces County's been doing it for years, but they were just ahead of their time.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the way it always works. But these prosecutors do it on a daily basis, and the public doesn't always see what we see. We take the criticism. We don't always get the accolade, but they take their job very seriously. We're very proud of the work that they do. And so I just kind of want to lead with that. So we can go to the next slide. In order to be effective,
we have to be able to both recruit and retain quality attorneys. Right now, we are a training ground. Our office serves as a training ground for the private sector, or for other prosecutors' offices across the state. Felony prosecutors can leave our office right now, go to another governmental office, prosecute misdemeanor cases, even municipal court cases, and make more than felony attorneys in our office. And that just cannot be allowed to stand. It should offend our community. It should offend you, because I know it offends the prosecutors in our office when someone prosecuting a ticket in another county makes more than someone prosecuting a murder case in Nueces County. And it's just not right. We can't recruit. We have great interviews with attorneys. We get excited about the opportunity to bring on someone who has extensive experience, and then they really sit down and put pen to paper and they figure out the math, and they call us back and say, hey, never mind, we can't accept the position. And right now, we don't have the ability to offer jobs to somebody who are awaiting bar results. And we need to see if there's a way to change that in our hiring process. A lot of times we have interns that come. We have an intern right now who came down from UCLA because she believes so much in the justice reform that Mark is doing. We can maybe snag her if she has an opportunity to apply when her time comes while she's waiting on bar results, but we can't do that right now. So if there's a way to tweak that, which doesn't cost anything, in our hiring process, let's get it done. The risk is ours, it's not yours, to make that offer, but we've got to get these qualified people down here when we can. And then once we get them down here, it's more expensive for them to move away. So, let's do it however we can. The Korn Ferry study confirmed that the Nueces County supervisors and professional attorneys were woefully undercompensated for the work that they do. And it was a comprehensive study. It asked about the workload, the caseload, the mechanisms that were in place, and it compared and it did the analysis, and it told you straight out how underpaid the prosecutors were. And so what our budget did is it seeks to reclassify our attorneys so that they are at 80% of market P25 in accordance with that Korn Ferry study. And so when you look at the personnel request form that we submitted for each of our budget categories, that's where you're going to see we end up, 80% of market P25. Some of the people are going to be moved up to groups, and I know that that's a big ask, but it's justified. When you paid that money for that Korn Ferry study, it doesn't do any good to fork out those resources. And I didn't get a chance to do a Freedom of Information request to find out what you paid for that study, but I would bet my bottom dollar it's about the amount that I'm requesting to increase my budget by. I want you to think about that. What you paid them to do this study is probably what I'm requesting to increase my budget by to follow the terms.
Do we know that amount? I mean,
I don't know what it is.
No, I'm asking
but
us.
I
I'm
can
asking us
imagine
that.
they're the best.
Because I don't think that's
bet they're
anything,
the-
I don't think that's anything you have to do Freedom of
Yeah,
Information request. You just
Julie,
call us or
Julie,
ask us.
I think it was
Do we know that?
49,000.
49, okay.
They're really good. I know
They're the best.
They're the
period.
best.
They used to be the Hay Group.
Okay,
and
well, I'm
that's-
asking for more than that.
Yeah. But the
So-
reason we did that, just to butt in, is because the problem is that we didn't get this way overnight,
Right.
okay? And solving it doesn't come the same way either. But in order to, it's like building a case. What did I do? I went and got an expert witness. Because you know what? Solo, even though that you're coming in here tour de force, I promise you, I was here during budget when I was running for the election. I did not see the tour de force then. It's been here, and I want to make sure that we can help you, but we've got to build our case. Korn Ferry was brought in so that the citizens who demand the lowest tax rate out there understand what you just said is accurate. and that the administration of law and order costs.
Right.
And we're not keeping up with the pay scale. But how do I prove that beyond a measurable, reasonable doubt?
Right.
No pun intended. We got Corn Ferry. And that's where, keep going, but anyway, that's why we did that.
Right. We are requesting some additional non-professional increases. It's not for everybody, it's not across the board, but they are justified. And they're justified, and if you look at the memo we submitted, they're fully explained, and they have to do very specifically with either the COVID backlog and the added duties. They have to do with the CJIS requirements and the added responsibilities associated with that are just astronomical, or the increased caseload responsibilities. If we can go to the next slide. So 1323 is our pretrial intervention program. The total increase we're requesting there is $48,083.17, and I want you to understand that's a self-funded area. We don't come and ask you for more money. That is an area that we fund through fees because we get cases in there. Cite and release and PTD fees when we do all the criminal justice reform. So when we see that increase there, I don't want you to look at it and say, oh my gosh, that's a lot of money. I want you to understand we fund that, okay? And we do that with a lot of our programs because we understand that we don't want to be a burden on the taxpayer's back. We have to be self-sufficient as much as we can, and we take that obligation very, very seriously. And our pretrial intervention program also has the ability to help fund the district clerk's office, the probation department, and we all took a hit with COVID. We didn't have as many cases coming in. We couldn't operate the cite and release program, but we still generated $865.95 in fees. It wasn't what we've done in the past, but that's still remarkable for a COVID year. And I attached that documentation as one of our attachments.
So the 48 will be self-funded.
It'll be self-funded,
So
but we can't give to one budget if we don't get
I understand.
for the others.
Okay.
You'll see those changes on page 557, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to coordinate with my notebook here.
So the increases with the pretrial intervention program, we want to expand our cite and release program. We are a source of revenue with this pretrial intervention program. This helps with our first time and our nonviolent offenders. This program helps decrease our costs. So remember, everything the DA's office touches, you're talking about through cite and release and PTD opportunities, we're keeping someone out of jail. And when we get that jail population report every single morning, and it's hovering at 95% capacity and 98% capacity, and y'all are getting those emails saying we may have to outsource, and we're getting those phone calls, what can we do, can we look at the jail list, Michelle, can you get someone out, what can we do we really need those MTRs, and we go to our prosecutors and we're like, look at your MTRs, do we really need them, do we really have to prosecute them, what can y'all do, and we're jumping on them, and they're like, I'm in the middle of a docket, I don't care, do we have to prosecute this, use your discretion. That's an everyday thing for us too, because everything we touches affects y'all's bottom dollar, it affects Sheriff Hooper's bottom dollar, it affects the medical costs, the jail costs, the CJIS compliance. You talk about Maria's ability to apply for grants, your grant department goes away if we don't hit, where are we at? 89% in June. We are at 89% right now. That's incredible. And that's our office, the clerk's office, that's Chauncey, that's the Dillard at the jail, that's Judge Canales, emailing every day, like, where are we on the numbers, what do we need, what do we have to do, how's Odyssey doing? It's an everyday thing. It's not just once a week, once a month. It's the new CJIS secretary y'all gave us. And I heard the clerk's office asking for their CJIS secretary, and I hope that you consider it, because your grants department goes away the minute we don't get to that 90%. And our goal is to be at 93 or 95% by the time August and September come around. We don't, I say we, that means Michelle and Yvonne and Diana. But we know what it means. And so that's why when we come for these asks, everything we do affects somebody else's bottom line. And so I don't feel bad coming for this ask. I really don't. We are asking to reclassify our site release coordinator to an admin secretary 3. We're asking to reclassify a felony 3 funded out of this to a felony 4 in accordance with the Corn Ferry, and our chief of intake to an admin and intake chief because she's now taking on the CJIS supervisor. You know, I came and I asked for a supplement for her because she took on those CJIS supervisors. I'd be able to do away with that supplement and just use this to reclassify her because she does do all the CJIS supervision now. She monitors all that. What your chief clerk does, what Lilia Ann does, and what you heard Ann Lorenzen say she needs 2 chiefs to do in her office, Michelle does in our office. So her 2 chiefs, what they do, I have 1 person doing. And she supervises Yvonne and Diana to do. So, and it is a list that comes out every single day, corrections that have to be made. So that's what pretrial intervention programs. I don't know if you have any questions about 1323. Okay.
I'm good there.
We can go to the next slide. 1328, which is our chapter 59, and 0135, which is our federal forfeiture. And Mike, I don't know if you want to come on up with me. So chapter 59 and our 0135, these are also self-funded. And we've come in before and we've supplemented employees out of this. And if you want to go, you see the district attorney criminal interdiction unit. I wanted Mike to talk to you a little bit about our new criminal interdiction unit and what we've done in creating our own unit.
So just to, because we're note takers here, I see just an increase of approximately, Dale, 17,000, more or less, in 1328, and that will also be self-funded?
1328, that is for the salary for that, and their request for a salary for 1328 is going to be on page 564, and it's 71,000.
71,000 because we want to fund a new criminal interdiction position, and it will be self-funded. And then we need a unit, we need a vehicle, and so that's going to be on the next slide. We're going to go into that in a little more detail, but on this making a difference. And I don't know is Commissioner Chesney still listening?
I don't think he could, but
Okay.
we'll make sure that he gets this PowerPoint, and then I know he'll reach out.
Okay, okay. Mike, do you want to talk to him a little bit about?
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing today?
Good afternoon.
Good. Is it afternoon yet? Morning, afternoonish?
It is on the East Coast.
Anything after, my military mindset is anything after 11.
Right.
It's the afternoon to me.
Right.
So what we've done in the last about a year, we've partnered up with 4 other agencies throughout the county, which is the Robstown Police Department, the Bishop Police Department, Nueces County Precinct 3 and Precinct 5 constables, to combine and create this criminal interdiction unit. And the main focus is to proactively hunt down cartel-related crimes, which is money laundering, drug smuggling, gun smuggling, and human trafficking. And through that conglomeration, we've been able to make a huge impact in the South Texas area, an impact that other teams that do similar work have not seen in this area in years. One of there's a local agency as well that does the same type of effort in law enforcement, and even their progression isn't as quick and as obvious as ours is when we're talking the numbers that we've taken off the highways. So we have made a huge impact, not only in Nueces County, but our cases that we've originated here, traffic stops here, have led to some major, what they call OCDF cases, which involves most of the 3-letter federal agencies that deal in narcotics prosecution. So a lot of the stuff that has started here has led to a lot of major border cases here in Chicago, Florida, and New York. So what we do here truly does make an impact in what we're taking off the highway.
So the bottom picture on the bottom left picture, how much was that? And what was that?
That was about $70,000, and he was linked to a female that we had previously knocked off who had cooperated with us. She was arrested with about 70 kilos of meth in her gas tank. We had the opportunity to debrief her, and she gave up information on other vehicles, and because of her effort, and we were able to get this gentleman right here and another 95 kilos of methamphetamine that was also linked to her, got off the highway. So that was a intelligence stop with the Bishop Police Department. And because of the cooperation, Bishop Police Department isn't the only agency that's gonna be getting the money seized from that traffic stop. That is shared equally amongst the agencies that were participating in that event. So through the memorandum of understanding that we have with the agencies, it lists the amount of percentage of the amount of money that each individual agency gets once they participate in each one of these traffic stops and the operations that are included shortly after. So all of these agencies will also get credit for this. So they have far-reaching effects. What starts here?
Can you tell who's part of the unit?
Yes, ma'am. It's the Bishop Police Department. Obviously, our office is a lead office for it. Robstown Police, New Oasis Precinct 3, and New Oasis Precinct 5. And just through the collaboration, we've also have 3 canines that work directly for us. And they're on the highway. Accessibility to them 24/7 if we need them out on the highway.
Mike, I just called it up, although it did not mention drugs per se, but we're starting to, I think, just sort of have some situational awareness about our coastal parks and the coverage that we have out there. We're starting to see, unfortunately, coke wash up on the beach.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm worried about the 3,600 acres that we own in fee, but is not a part of our county, in which case we rely on our constables. I'm gonna address this issue when the constables do come up. But I think that, again, times are a-changing, and it might be worthy of visiting with you to see what kind of coverage we can get out there on the beach. I think that Bob Hall's, all that damage we took to Hurricane Hannah, and no lighting, and it's just a tremendous coverage. And I don't think, I'd love to know what, I'm sure there's many agencies and different task force involved out there in the water, but I don't like what I'm seeing. I've got too many vagrants out there that I can't keep an eye on. I'm looking at it right now, just different reports. Some of it's just silliness, kids, ATVs. I'm not so much worried about that as I am about, as you will recall, there was a pretty heinous murder on the 3,600 acres. That's just something I think that, as I'm trying to help make your case, right? But the justification for expansion, I would like at least for you all to consider our coastal parks area, if that's the case.
Absolutely, and I've had this conversation before with some of the other agencies in the area. I'll be more than glad to sit down and help. I have experience with doing those investigations. I've done them in the past, some pretty significant ones. And the commonality is they'll drop off boats on the south side of the border, or on the south side of the checkpoint. Normally at Port Mansfield, they'll launch across, come up, and they'll come in through pins into the Corpus area. They'll get picked up, loaded. The boat's already preloaded. Usually in the holes between, it can run between, I think the lowest we got was 600 pounds, all the way up to 6,000 pounds in boats.
Yeah.
A little close to home, we actually arrested a gentleman from Kingsville that was doing the fiberglass work down in Rio Grande City, loading the holes with dope.
Yeah.
So it does hit home, and I do have experience in it, so I'll be more than
Okay.
glad to sit down and have those talks.
So, just to cap up, or recap, on 1328, you've got a personnel request and a substantive request, but both are self-funded again.
Yes, so we are requesting a new position. Can you talk to them about the new position you're requesting?
Yes, ma'am. And the reason is, Judge, is these investigations that start locally, they blow up. I mean, just overnight, they blow up fast. And right now, we just don't have the infrastructure and the manpower to support and to vote folks from our agency to be able to collaborate with these federal agencies to work on these cases full-time. For instance, the Bishop case, right? I was in that debrief with that young lady, but I can't be on the highway, working with our partner agencies, and still go down to the valley and do these debriefs with some of these folks. I can't do it by myself.
Understood.
We absolutely need assistance out there, and if we can do that, we'll be able to blow up these investigations even larger. And the reason that they're so important, Judge, is because we're able to work with our federal partners through equitable sharing, doing DAGs,
Yeah.
where we're able to seek equitable sharing funds from these investigations that we're a part of, like really, really big investigations. So it brings money back into the county through our federal partners.
Yeah.
And it's not anymore just the drugs and the money, it's the human trafficking element now as well. We're seeing that human trafficking, we just funded a huge human trafficking seminar. We funded a huge human trafficking seminar. I have to thank Michelle for doing that, and Commissioner Chesney helped us find a location for it. She brought down an incredible speaker. How many officers did we sponsor? 115 law enforcement officers from all over came down for this training. It
Yeah.
was incredible. And it was all funded out of 1328. And it gives them, you know, their hours free of charge, which means you don't have to pay for the constable's office and the sheriff's department, DPS troopers. You had federal law enforcement there. You had agencies drive in from all over the state for
Yeah.
this training. And so the money goes to good use. We've helped CCPD purchase law enforcement books. We've bought equipment for different people. We bought dog kennels for different agencies for their canines. And so we assist where we can, but we're also gonna need a vehicle for this, this new position.
Is that in this budget?
Yes, that's where you get to the entire 71,543.31. So when you look to our ask on 1328, you're going to see, and I have to say also on this, Dale's office works with us. We're not easy to work with on all these judgments, on all these forfeitures and seizures. Lucio and Dale will sit down with us, and when we sit down with them, we take up an hour and a half, with Lisa and Dale and Lucio. So we're grateful to them, because like I said, we're not always easy to deal with when we have to deal with all this seizure
We
and
won't
forfeiture
argue.
stuff. I said it twice, Judge.
No comment.
I think it's 16,000 or 17,000 for the equipment. And then we need the vehicle itself. We've been, you know, kind of harping on that for some time. And we need, the position, I think we're funding it at a 24. And so all in all, it's 71,543.31.
Okay, and good news on the vehicle. So yesterday in court, if anyone was looking, we're embarking on kind of a historic enterprise fleet lease agreement. We're gonna bring in 55 new vehicles. This will keep us in the best vehicles. It'll lower maintenance. If this were to be approved, we would put that vehicle in this rotation, right? And Commissioner Gonzalez asked if we could prioritize law enforcement in that fleet. I think that's probably a very sound judgment call.
Well, we're gonna get to that when we talk about 3520, and I'm gonna hold y'all to that. I'm gonna tell you that.
As I would say, that was a suggestion.
So,
Everybody, the one thing that I will say is everybody works in tandem, right?
yes,
When you're in the room, you're the most important people in the room. But make no mistake, without an auditor, you can't do your job. So then who's priority, right? How about emergency management? How about, you know what I'm saying, it's social services. I want you to know that this is not like an economics lesson, but I feel with this group, it's more important to say, I need you guys back, or at least in some force, you can watch virtually. When we get into the nitty-gritty of the tax rate, it takes $1 billion of ad valorem to create 3 million. We have a statutory revenue cap. What you ask, I've never ever felt was unreasonable. And I doubt that I'll feel any differently after you go through your whole budget. The problem is that there is this much for this much need across the board. And working together, you've given me an idea. Dale is gonna present the budget as he sees it. the rest of us get these budget workshops. Everybody kind of has their own way of doing things. I work for at least a month with our side of the office. Y'all's is, you and the county attorney, I think, are so unique. I'm going to invite you into those meetings. I want you to designate 2 people. That way you can rotate. And you are now invited to my side of the table as I prepare my budget. I want you to see the tough choices that have to be made. And rather than you guys think that you weren't a part of it and we made a decision, I'm going to invite you in to see how it's all going to funnel out. Because to get
Lisa
3.
just looked at me, she's like, let's see if you want what you asked for. Look at her, she's
No, I
laughing.
don't, because I'm like you. I'm an advocate and I like autonomy. But there's no way for me to convince you unless you see what I see from their side. No way. You just, because of the I need to explain what those revenue caps mean to you. And then I also have to explain how the past, we can bitch about this or not. But 12 years ago, we lost 10 cents. We've lost 10 cents on record revenue growth. You know what that could have meant? All of you could have been funded to the nth degree across this board, but that was not the decision of these courts. They made a mistake, in my opinion. We've lost a dime. But now there's no going back. You cannot catch a dime in one revenue cycle. You can barely catch a little bit, but to put a bow on it, Angelica, these lost revenues from these self-funded, I need to know what those are with you, what you need to work with the auditors. Those have a potential of being refunded under the American Relief Plan Act under government services. I do not know that they will be, but if you're telling me that you think you lost 101 fund, I'm gonna make application to see if that's eligible to recoup that 100 grand. And maybe that's how we can, really help you expand in these self-funded ways.
Right.
But distinguish self-funded from your other ones.
Right.
But anyway, you think about it, Mark think about it, designate 2 people. And I say 2 because you're gonna have to work on my schedule.
Right.
And so and whoever you want. Anybody got a business background? Because that's what you need in that room.
1328, the 71, I put the vehicle in 3520. 71 is going to be the new position of the criminal investigator. It's going to be the investigator we already fund out of that position, reclassifying because they now file cases. They do all the service now of subpoenas. We really don't use the constables anymore. And they also do all the witness coordination, which is going to tie into the vehicles, and it's going to be my asset seizure, forfeiture, felony 3 attorney, getting them in compliance with the Corn Ferry study. So it's going to be those 3 things to make up that 71,543.31.
Okay, let's move to 3520.
Okay, so if you want to go to the next slide. So 3520 is
What?
our.
566.
566, okay.
3520 is our general budget, which is where most of these individuals lie. So I want to go over very quickly the increases. Under capital outlay, I'm requesting $15,000 to obtain color scanners for Discovery into Odyssey. Right now, everything we do is black and white. So the defense attorneys end up asking us to provide color copiers, and the courts order us to provide color photographs, color images, give them color anyway. So if we can just do it on the front end and get color scanners for all of the secretaries and just have them scan it in color in the first place, then it's going to delete the duplication effort where they have to do it twice, or sending it down to RICO, or having to do it that way and put the cost on the defense side. That would be great. On non-capital outlay, I'm requesting $1,500 for the external Blu-ray players, which break all the time. Some of this is just replacement. When we first got the new laptops, they didn't come with the Blu-ray players, which all of our cases have. We got laptops that don't have disk drives, so every single case comes.
I thought we switched those out.
No, they switched us to, again, with laptops that don't have disc players. So now all the prosecutors, every time they go to court, have to have a laptop and a disc player. And then you have to carry them. They didn't give us carrying cases, so they break because they have an attachment that comes off, and it's like, it's crazy. And And
Unfortunately,
that-
that's the way most of the new computers are coming out, your new laptops are coming out without the internal stuff to make them
Yeah.
thinner and lighter and make you buy all this
And they
additional
make,
stuff.
yeah, they get you
Yeah.
in the drive-through.
I think you can order them with the disk drive, but it's just more expensive. But, I mean, right now, I'll settle for a better disc player that just has, you know, but so I need to replace
And
them.
discs are gonna be obsolete here pretty soon anyway, so
Well.
we're gonna be moving to something else.
Tell that to PD with Panasonic. So, the expenses, we have a $34,000, it's auditor controlled. We need, a cite and release, we need another copier, it's gonna be a RICO lease for cite and release. We'd like to change again our grand jury lease with RICO to a color. The leased vehicle, we'd like, and we need one more vehicle. We finally were able to fund that new investigator position in 1323 we just talked about, but he doesn't have a vehicle, so we are asking you to add one vehicle to our fleet. And then we also need that one new vehicle for the new position we'd like to create in 1328. And we'll need equipment for that law enforcement unit, and I think Dale put it at, I think that's the one that was 16,000.
Yes.
16,000, I think that's kind of the uniform cost.
And Dale, the copiers, I mean, Michael talked about yesterday having a whole new, you got them? Okay.
These are based on the quotes we received from
Got it.
Rico on the balances of the new copiers, and the colors are always going to be a little more pricey than the rest, but
Right.
we definitely have these in there.
Right, so don't want you to worry about the copiers on Helica, you're gonna get those.
So we started communications back in, gosh, a long time ago. The vehicles that our investigators drive, we asked way back when, we thought we were gonna get new vehicles for our investigators because they drive around witnesses, they serve subpoenas. We didn't make it in that first round of vehicles. We sent emails, we let Michael Robinson know that we were spending more money on repairing vehicles than what they were actually worth, Blue Book value. And there were additional repairs that were needed, and so I'm having to ask for more money in my budget for vehicle repairs, even though it's actually gonna be more to repair them than what they're worth. And so I'm asking to be prioritized on this new set of vehicles, this new lease agreement, because I think people don't understand that our investigators are police. They are law enforcement. They are certified peace officers. They arrest, they file cases, they are law enforcement. I don't know where the mix-up is, yet we do not have report writing software. We've never been given the report writing software. When other law enforcement agencies in the county get things, we don't. We have to get it ourselves. And so I'm asking for the money for report writing software that everybody else in the county has. The constables have it, the sheriff's department has it. I'm asking for the law enforcement vehicles that everybody else has for liability purposes. They go to San Antonio, they go out of county, they pick up witnesses, they serve subpoenas. With trials starting again, the vehicles break down. I've got to get them where they're safe again. So,
So you're asking for the report writing software
yes.
and the prioritization of the vehicles?
Yes, because I want you to think Mike Temez is creating these cases that go federal, and he's just kind of creating a report. I mean, it's a memo. He doesn't have report writing software. It's a memo.
Yeah. How much is that?
$7,500. But you've got to get a subscription and you got to tie it in. And so that's a little harder with our federal money and our money to get into a contract, right? I can buy books because it's a one-time expenditure and I submit a
Right,
bill.
this is licensing.
But to get licensing and contracts and do it on a contractual basis, that's different.
Well, Mike, I mean, we do not have to wait till the next fiscal year. We can work on that immediately. I mean, that's something that we can work on. Anything that's in the necessity of law enforcement is something that you can bring to us anytime. You don't have to wait till budget.
Well, we did. We've got tons of emails with the
Right,
people-
I know what I'm
yeah.
saying, me.
Okay.
Bring it to me.
Okay. So we'll get that then. But so we're asking to get put on a priority with the law enforcement stuff because we're, you know, we've got to, we need the vehicles. But in the meantime, in our budget, we're asking for another 5,000 to switch over to repairs for our vehicles, which we will offset with our travel, will decrease travel. We want to increase our Westlaw to the ProFlex plan. Doug Norman did a lot of research. He really likes that program. And we'll offset from travel to cover that. I think the county attorney's office might be going to that, Tyner. I'm not quite sure.
To ProFlex?
To the Westlaw ProFlex plan. And so we just want to follow suit with them, make it collective, and we'll offset any cost. And I attached the proposal to my budget.
Dale, is Westlaw
I believe that's
like?
the one that Judge
I agree.
Tyler Ford was asking for, so.
And we'll offset the costs. And then the lease vehicle, I think the auditors put in the 29,412, which is going to be my cost if I get the vehicles that I'm requesting. So.
Yeah, that's the list of vehicles that Michael brought the other day for the new version. And of course, if these are all law enforcement, they may take a little while to get here, December or a little bit later on receiving them, but we're trying to prioritize law enforcement to try to get them as quickly as we can. If these new positions are added, we may have to, if we're going to get rid of some of our older fleet, we may give them that until we are able to replace.
Right.
And Michael Robinson just told Mark that we got approved for 5 vehicles
That's
yesterday.
great. Hey, and just so you guys know, I mean, once we get the vehicles, then there's the radio inserts. There's a lot of work that happens after that.
Right.
But also, this is not, you know, I mean, you know this, the supply chain of vehicles in our country is
But like
very,
you're saying,
very
if these are
short.
definitely law enforcement related, similar to what the SO has or constable has,
Yeah.
it takes a little bit more time.
Exactly.
I would
for
need
everything,
6
so.
though. If you give me my new investigator, I need 6 because
Right.
I'm told that even though we bought Mike Temez's vehicle, that counts against our fleet.
Right.
So I need 6.
Right, and we're talking about taking an older vehicle and letting you use that or something. We'll work out a program. Michael?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the schedule is showing that 4 would arrive in November and 1 in December, and that's
Great.
when it arrives at the upfitters. And so then within 4 to 8 weeks from there, we should have the vehicles back.
Right.
And then for departments that need to increase fleet, what we're offering, at least in the interim, is that we would not take a 1-for-1 exchange. And so if there's a vehicle in
Older.
your fleet that you would like to hold on
Keep.
to a little longer until we can get a new fleet added, that we would be willing to entertain that.
Sounds good. Okay, and Michael, I'm gonna get together with you offline here regarding record writing software for CID. Okay?
And also, Your Honor, when they were talking about the color scanners, and that may be something we can try to process this year.
Yeah.
Work with Teresa and
Appreciate that.
that side of it. This is critical. We may be able to do half or maybe a few of them
Something
and
like
get them
that.
started to work.
If I have office supply money, if I can use that to get them, I'll do that.
The only problem is if this is a higher price asset that would need to be tracked, and then we have to send it through a capital improvement type of function. So work with us, work with Teresa, and we'll make sure we get it right.
Okay. I think we went back a little bit, if we can go forward. The last part of 3520 is going to be the personnel request. Like I said, we submitted a memo. We are desperately trying to get our attorneys up to 80% of market P25. So, and then our non-professionals moved up. We are going to be asking for an increase of $384,741.68 to accomplish that. And what that entails is, and you'll see it, each of the attorneys getting moved up steps. Now, I worked with Julie, and I asked questions about how to accomplish that. And what was important was the N number. So if people had longevity, that got taken into consideration, and I made sure that the N number, including benefits, was at that 80% P25.
On page 574 and 575, Your Honor.
And that's how I came up. So you may have a felony 4 where one is at a different pay group than a counterpart felony 4, but it's because of a difference in longevity. But when you look at the end number, it's going to be in that 80% P25 range. So, I know that it sounds, and it is, it's a huge ask when we talk about finding 384,000 and some change. And I know what you're saying, Judge, that it's been a long time and you lost out on a lot of revenue because the tax rate, it wasn't done. But I
If they
feel,
had just kept it steady. Hey, forget increases, if they had just kept it steady,
right,
okay? But I mean, but that's important to understand. In order
Right.
to accommodate those issues that are gonna be just right off the bat, we're gone. I need you guys to be willing to work with us. If 385 is the number, in addition to the other stuff, but a lot of that's self-funded. 385.
well,
or
385 is 3520. Our total is 504, but 119,626 is our self-funded point. So 384 is 3520. That
the
includes
big one.
professional and it includes the non-professional because we are asking to reclassify, like our site and release coordinator, so like we have an admin secretary that we want to turn into an admin secretary 3. Because what you see, for example, is maybe you have an executive secretary in our office and you have an executive secretary in a different department. But our executive secretary supervises 20 people versus that executive secretary who doesn't have anyone they supervise, and they get paid the same.
I know.
But there's
I
not,
know.
there's not another job description, right? So I asked Julie, but I can move him to an admin secretary 3, and the job description matches, it reclassifies him and gives him an increase to match the additional job duty, and they deserve that, because it's not fair that they have the same title.
Yeah.
And they're doing an extraordinary amount
Well,
of additional work.
It's the title that's wrong. We have no business comparing apples
Right.
to oranges. But just so you know, whether you manage 20 people or you manage one, if that one job duty is so uniquely different, I would prefer you not compare to anybody else. Just let me know what your job needs, and then we will appropriately pay scale that job. That's the
Right.
best way to do it. Otherwise, we pit people against each other, and that is not good or productive. They think that they are doing just as much as that person. It's impossible to compare unless you're intimately involved with what they're doing.
Right. So, I've explained it though in that memo in more detail so that you can kind of see where the asks are and why there are requests, especially for the investigators, since they are filing cases now and they're acting as law enforcement in doing that, taking on now the service of subpoenas, and taking that off, because now with cases starting, the constable's offices are gonna get inundated. It's just gonna happen. And we're glad, don't get me wrong, because the county's gonna need that revenue back from the county courts. We desperately need it, and we need to move those cases. So,
Do you have a slide on forfeitures? Did we already do that one? Oh, 135?
that's the federal, it was grouped in.
Part of
We
the
actually are
It's grouped
seeing,
in.
we're
Okay.
seeing additional money in now 0135.
So that.
But
that
we
will-
don't fund anything out of
Right,
it.
that's all fed.
That's all
Okay,
federal
I'm just
money.
gonna mark it off here it's not gonna impact my notes here, my numbers.
They just requested a little bit of a capital outlay for 0135, but they're moving the balances around, so that's all they're requesting.
So it's a neutral?
Yes.
All right, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mark, welcome.
Good morning, Your Honors. Your Honor and Commissioners. I just want to echo everything that Angelica and Mike have said. It's really important, I think, at least in getting a new investigator out there on the road. It's amazing. I know they come up here and they tell you a little story, but if you talk to Commissioner Chesney, he was actually got to see what drug money can actually fund. And that's what Mike Tamez and his crew, I call him, go out there and do. And so if we have a counterpart to Mike Tamez that he can work intimately with more than he does with his other the other agencies, I think that we can multiply and be a, he always uses this word, force multiplier. He
Yeah,
always,
we
I
do
don't-
too here.
He says it all the time. I don't even know what it really means, but I know it means more. And so if he's being very successful by himself, I think with another additional investigator, it can only be a force multiplier, and which in turn will allow us to fund those trainings. We even funded food. Think about that. Commissioner Chesney probably bit off too much more than he thought about, but he said, I'll fund all the food for the training. I said, it's like $4,500. So I called him, I said,
We got away with it out of 0135. We understand the county policy doesn't
I
allow
was gonna
it
say.
out of county money. You're gonna stress them out, Mark.
Well.
0135 allows it.
okay, well,
0135.
either way, I was very honored that he would pay out of his pocket. But I told him, this is exactly what this task force is set up to do. Turn that drug money or bad money or anything like that and turn it into good things. And we've done so. We can give you 100 examples, whether we bought body cams for Driscoll, whether we bought bulletproof vests for Agua Dulce, or whether we bought kennels for dogs out of Robstown, or just taking drugs, huge amounts of drugs going north and cash going south, in which we were able to use. And so I would love to have 4 or 5 Mike Tamezes. I know there's only one of you, sir, but I would like to have a lot of investigators. If you look towards the south, the county of Cameron County, their investigators, there's about 40 of them from the DA's office. That means they have 40 cars. They got 40 investigators. And I'm hoping that we can grow our task force, but obviously it takes the approval of the court just to even get one more. And it's a long process. I've been
Right.
trying to get cars for our guys forever. But
Yeah.
I'm glad, it's taken 5 years, but I'll be happy to wait as long as it takes.
Hey, listen, we see the value. There's no doubt. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity before we close down to greet the court and to echo that obviously your programs, Mark, are novel and innovative, and they're, noticed around the country. And we saw Cite and Release downstairs this morning. You obviously have an incredible group of people who are committed to be here this morning with us. I'm one of you, right? I hold the same license you do. I treasure that license. I'm always mad that I don't get to practice law anymore. I don't even get to, I have to sometimes get a fix and just go upstairs and lean in a little bit. I'm the daughter of a prosecutor, a federal prosecutor. Highly motivated me and influenced me to be who I am today. If you guys are complete, I wanted to close out because it's not lost on me that, I'm doing my quick little scan, at least 30 of you are here. And,
Who's working?
well, sometimes work requires a different type of advocacy, but there's something that needs to be said. And I need to say it and I need to close. So I do want to ask you that, has everybody had the opportunity to visit with the court about their needs, their resources, and some of the, provided we're very impressed with all the documentation that we have. And I really liked your PowerPoint, by the way. I think it's very helpful as we go back. We're catching over 30 departments. When I go back in time, it'll serve a very good purpose for us.
Are we going to get a copy of that? Can we?
We'll provide.
Connie?
I've given it already.
Okay, so you'll get it to us?
I'll email it to you as soon as we're
Yeah.
done here for lunch.
All right.
Yeah, let me see. Well, I've talked to Will already, and Mike Palmer?
I'm good, Judge.
You are? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate y'all signing in. So here's what I want to do before lunch, is address something that really stuck with me. And it was that one of your brethren really feels strongly that this county does not appreciate them and does not understand the sacrifices that all of you make. And that we're not really doing, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm using a letter here. We're not doing enough, and it's quite demoralizing. And I just want you to know that I don't sleep at night because of these types of demoralizing concerns. And I want to say that I agree with you. It is demoralizing. But I disagree with you that you are not valued, and I disagree that you are not appreciated. And I want you to know that it's not just me that feels that way. We have 2,000 plus people that work here, and the last 15 months, 16 months has taught me that I know exactly what I value, and I value you. And if I could make money up here, I would. If I can get ARPA money to do good for us, to strengthen our county's fiscal health, that allows us the opportunity, to increase salaries, we will. I'm a beast when it comes to working hard, period. Full stop. I have literally driven myself insane to try to get us the money that we needed from COVID when they denied it. Every department feels like you do. Every single one of them. And not one of them is less important than you. And you need to understand that. From our hospital district employees to our social services, I have literally cried a river of tears over how many people have literally lost themselves in these jobs being paid the worst wages. And when nobody was here in this courthouse, Mike Temez was. He was here with me. Angelica was here with me. And many others. Mike, you were here with me. Okay? So don't think for a second that I don't know what it means to you. And unfortunately, that almighty dollar makes a difference. I've got kids in college. I've got debt. I'm just like you. I get it. I get it. And I want you to know that when you all come in force, I get that. I get what you're trying to tell me too. And I hope that you can also appreciate from my tone what I'm trying to tell you too. I'm going to do my very best. And I bet that each one of us will do it too. But I'm going to also let you know right now, because it's unfair to give you an impression that somehow there's a sack over here and we're being stingy with it. It just doesn't work that way. And whenever you hear things like, well, they're spending money on this or that or consultants or that, let me just tell you something. I put myself to the highest standard. You have a question, you think we've done something, you come to me, right to my office, and you ask me to justify it. Because I promise you, I got to justify it to myself. And if anybody knows who my dad is, I got to justify it home because I'm still his daughter. I have to justify everything we do that has a rate of return. And I dare anybody to find something that this court has not done that has not brought forth significant impact, just like you do. I follow your lead, the way you put money in the field to get that rate of return on investment. And if I had an extra million, it would be a no-brainer to give you everything that you need. But what I really want you to get is that you need to come with us to Austin and hear what they say about counties and county government and the unfunded mandates that they give us. You ought to see our true CAFR, really understand it and read it and understand even this legislative session, we're going to be saddled even with more unfunded mandates. County government is the most misunderstood government and one of the most important structures. Please use your voices and your clearly presence way beyond this courtroom. I cannot do it all for you, and neither can my colleagues. It's impossible. But we will finish what we started 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we made a major transformational change. One that certain people here, namely Gonzalez, has been asking for a decade. And we did it, and I'm not saying that sometimes it's just the right gumbo. And maybe we have the right recipe to get what you need. But it is not because we do not value you. And I'm sorry that you feel this demoralization. My hope is that we can turn it into you feeling pride in working here. You may not get what you deserve, but I never want any of you to feel demoralized, because what you do matters. It matters to this county, to the children, to the victims. I care about your health. I care about your feelings and your work product. So I want you to know that those letters impact me. They really do. And I'm just one of 5. But I will spend probably 30 days straight working on the numbers, trying to convince that guy right there and his staff that, well, if we just did this and we just moved that. But I promise you, I understand the sacrifices that you make. And I know it's not much. But let us close by saying thank you once more. Thank you for everything that you do. Will, for the kids especially, your movement over there. For a prosecutor to come in here and tell me we need more money in MST when Homer didn't even ask for it, I know you care. I know everything about the One Heart program. It matters. So I hope that gives you a little bit of optimism. I'm going to do everything I can. But no department is ever going to get everything they need because there just isn't enough dollars to go around. But we will do everything we can to get you as much as we can. And that's my pledge to you as an individual. I'm one member. Mark, if there is anything else that, we can address for you, that this fiscal cycle, like Dale said, the copiers, the remote the report writing software. I don't know. Anything else?
Cars.
Let us know. Cars.
We'd like some nice chairs like the auditor has.
Well, then,
The secretaries,
this is the magic lamp today.
they just need chairs. I'll go rub it if you don't get the
Yeah.
chairs for the secretaries.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I, want to hear it. I also want to share with you that whether it's the ME office or yesterday we heard from, we were doing the Elderly Abuse Awareness Month and we kind of got shell-shocked. We know that you're willing to work with us also, and we appreciate that. If you did not hear what happened in court yesterday regarding that presentation, I would go home and roll tape, and let's talk about it. We're here to work together. By the way, it is raining money in many ways federally, and putting our heads together in more ways. Whatever we can't make here, maybe we can find another way. Just promise me that you will keep the faith. If you can't keep the faith, I'm going to be honest with you. We're in the wrong line of work. That's how I feel about it.
As you said, Your Honor, we're trying to find the lost revenue, if I can work with Mark and some of his staff on his pretrial diversion funds. If we know there's a loss of revenue there, if we can get some support from them on how much we are talking about, so when we try to recoup that revenue.
Yeah.
I was looking at it, and I'm thinking it's gonna be about 175.
That's good.
About 175 to 180.
Just we need to make sure we try to determine if is it due because of the number of cases or number of this or the number of fees. So we just need to make sure we qualify with whatever the Treasury Department's gonna request. So we just wanna work with you. If the case number's
Yeah.
down, that's definitely.
Well, I think it's gonna be because we didn't have side release and because you didn't have a county court docket in a year and
Yeah.
3 months.
So let's work together and let's find out the best way
All
to
of
try and
those
get it.
dollars can come back.
We may wanna get more than that. So if we can get more than that, let's try.
Sounds good.
Yeah. You're good. You're good, Mark. You're a good leader. You have a great outfit. You have a lot of dedicated people. And I get it. It's been a hard 15 months.
No, I know that, as you said, you're an attorney and all of us here, most of us here are, and for a year we didn't get to do what we normally do.
Yeah.
So it's been very different. But I'm glad to say that we're back, and we're trying cases, and it feels good. I hate wearing a suit, obviously, but in the courtroom, I have no choice, and it felt good to wear a suit. And so I'm looking forward to moving as many cases as possible. And I know our staff is gearing up to move all the cases that are set for jury trials.
Mark, yesterday in court, we also had a good presentation. I hope that you feel like we have made a difference in the Panasonic in the video downloading. For $8,000, we are able to really change the speed. If that is not the case, then you need to let us know. I'm getting the body language, that's not the case. I will bring Mr. Collins back in, but there is an $8,000 fix versus the $116,000. That's not to help the defense attorneys, that's just to help you. There's a different price tag for that over there. But that was the report that was given in court. If that's not accurate, why don't we work offline here to get that done? But that was what was reported to us, is that Mr. Earwood, our new CIO, and you guys had worked together, and that there was major progress.
And Judge, we'll speak offline if you like,
Okay.
regarding Panasonic, and every one of them deal with that on the daily, and so there's probably a lot of input.
Show of hands, any prosecutors that have had issues with Panasonic, raise your hands.
Yeah, but did anybody who met with Peter Collins? Because they said,
We've had constant communications with him.
he said that
Anyone
he's,
who's lost video on Panasonic had,
We can, I mean, if you would like, we can have him come in and show us what
well,
we
he
made.
came to tell me we fixed it yesterday, so I want to know what's going on.
We can communicate with him, and then, like I said, if he's open to coming and showing us how,
Yeah.
you know, maybe we just don't know what we need to be doing.
Yeah, he came in yesterday and
Okay.
and said that that we had increased the speed, the processing. I mean, we went from hours down to minutes.
the processing is not the issue. The videos get lost. They don't show up. You can't find them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're gone. I think is Haley in here?
Sure,
Where's
okay.
Haley? So, Haley, how many videos have you lost?
Your Honor, it's a huge issue for our county right now with the Panasonic system. We are sending people to prison, we are gearing up for trial, and it is virtually impossible for me as an officer of the court yesterday in the 148th District Court, I had to announce not ready on serious cases. Some where defendants have spent 200 days in jail, 800 days in jail, and I'm having to tell the judge, I'm having huge issues with the Panasonic, and it's not right, and I appreciate all the help that the county and my bosses have done on this, but we need help, and we're asking for your help.
I'm really glad that I threw that out. I am going to make this my pet project. I know we can help in this regard. I know we can. Let me work with you. I know your schedule's probably tight, but let me work with you. I'm gonna use that as an example of the urgent need. But I will tell you that I'm very upset now because he came in yesterday and I really felt like we had made great progress. Let me go back to the drawing board with you because you've got a real live example.
Yes, and just to add to that, every time we don't turn over video evidence, it's forcing our hand and we're telling them, this is a violation of Brady v. Maryland. We have an obligation, as you're aware of, and Michael
Yeah.
Morton, to turn over this evidence. And it's not right. Prosecutors have lost their livelihood and been sent to prison, and these are why these laws exist. In our office, we have a duty to turn this over, and every prosecutor here is struggling, and we need help, or we're not gonna be successful.
Yeah, this is gonna be a top priority for me. I'm gonna make the call during lunch, and then I'll
you're
get back
trying,
to you.
Judge. Peter Collins has been incredible. He's been
Yeah.
supportive. Greg Johnson has been supportive. They've been helpful. Please don't take this as.
Oh, no, I don't.
mean,
Well,
they are trying.
Yeah.
It's the system.
In case y'all didn't know, I'm mean. I don't, it's not about being helpful, it's about being productive. We finish tasks here, I mean, we're all nice people, right, supposedly?
I had to say it twice when I
Yeah.
said it. so-
No. This is not, acceptable. We need to get this problem solved. Let me go back to the drawing board, and I'm just gonna need you to be there with me, but, And in fact, I've got an appointment with Zanoni this afternoon, so I'm gonna put, I've left him out of it because I thought we could solve it differently. Let me bring him in as well.
They said the city was doing okay too.
Yeah, I know. So let's go back to that. Y'all go to lunch and let us know. This is not the final say. We'll see you guys again.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you all for what you do.
Meeting, there we are. Well, we're ready to commence with our afternoon budget workshop for our new fiscal year 21-22, and we've got Judge Joe Benavides. We've got a lot of great judges here, Santana and Lawrence and Woolsey, and what we're going to do is start with Department 3600.
Page 576, Your Honor.
That's on page 576. Yes?
Yes, please. Good mic.
Oh, wait.
Thank you. Got it. We're also joined by Judge Gonzalez's court as well.
Okay, good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to explain our quick overview of our budget. We broke it down in four phases here on the budget. Next slide. One is the overview, which is 1, need for personnel, 2, revenue, 3, safety. Then we go over to the personnel request, which is revenue and personnel are interchangeable. Need personnel to keep up with filing to produce revenue. Now we go to the third one, revenue. A will show exactly the amounts that were the revenues that were coming in for 2019, 2020, and also the 5-year total within all the JP courtrooms. And then, of course, we're going to speak about safety. And we have a letter, suppose you all have a packet, a letter of 2013, which I drafted, submitted to all the commissioners back in 2013 to include the former County Judge Lloyd Neal, and also a couple of videos of the breach of the courthouse and other courthouses throughout Texas. Next slide. The total cases, which is accounted for through OCA, the Office of Court Administrators. In 2019, we had a total of all the JPs within Nueces County Civil. We had 10,167 cases, criminal 21,760, meaning a total of 31,927 within the Nueces County JP courtrooms. In 2020, we had a total of civil cases, 8,654, criminal, 15,843. And this is, think about it, during the pandemic, a total of 24,000 cases, 497. The overall JP revenues totals of 2019 is $4,111,805. 2020, over $3 million. 5 total years equaling to $13,832,242. And this is directly straight from OCA.
Connie, can you go to that slide 6 so we can see the 2020? So that reduction, Dale, we might have a COVID, we might be.
That's what we're working on now.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I don't like it, guys, but you'll forgive us where we have the opportunity to collect lost revenues. So we like that you've been chronicling it. Can you go to the next slide to see 2021?
They're showing total, but we're kind of breaking it a little bit further
Oh, I
down based
see.
on fines, fees, and all the other type of stuff to try to
I
best
gotcha.
allocate it.
If I could go back to overview, the graph that what I was explaining, the total cases and the overall JP revenue totals.
That one?
Next. That one right there. I'm sorry, go up. Next, up. And that one's it right there. Okay. Total cases and overall JP revenue totals. Okay, now, I talk about a case. But a case within all the JP courtroom deals with a lot more than just saying we have one case. And we had a total, like I said, in 2019, 31,927. In 2020, 24,497. But this is what a case represents. It represents the people, law enforcement, clerks, citations, the DA's office, court administration, jury, jurors, and constables. So one case deals with a lot of things that we have to do, our clerks have to do to make definitely sure that one case goes forward in our courtroom. Next. Now what I'm going to do is talk about revenue and how all this adds up to every year and what JP courtrooms have accumulated so much per JP courtroom, okay? So we have Nueces County Justice Court's 2019 revenue totals. As you can see here, there's 3 major courtrooms within the 9 Justice of the Peace courtrooms, and that generates pretty much over $700,000 per year. In 2019, you could see right here that the JP courtroom accumulated $766,000. Judge Wosley, $747,000, and Judge Gonzalez out in Robstown, $746,000. But to let everyone know that it takes all of the JP courtrooms to accumulate the total revenues for this county. So even if it was 370 from Judge Santana, if it was 278 from Judge Rubio, what matters is that all this is combined, cumulative, that helps us bring revenue into the county of Nueces. Next page. As you can see, we have the 2020 revenues here, the total of $3.2 million, and it shows you exactly the same 3 courtrooms, plus others that are really trying very hard to accumulate and stay on top of all the other cases. But due to the pandemic of 2020, we stayed abreast. All the courtrooms did, and I'm not trying to derail any courtroom from getting recognized for what they bring into the county, but it takes, like I said, a team effort of all the JPs to bring and accumulate revenues for the county of Nueces. As you can see, my courtroom, JP 11, $750,000 brought in revenue in 2020. Judge Wosley, $617,000, and then Judge Gonzalez, $746,000 for 2020. And then with all the other JP courtrooms, we amassed $3.2 million. Next. The 5-year revenue totals, $13.2 million. So you see how everything gets adjusted now, and it accumulates all the amounts that every JP courtroom has accumulated in revenues for the county of Nueces. You know, JP 11, $2.5 million. Judge Santana, 1.6. Judge Rubio, 1.3 million. Judge Wosley, 2.6 million. Judge Rodriguez, 1.5 million. And then we get to, I think this one's, Wosley, 2.6 million. Rodriguez, 1.5 million. And then you have JP3, 1.6 million. And then Gonzalez at 2.5 million. JP4, 1.1 million. And then you have JP4 at $600,000. But as I've always said and stated, that it takes everyone to accumulate so much revenue for the county of Nueces, and that's why we are urging the Commissioners Court County Judge to look at some type of revenue, some type of raises for our county clerks. Let it be the discretion of the commissioners and the county judge. Next slide. April 13, 2021, quarterly judges meeting, a motion was raised and seconded to increase the justice civil fees. Next. And these are the schedules of the filing and service fees effective 1 January 2021. And we were trying to understand, or I better understanding the process of having the fees raised. And this is a state legislator's position, but it is up to the Commissioners Court and the county judge to lobby to have these fees raised by the state. As of now, we are filing fees for evictions of $46. Small claims, debt claims, repair remedies, $46 across the board. Pretty much all the writs are $5 each. We know for a fact that if we could have these fees raised by the state, that we would be making much, much more revenue for the county of Nueces. Next slide. I'm going to go straight into the safety, and I have my colleague, Judge Henry Santana. We're going to talk about the safety of our courtrooms, JP 11 and JP 12. And next slide. The issue of security in the justice courts has been one that has been raised for many, many, many decades. Budgetary constraints and financial concerns are cast aside when tragedy strikes, and we in Nueces County don't want that to happen here in our courtroom. At the present time, and in the anti-government position that a growing constituency has taken, security in our most hallowed and revered places, such as the courthouse, must take precedence. And that was a letter I sent to all the commissioners and the former county judge about the situation in the justice courts of Precinct 1 and Precinct 12. Next slide.
Ready?
Ready. If you could view this tape here in this video.
And the other one?
The other one. County judge, commissioners, state law. Courtrooms must be open to the public, no matter what. Took me less than 7 seconds just to walk in to Judge Santana's courtroom and into my courtroom from the front door. Next. I recommend that those glass doors be sealed and have the main windows at the front of those two doors. If you all could see that, I took a picture of it. Instead of constituencies going into the lobby area towards the windows, I recommend that this is secured by a wall and a window, where they could just go straight up to the window. Next slide.
Hold on a moment. Right next to it. Yep, but my speakers were turned
The
off.
day was just getting started. All is calm in the city of Dallas tonight, much different from the chaos that played out hours ago, not far from here. The day was just getting started when a masked gunman began shooting into the federal courthouse in broad daylight. The suspect was killed in a shootout with federal officers. The FBI.
Okay, as of now, in Texas shootings in courthouses, we have a total of 18. And the recent one was with Judge, I think it's Julie Kocerek, Judge Julie Kocerek, and she was pretty much ambushed at her house. And what we want to make definitely sure it doesn't happen here. And on this one video we just saw, it was a gunman that was right next to the door waiting to get in. And we just don't want that to happen. And what we have done was talk to our constable, Robert Cisneros, and this is the recommendation, and he fully supports he knows we have an issue there. And he fully supports us having a bailiff full-time, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, just as long as the Commissioner's Court and the county judge allows him to have an additional constable, and that he would take care of our courtroom by having someone placed. And Judge Santana, my colleague Judge Santana, and I had agreed that we could change our hearings. For instance, I could have my cases heard in the morning. He could have his in the afternoon. We're very, our communication link is opened up very much, and I think that would be the best thing as of now as a temporary solution to the security and the safeguarding of our constituency, our staff, and personnel that go into the courthouse. Next slide. Next slide. I wanted to talk a little bit about a court clerk that is definitely needed in my courtroom. As you all see, the type of cases that are brought into my courtroom, one of the largest utilized courtrooms, JP courtrooms in the county of Nueces. And I'm requesting 2. And I explained all the amounts of money. And I know for a fact that the county judge and the commissioners, those that have been through my courtroom, see what goes on down there. And we're just understaffed, overworked, and we don't want mistakes to occur in our courtroom. And when you have personnel that are understaffed, that is what's going to happen. We're going to have issues, errors within the courtroom, and I want to just make definitely sure that our courtroom is staffed appropriately. Out of the Texas Justice Courts, it is, for my courtroom, I should have 4 permanent court clerks and a court manager. As of now, I have a court manager and 3 clerks and a temp. And once again, I thank the commissioners and the county judge for assisting us in maintaining our temporary clerk. And I kind of broke down the pay group for 14-01, step 1, and annually we'll be spending about $31,012.80 per clerk, the $14.97 an hour, biweekly $1,192. The estimated benefits that I kind of put together would probably add up approximately $6,286.30 of total for the 2 clerks would be $74,598.19. The chart you see in front of you right now is the cases that are being submitted, petitions, through my courtroom. And it is continued to rise. It's continued to grow. And I know for 2020, we were the highest revenue courtroom during the pandemic. We didn't stop. My courtroom and some of the other JP courtrooms, they leave their courtrooms open during lunch. I do. We use a system that I pretty much utilized in the military, is that we have a couple of clerks go to lunch. It's a shift type lunch. So the constituencies that want to pay their bills and all that could do it during lunchtime. So we're actually open from 8 to 5 with not terminating just because of lunch. We keep it open for the constituency. So next slide. And this is what's happening right now during the 2020 graph. Shows you the cases that are brought in. Next slide. And I'm going to conclude by saying that I urge the commissioners and the county judge that it is, I would think, most advantageous to definitely have at least 1, if not the 2 that I requested, personnel for my courtroom, and also safety for the courtrooms of my colleague Judge Santana and I for the justice courts. Let it be temporary, let it be permanent, but we do need a bailiff that's centered there for the safety of our constituency, our staff, and the people that go into the courthouse. County Judge, Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions,
Thank you.
Commissioners?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Judge, on those 2 doors, the glass doors,
Thank
instead of building a wall there and just put 1 window or 2 windows?
2 windows, 1 for Judge Santana and 1 window
Would
for...
you have a wall inside there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner.
I think it's pretty doable. I mean, I like that. I think it'd be good.
Yes, sir.
And, that way they won't be in front of the window where everybody else is at, so.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So, it's a good idea.
What I don't like about your space is that it doesn't allow for courthouse security. In other words, it's just not a good location, because there's no way, the only way I can see it working where you pass through security is you go in and then turn around and come back out.
Yes, ma'am.
And so there's court, just so you know, I mean, it's not gonna get solved immediately, but this court is looking at maybe bringing home some services. We have veterans and social somewhere else. But a courtroom is a courtroom, right?
Correct.
And so even with constitutional carry, your courtroom is still different.
Yes,
It's a
ma'am.
different animal. I don't know, we're always thinking and looking, but we're really much more geared to courthouse securities today than ever, so thanks for bringing that up. I noticed that, so we had when you had your retreat with your
Yes, ma'am.
office, I got a chance to attend, and you all had a really robust plan for our future on how to really create some serious new revenue. Do you have those documents that you might want to,
Yes, ma'am, I had it on the slide. I think it was on slide.
but did I see it?
But the issue that we have, the obstacle we have is that it has to be approved by the state.
Right, but we can still
Yes, ma'am.
think about where that, in other words, right, I told a group this earlier, now is the time. We plan a year in advance or a year and a half in advance. But I know you have your slide, but the ladies have a lot of
Yes,
backup
ma'am.
documentation.
Yes, ma'am.
In other words, I wanted you to explain to the court, would you explain to me how upstairs, your occupational licenses are $315, downstairs they are, how much?
Yes, 315 across the board on all civil filings. So that was, we have our fees that are running from $46, $49, and then you go up to the district clerk for the county court or the district, it's 315 across the board for filing
It's
fees.
the same thing, so.
Yes, same thing, ODL,
So the idea
debt.
that y'all came up with is, what if we were to suggest a reasonable amount, could be a lot less, it could be half that, $150. That
Absolutely.
would totally change your profile, but still give a great incentive to come downstairs.
Yes, ma'am. And that's what we're trying to do, and I think we're gonna have to try to get a team together to advocate or
Yeah.
lobby the state to have those
Right.
fees increased.
So next court, I'm gonna see if your schedule will allow. Our team will be here to report, our consultant team. And this is what they do in the off-season. There's interim hearings that we could request. That would probably fall in Chairman Coleman's territory. I think it could be not criminal, it could be jurisprudence, but we could ask for a hearing, in the interim on this matter, so we could start vetting what the problems are if there were to flag any. But, this is a really good idea, because it still creates a lot of value, but it completely changes your revenue model. You could
Yes, ma'am.
afford everything you want if we had that new fee. All of us could, all of you could.
Judge Wilsey, I would like to have Judge Wilsey up
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
And she has a couple of words to say.
Judge, I just think the reason is the way it is back then, because that was the people's court, right? And the people could go to the JP court, they don't need attorneys, so they pay their own fees, whatever, so I think this is why it all started, where the fees were low.
Commissioner.
I don't know if it's going up, I'm sure, it can.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I think that's why it is.
I think the county
I'm sure
judge
you're
is right on point where we could at least bring it, they're
Yeah.
315.
No, no.
We could
do
bring it from
half.
46 to 100 and,
No, it's
25.
workable, don't get me wrong.
Yes, sir.
It's workable.
Yes,
but-
sir.
Yeah, he's just telling you why it
Yeah,
started out that way.
right.
It's just, but it hasn't been changed in how long?
Oh, shoot, decades.
Decades. So I guess what I'm saying is, yes, we can still keep it low, but we can acknowledge
Reasonable.
that,
Yes, ma'am.
that $100 would still be appropriate.
Judge Benavides, you also are in need of space. When I go into your area, I see boxes stacked up, almost ceiling high.
Yes, sir.
So, we also need to think about getting you all a little bit bigger area.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have, really, I push it very hard because we don't want the risk manager involved here. So I push my clerks to make definitely sure that we start sending as much as possible, because you have certain retention dates, you could keep those files in the courtroom, which is 2, 3, 5 years. So once those years come up, we make definitely sure that we expedite those files to the storage area.
Very good.
Yeah. I think our future is, and Kevin Kieschnick, our tax assessor, is always thinking about this, but eventually motor vehicle registration probably will not be on first floor. And that's when we can really create some really strong JP courtrooms in
Well,
there.
or since Commissioner Modas is out of the room, we could just give you his office while he's not here. Would that be okay?
And I have, Judge
Yes,
Wilsey's going to
please,
say
Judge.
a
Come
couple
on.
things about the fees.
Welcome, Judge.
Here you go, ma'am.
I'm just going to bring up a couple of things. I have some printouts here of what our fees are, but the one that just hit me yesterday, because I had a new tow hearing. And when you see what we're allowed to charge, it's $20, and it cost us. Under the law, we have to send out the notices by regular first-class mail and certified return receipt mail to every party. owner of the vehicle, owner of the apartment, the towing company. So yesterday, my new towing hearing cost over $26 in out-of-pocket cost so that we could collect 20. That's what I'm talking about. There are a number of other things. We can't change that fee, but there are other additional fees that could be added to this. I've talked with other county clerks and JPs. Boy, they collect a fee on everything that they're allowed. For example, an occupational driver's license. So we do them, I think the district clerks, district courts charge $246, isn't it?
Yeah, we just said
Yeah.
$315.
And we charge 46. And then we have to provide certified copies. Well, just one place we could raise the price is because we charge for one certified copy, but we have to certify two, one to send to the DPS and one to give to the defendant, to the petitioner. So there's a number of places where we can gradually increase our revenue without having to go to the state legislature or whoever makes those big decisions up there. So that's all I wanted to say about those fees. It's just, when you take a case at a loss, that's not right.
Right, I make this argument every legislative session, and unfortunately, the light gov doesn't see it that way. But I will tell you that we can, again, use the interim, time to try to create a different outcome. And what I've noticed is our best successes is when we get to them early and use your data. And all we're asking is fair. We're not trying to make a killing here, but $6 more makes a lot of sense to me if that's what it's costing, right?
Other taxpayers are having to pay for somebody else to have a towing hearing.
That's correct, and that's what we want to emphasize to the legislature. I'd love those copies of whatever you brought, that'd be great, or a copy of it. So I would like to see, Dale, what we can raise and obviously we know what we can't, but Judge brings up maybe a good point in that second set of certified copies. Wherever we can tag on, let the court at least contemplate it.
Yeah, we look at all those fees every time that we get a new laws coming in. My internal audit staff looks there, and most of the fees that we can charge, we're already at max.
I see.
And but some of these other ones, as they're talking about, we may be able to add transaction fees or certified fees or some other costs, and we'll definitely look into those.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Judge Wilson. Now I'm going to go ahead and bring up
Yes.
another colleague of mine,
Yes.
Judge Larry Lawrence.
Yes, Judge, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The only thing I have is that for the last 2 years, I believe it is, we've been trying to participate with the Bishop CISD's early work release program they have.
Okay.
It was formerly called the DECA program. The problem with that is that the students that they send to us for a possible part-time job, they meet the school district criteria, but they don't meet Nueces County's because they're under 18 years of age. They're always 17. And I was just wondering if there was any way that could be changed for that particular program.
I know we're working with the HR would need to be here because I know we worked with the county clerk on the election side of it to hire some students.
Yeah, Julie's right here. Yeah, I'd like, maybe we could do a carve out, Julie. We've talked about that before on election. Judge, I
Yes.
think we are gonna get you together with Julie so we can talk about those programs. Julie, if we have the ability as a court to make that change, I think that sounds like a reasonable
Okay,
request.
and the reason I'm asking now is because I don't know how long it would take to make that particular policy change. But
Well, if-
their program started at the beginning of the school year, which would be early part of
Yeah.
August, so.
I mean, if we have the power to do it, we can change it. And I think it's just a matter of working with HR and,
Are we gonna be paying them?
I'm sorry?
Are we gonna be paying them?
Yes.
so it's all Department of Labor stuff. I think Julie can help, at least fortify whether or not it's an absolute no.
Yeah, it's part-time. They
Yeah.
have to have a minimum of 15 hours a week, I believe it is.
pay them.
Yeah.
Or a maximum, I think it's a maximum of 15 hours a week through their program, so,
And you have temporary money.
yes.
It's great. Okay, well, then we're gonna get you two
Well, it was in
together.
the budget last year, and it's in the budget this year, so
Okay.
I don't,
Sure. Is-
whether or not I have it or not, I don't know yet.
Right, but that's the contemplation. That's
Right.
that's the
Yes,
funding
ma'am.
source.
It'll be similar, excuse me,
Go
it'll
ahead.
be similar to our interns, and the interns have to go through an educational program, and so you have to document the program that they're going through to give them credit at school.
Yeah.
And so if you sign, I'm sorry, if you sign off on all of that educational part of it, then we can make it happen. It's just a matter of changing the age.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, great.
And Judge, that's a good program, because I went through it when I was going to high school.
Yes, sir.
I worked at the old courthouse.
Yes, sir.
It's a good program.
To go forward, want to urge all the, I don't know if we have Judge Gonzalez on the,
So we have his office on the line. Actually, you know what? They're no longer. Oh, yes, they are. It's AF. It's who? Okay.
the court manager for
Hi.
Judge Gonzalez.
Oh,
Do you want to, did you want to ask him a question, Judge?
Raul, do you have anything to say to the Commissioner's Court, the county judge?
Yes, sir. Being that, good afternoon,
afternoon.
to the Commissioners Court, judges. Because of, I guess y'all know that the judge right now is in the hospital, so he asked me to do the, proposal for the items that we need for our office. I did, scan and send the documents this evening, so they should be being presented to you guys. You should have a copy of it. There was one addition to it, and it starts with, this is my budget request for Department 3650 on behalf of Judge Robert Gonzalez. We're requesting a color inkjet printer with the same features as his current one to replace the color printer that he has on his personal desk. This is the first color printers that were issued to the judges, the JP judges. It is no longer reliable, and parts needed for it need to be special ordered. We've replaced the parts, the print heads and everything on them. And IT really recommended that it was too old and we should be replaced. That's the only color printer that we have in the office, and that is on the judge's desk. So, and all the judges have a color printer in their desk, as far as I understand. We have a laser printer. We are asking for a replacement on it with the same volume and capacity as the current printer. This is the one we use mainly for the receipts, for documents that we print out, plea forms and everything that we got to the general public. This is to replace our HP LaserJet P4015TN. This is the office main printer for receipts, documents, etc. Has been reprinted several times, and currently we are having problems with quality of the print. We are using the copier Ricoh for most of the office printing, which brings our Ricoh count higher. And you know, the contract with Ricoh, it's more expensive rather than maintaining a laser printer, a black laser printer just for our office. This printer is about 8 to 10 years old. We're asking for an extra laptop for the Zoom hearings. For those, and this is for hosting the Zoom meetings. When you host the Zoom meetings on the laptop, you have a different menu, and it makes it easier with the laptop rather than an iPad. The iPad, the judge uses it when he's hosting the hearings, but the laptop is the one as whoever the clerk is. If it's juvenile cases, juvenile clerk. If it's criminal cases with the ADA, it's our criminal case clerk, and the other one is for the civil cases. So instead of using, I have a laptop, which they brought in rather than a desktop. But if I use that one, it kind of, I need something mobile to be able to move away from the main office where there's a lot of noise and distractions. The judge, the judge is also asking for a bulletproof vest for himself. With the current gun laws changed by the governor, it raises the odds of a disgruntled defendant constituent coming armed with bad intentions. Even though we're doing Zoom hearings, the judge still sees people, walk-ins. He's usually alone with the defendants in the courtroom, putting him in possible life-threatening situations. He's asking also that we have a plastic window in front. He's asking that for a bulletproof front window. The measurement is 25 by 39. It would entail just changing the glass type. And again, with the current gun laws changed by the governor, it raises the odds of the disgruntled defendant coming in, deciding to do the wrong thing, making my staff and myself vulnerable. This puts us in a possible grave or life-threatening situation. Remember, we are in the Johnny Calderon building, which always has a lot of traffic, people coming through for tax payments, vehicle registration, people in probation. Those of you that have been to the Johnny Calderon building, it has a lot of activity. There's always a lot of people coming in and out. One thing that was not, that was let out in the scan document, I will rescan it and send it, is we also are in need of one more brother scanner, model number ADS 2400. Those are the desktop scanners. We have 3 clerks that work in the front office with the people directly. And the scanners are the desktops used to input documents into the Odyssey system. And I guess that's about it. I do have our long-term goal and short-term goal. I don't know if you want that read to the Commissioners Court. Since I have it here, let me take the time to. Our long-term goal for this fiscal year is to serve the citizens of Nueces County by impartially applying the law to the case at hand, provide an efficient and convenient forum to resolve alleged Class C misdemeanor violations as well as civil matters within the court's jurisdiction, comply with record management, retention responsibilities in addition to all financial and court-related reporting requirements. In cases of unattended death, accurately and efficiently with due consideration to all parties, ascertain the cause of death and whether an autopsy is necessary to assist in this determination. As a local registrar, our location of being the center of Nueces County, the convenience of our citizens to be able to get their birth and death certificates. We're one of there's only 2 judges right now that decided to keep the title as local registrar. We do issue birth and death certificates. It makes it very convenient for the people, being that we are in the center of the county. And there's a lot of records we have that are not anywhere else. And right now with DPS and everything, requesting copies of the birth certificates, it is an essential part for our constituents. We have talked with JP 13, which is Judge Rubio's office, and Judge Gonzalez's office, JP 52. They have brought their books to us. We are in contact with Vital Statistics and let them know what we're doing. And this, again, a lot of these records are not with the state. They're older records. And it is expensive to order the paper to keep on issuing birth certificates, and it's time consuming, but we do remember we are public service. Our short-term goal for 21-22 is not to forget that we are public service, to get back to pre-pandemic times by bringing back the services and help we offer to the community as fast, efficiently, and safe as possible for the good of our citizens. This is what Judge Robert Gonzalez approved to submit. So on his behalf, I thank you for your attention. If any questions on it or anything,
I'll ask.
that's all I have to present.
Any questions, Commissioners?
Judge, I can attest to Judge Bobby is always accessible. Every time I go by and stop to visit with him, our conversations get paused, and it's just because he wants to be able to take care of the public's needs and address maybe just a quick meeting to work on maybe a fee schedule or some sort of advice. He is really a go-to person there in the community and at the Calderon building to represent the county well. And he does so much out there for such a large area. And they are kind of, they are removed, as we know, with their location. And so that puts a lot of strain on just the amount of people that are coming in. And I think that, the equipment obviously is something that I've noticed and seen, and he has pointed out to me several times that they need, and I know all of our courts need it, but especially because they're close to precinct 1-3 and of course precinct 5-2, and so they get a higher volume than you found in previous years. So hopefully we can meet some, if not all, these needs that he's requesting.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have
Judge?
Judge Lawrence once again now do closing.
Absolutely.
Just real quick,
Sure.
I forgot to mention, I know I spoke or I sent emails sometime, and I know y'all get tired of my emails, but I see Commissioner Gonzalez shaking his head already.
That's what we're here for.
But The last email I sent was basically, I guess, directed towards you about the mini blinds or some sort of blinds, and I haven't heard nothing from you since, as far as what's going on with that. I know we put $1,000 in the proposed budget for that in case it wasn't gonna be taken care of.
Who did I call about the mini? I'll have to go back and check. Did I call you about the mini blinds, Tanner?
Well, Michael's here
We'll check-
today.
Yeah, we'll check on it.
I'm writing it down.
Okay.
He didn't pull him death here, believe me. We, normally I usually send you something back. I don't know if I did or not, but.
Because if it's gonna be taken care of out of some other account or whatever, then that $1,000 wouldn't be needed in the proposed budget, so.
It's a building function, so it would be under one.
Before my closing, Judge Woolsey.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Just a couple of quick things. I provided everyone with a copy of our office lease and also an exhibit and Exhibit B, and then there's a breakdown. The reason for those is every year we have to do an increase in our budget because I think we're the only court that has to pay a rent. And the way the county negotiated the office lease, many of the expenses at the end of the year, we've got to get to the expenses, prorate them out with the landlord, and it takes a great deal of time for my office manager to try to figure out what it is, and that's the reason for almost every one of the increases in my budget. There are three major exceptions. We need more postage because of the volume of work we have. I've requested a chair for me because the leather's broken down so badly, and like Judge Lawrence, and I didn't provide you with this, we have asked for window coverings because the afternoon sun hits our front windows to the point where people come into our office and complain. We're running the air conditioner far more than we should because of that. But more importantly, more than the heat, is the fact that the sun glare and everybody's hiding behind their computer or something to keep from being blinded. We've gotten bids on that, and that is the reason for one of the increases in my budget. And it's there. So most of them have to do with what we don't have any control over. And while I'm speaking of that, it doesn't seem that that should be a JP Courts manager's job to interpret a lease, figure out what's right, what's not, and to do a PO every month to get the rent paid. The electricity gets paid direct, but then we have to pay all of these other things. And so I would like for the commissioners and the judge to consider that somebody else take over reading and interpreting this office lease.
I think the county attorney office can do all of that for you without a doubt, and we'll ask Francisco to reach out to you. I've got a copy of it, but I'll give it to him. But I think at least that piece of it we can handle. And then on the window coverings, maybe they can even, through the county attorney's office, it suits the landlord best to stop that AC from being run all the time. So maybe they would even consider
And
placing them.
Yeah, I've got something else I didn't send you a copy of, but it clearly is on the lease. When you look at the lease, that we have to pay for that.
Oh, okay, well then
At
we.
least that's our layperson's
see.
interpretation, and so that's where we're coming from on there. And like I said, my main thing is I'd love to get somebody else to take over this job. And also.
I don't know why you're doing it. I really don't know.
Sir?
I really don't know why you're doing it. Your staff has done it all the time?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the rent.
We were told we had to.
Okay.
And then also that increases by it coming through my budget. So my expenses to run that office are $54,000 more than any other judge's.
Yeah.
Because I've got to pay for rent
And that.
and yard work and what else?
And that's just how we book it, but it's consistent with how we do like veteran services and social services. But we don't hold it against you or the court. It's just the way the budget works. It works best if it's all tailored into one. But I think that it's a really good point. And
Well, and Judge, as you know, that you had a lease before too. If I remember correctly, you guys wanted out of that space because it was so bad.
Oh, you darn right we did.
We got you
I mean,
out
I
of there.
had
So-
doctors telling me that building
Yeah,
should have been
and so-
condemned long before the county signed a 20-year lease on it. I mean,
Judge, right, so the
yes.
judge is saying it doesn't count against you. We don't look
Oh.
at yours and say yours is higher because, I mean, it is what it is. You have, I mean, it's always, that JP has always paid rent somewhere.
Right.
And, you know, we tried to get you into a great space over there and worked real hard to
And
get
you
it done,
did.
and.
Do you like
But,
it?
but we-
Yes, it's
but we-
clean.
But we
Yeah.
need to really make sure that, you know, I don't know why you're doing POs to pay rent.
Yeah,
I
we'll
don't
work,
get
we'll start
that.
working on all that immediately.
Anybody know?
Can you check, follow up on that?
One of these days, we might
Follow up
have
on
a
that,
real
Mr.
need for a
Judge.
really great office that we own, and then we can maybe put you there, and it might be
Well,
even
I don't know, we got a
nicer.
20-year lease over there,
It's a
Judge,
20-year
so,
lease.
yeah, they're there for a long time.
And that's
Oh.
the reason all these other expenses are covered in the lease that we have to go, we get documentation at the end of the year. We have to get how much the landlord
Right.
paid
No,
for
it's a
his
great
water,
building.
how much the landlord paid for the trash, how much the landlord paid for landscaping, the insurance, the taxes, all of that has to we've got to figure it out.
Okay, so why is that happening? Auditor's office?
They only been there for 1 year, and then it was never part of what we would needed to define. It should have been, I don't know if that was written into the contract, but we can try to figure out something how to do this.
I'm just trying to figure out why they're doing it. It just doesn't come out on an auto pay and like everybody, I don't know.
Well, like she's saying, that because the way the contract was written, there are some additional costs, except, you know, your base rent then plus additional costs, and she has to figure out the additional costs per, for what's additional to them. So it's not just a set fee for rent is $1,200 a month like we're paying the RTA. It's $1,200 plus this additional stuff. Well, it's yearly,
Right,
but.
it should be once a year, like everything else is. If you're in a common building, every year you get adjustments, but it should be only once a year. It's not, it shouldn't be,
Every month, we have to do a PO, and you'll notice, I think you,
understand
it was
that.
on one of the handouts where it was said, oh, this is a forced pay because you didn't do a PO, you know, to get our rent paid.
She could create a standing PO for the whole year, which is where you create one purchase order, 12 months at X number of dollars equals your total contract for the year, and then create a standing PO again for the same line item for the unknown costs. Put in, it looks like your unknown costs are approximately $3,000 a year. You could create it for $5,000. That way you know you have enough. You receive on it as it comes in, and easy peasy cheesy.
can you just get
Well,
with,
hopefully she wanted to do that no more.
well, can you just maybe get with her staff
Yeah.
and show them how to do that? Lisa or
Yeah,
Dale or someone
Robin-
and.
Yeah, Robin
I'll work with
calls,
my IT staff to get over there and we'll get it all straightened out.
yeah, Robin calls and asks for help, and she gets the help for specific questions, but we haven't addressed the big problem overall. So anyway, that's, I think that's all I have. And I think that justifies the big increases that we have to ask for every year. Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention.
You bet.
Thank you, Judge Wilson. I know we're running out of time here. There's three things, three factors I want to bring up. One is the security of our courtroom here. Two, the hopefully with the discretion of all the commissioners and the county judge leading this, is raises for all the court clerks of the justice courts. And three, to make definitely sure I get my two clerks I need for my office. Three things I want to also speak.
Just small things.
E-filing, scofflaw, and the kiosk. Those are three things I'm looking to the future because that will bring in money, drive
Totally
in
agree.
revenue. And so those things I'm going to go ahead and bring up to y'all later on in the future. I want to work with Dell to, I am the presiding judge of the justice courts of the 9 judges. And what I want to do is set a team of JPs that we're going to combat this fee problem we have, the filing of the fees with Dell, and see what we could do to get out there and advocate that the fees be raised.
Yeah, thank you. Also, we're looking at DocuSign as well. You know, I mean, these are the things that, all the three things you just mentioned, but particularly scofflaw, these will be really helpful to this county and to you guys.
In closing, on behalf of all the JPs in Nueces County and myself, we thank you, County Judge, all the commissioners for the job you're doing.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, and God bless.
Appreciate you guys so much. All right,
Hey, Judge.
wonderful.
I just want to say thank you for all the guys, everything y'all do. You know, while the courts upstairs do 1,000 cases, you probably do 3,000 cases.
We do, sir.
You know, because I know, I've been there. You know, I mean, it's a different set, but, you know, I know that you guys have always been the kind of stepchilds of the court system, and, you know, we forget about that, forget about security sometimes, forget everything else. But I just want you to know that you're not forgotten, You know, we're trying to bring it up as often as we can.
It's been
You know?
three decades, and hopefully we'll get
Yeah.
our bailiffs here.
And,
Appreciate
hey,
that.
and I started this three decades ago, Judge. So, but I want to thank you guys for doing what you do anyway, the courts, and you guys need help. We'll try to help.
County Judge, thank you so much for leading this Commissioners Court. All the commissioners, thank you so much. God
Appreciate
bless.
you guys. Okay, super. Thank you. You all as well. Okay, we're going to move right
Thank you,
into.
Commissioners.
Thank you, Arol. We're going to move right into Department 3700, 3710, and 3720, and we have our county sheriff here with us.
And 1305.
And I'm missing one?
1305?
1305.
We're gonna
Oh, that's
ask the
courthouse.
sheriff to
Yeah,
take
that's the
courthouse security.
security. Okay, super. Well, we'll be able to do that.
Yes, in the past, 1305 has been split amongst many places and trying to find how the best organization. Part of the time, it was, when Steve was here, he was overseeing the budget, and the Public Works was overseeing the employee there. I've asked the sheriff to take over because it is courthouse security, and we'll plan on moving the person that's currently in that department to Public Works, and moving the person the sheriff took over for badging coordinators, moving that from 3700 to 1305. I'll let the sheriff go on through the process of going through his budget at this time. So thank you.
And first of all, Judge and Commissioners, thank you, and this will be short because all I'm asking for, other than 1305, all I'm asking for is a new jail.
I just said it this morning, Sheriff.
A massive, comprehensive, multi-purpose facility that includes mental health assessment.
Motion to
mental
adjourn,
health
motion to
treatment,
adjourn, motion to adjourn. No, I'm kidding.
Along with a significant detox and jail diversion asset. I mean,
You got my vote.
I'm done, Judge. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you. So anyway, okay, we'll start with 3700. As far as capital outlay, there's some minor equipment here, but it's necessary equipment for our detectives. Our CID is in need of body cameras. They're the only division in the sheriff's office now that does not have the body cameras and additional digital cameras for crime scene documentation and crime scene.
Sheriff Dale, what page do I look on?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. For 3700, it's 642.
642. Okay, sorry, Sheriff, I was not quite ready.
Okay.
My bad. Okay, I'm ready now.
Thought everybody had body cameras.
Okay, so CID is missing that. We got to get those.
Yeah, and this would pretty much complete our technology for the entire agency, and it's lacking at this time. And so that's as far as capital outlay.
Okay, never mind.
Dale, what was the cost on those body cams?
For the body cams, I know Michael's working on some other cameras in the process right now. It looks like we're needing some additional body cameras at $6,000, rough estimate.
Got it.
Digital cameras for crime scenes is around $6,000. Also, the sheriff needs some computer equipment to replace some old computers that he has at 12. So the total cost he's requesting for outlay is about $24,000.
24?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Then as far as other items, I'm seeing 5410 in 3700. Biggest issue we're experiencing there was demonstration supplies. We have significantly increased our recruiting efforts, and the big piece of that funding comes from my commissary commission fund, of which I have control over, and I've spent about $38,000 in recruiting efforts, and I'll talk more about that. But along with those recruiting efforts comes demonstration materials and supplies and law enforcement supplies. Interesting thing, what I'm understanding here about 5410 is it also, it lumps in transportation, prisoner transport in that area that also pertains to uniforms. And so there's a skew here because we had a very significant prisoner transport issue this year that required extensive payment for guard duty in another county. And this is something, it was probably a one-time, I would call it an anomaly. but that's under 5410. A big piece of 3700 that I want to make a case for is a reclassification of the office manager. This position is currently held by Cynthia Martinez, and she is a very significant manager, leader in my agency, and I rely on her almost as much as I rely on these two gentlemen here. And bottom line is, she is so committed and dedicated to the agency. One of the first documents that I studied when I became the sheriff 3 years ago was her master's thesis that she created in 2016, and it was for her degree in Master of Business Administration, and it was specifically about the turnover concerns with correctional officers in the Nueces County Jail.
You can see his request on 673, I believe it was? 653.
Is that the reclassification?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
yeah, and as far as the money for that, there's some income that comes to us for our management of GEO private prisons. And it comes from the Department of Justice, and there's a revenue stream there that could be tapped to increase her pay, along with the reclassification. But she's a significant part of our management team, and I know that she has, well, not that it matters, but she'd be a valuable asset for any other governmental agency, and I'd hate to lose her. So whatever we can do to keep her in this position, I'd greatly appreciate it. Is that it on 3700, Dale?
Yes, sir.
For maintenance?
Maintenance?
Yeah, I know the big piece of the maintenance is under 3720.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
No, one other thing while we're in 3700, I was reviewing the budget requirements, and I provide y'all with the salary based on our collective bargaining agreements. If you look at the bottom where you see your chiefs and your assistant chiefs for the sheriff, and the one I'm looking for is the chief deputy is currently is 85,155. If you could follow the next page on 2223, it goes to 87. I know the sheriff needs to probably be reconsidered, because if you look at the very bottom of the third page, you'll see the sheriff at the very bottom. If we do not do anything in 2 years, the chief deputy will be paid more than the sheriff. So we need to make sure we do some kind of a reclassification. I want to bring this forward. I haven't told the sheriff on this yet, but I believe that this is something we need to address to bring this up at least one more position. We might possibly need to reconsider how they do the collective bargaining agreement. Talking to some other ones, and including some of the people that I've talked to that said that the chief deputies should not possibly be part of the CBA because of how high they get paid, but that's something that we will talk about later. But I believe this is something that we need to put a reclassification this year to increase the sheriff's, at least one group.
Sheriff, can you recall, or do you know, or maybe Commissioner Chesney, is that standard, like with CCPD, did they have
No,
the
you know
upper
what,
admin part of that?
That was something that I did not understand, that collective bargaining agreement. When you have somebody sitting negotiating for the county who's also included in the collective bargaining agreement. So there's another unintended consequence in that collective bargaining agreement that I'm gonna bring up on the jail overtime issue. But that's a big one right there, and I totally agree with the auditor. That's something we need to revisit. And I guess unless we do a reopener, I guess it's gonna have to be when the contract comes up again. But these two gentlemen here, they should not be they're gonna be bargaining, they're gonna be negotiating on the county side. And they should not be included
Yeah, we thought that was weird.
And that's something else we can address. I know when the environmental enforcement officers were here, they're not part of the agreement either.
Right.
And maybe
We
that's
talked
something
about
they want
that.
to consider, but that's something we have to request from the current union staff.
Okay.
I'm looking for the maintenance issue you mentioned under.
That was 3720?
3720, it starts on page
Okay,
680,
yeah, okay,
681.
that's good. So there's no maintenance on 3700 to be argued for?
No, sir, no.
Hey, so can we move to 3710?
3710, that's your ID division.
And so anyway, there's a
654, Judge.
capital outlay here, but, and it looks like something that I'm understanding was agreed last budget, but there was an issue with availability on these two items. And it's not a deal breaker by any means, because I have money in our forfeiture fund to buy these two items. I was actually under the impression that they had been acquired. And so I'm not even gonna argue for these.
Now, Sheriff, if we have the funds available currently, these are our normal capital outlay items. If it was because the items couldn't be located, if we can locate them, we can acquire them this year.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I thought we had done that. Didn't we say everybody should get a camera?
Well, this is the stuff where he's looking for the forensic optical compactor, as well as some other stuff for the ink slab stuff, for some of the stuff for the ID division. So some of this stuff, because of computer equipment and computer chips, may not be relatively easily to be located. But I know we can work with Michael to make sure if we can find it, we can get it this year.
So 3720, the jail.
Page 661, Judge.
Got it. I'm on it.
And this is where I want the new jail. But the biggest issue that I'd like to talk about is the jail overtime. And from what I have learned since I came to work here is that it's always been kind of a shell game at the end of the budget year, that the money from unfilled correctional officers' positions almost always filled the need for this overtime at the end of the year. And I'm being told that this is the first year, the first budget year, this isn't happening. We've already expended our overtime budget. And in studying this, it looks like there were three main reasons. Number one, we have faced the biggest shortage of correctional officers, I think, and it's historically, it's been an issue. But this year has been, because of the COVID, it has been the most challenging year ever with our unfilled positions. We have done our best to up our recruiting game, including billboards all the way down to McAllen, Texas, recruiting tables in the La Palmera Mall and at other public events. And so we have really stepped up our recruiting game, but it's such a competitive market right now. If you drive around town, you're gonna see recruiting billboards from CCPD, Texas Department of Corrections, Bexar County. Somebody allowed Bexar County to come into our fairgrounds and recruit here in Nueces County. And I would have run them out of town.
Just be sure and mute everybody that's online. Thank you.
So bottom line is it's a very competitive market, and we're all competing for the same applicant pool. And so that being said, especially like the celebration a couple of weeks ago about Amazon coming to town, it's only going to get more competitive with these $15, $16 a year or an hour jobs. So when it comes to the reason why we have already blown through our overtime, a big part of it is today we are 52 correctional officers short. If we were fully staffed in that jail, we'd have about 200 employees working in the jail. We're at about 150 today, but we are working very hard to fix that. There was another issue that came, and I think it was an unintended consequence in the last collective bargaining agreement, and it had to do with something called productive time. And it appears that prior to this last negotiated contract, vacation time was not counted as productive time. And so overtime would not be paid during that pay period, the way I'm understanding it, because vacation hours were used during that pay period. Well, it was negotiated in that last contract that vacation time was now counted as productive time. And I do not think that our overtime bucket of money took that into consideration. And that was a huge reason why the overtime numbers were so significant this time around. And that's now a piece of the contract, and it would, I'm not gonna argue against it. I think my entire time with that other agency, vacation time was counted as productive time. So that got put into this last contract, and it's something that we need to take into consideration with this budget now. It's going, as long, it's there, and it's going to require the money to pay for it.
Yes, the sheriff is
Okay.
correct. When we did the last collective bargaining agreement, that the main issue that was qualifying that to get this agreement was productive time for vacation time. So, that was the big issue that get to pass, which means if someone's on vacation and then they're called in because the sheriff can't find anybody else, then that vacation time is actually considered as being worked hours, which qualifies for overtime. I know we worked with the sheriff's office and their admin staff to try to limit that as best they can, but it's almost impossible for there. And this is the last time there wasn't additional cost put in for overtime. This may be something we address because we also have this same issue in several of the constable's offices.
Yeah, look, I mean, Sheriff, there's no way anybody could have predicted what happens. I mean, normally this would be an opportunity to say, hey, what can we do to get overtime back in gear? But this is a direct result of COVID-19. And the only thing I can say is that, again, we're trying to get a handle on what we can claim. And increased pay is something that ARPA lets us recover.
And I would think too, Judge, that some of this overtime, I would think ARPA would too,
Yeah.
because, I mean, with people
Well,
not
FEMA
wanting to
too.
work,
I
yeah,
mean,
right.
both. So-
People not willing to work, I mean, we ought to be able to,
There's a good argument here. It's just gonna take us a little time to unpack it. But those are the two things that we're looking at.
And we are working with the sheriff's staff and to try to find out the best means of trying to bring in how additional staff was required because of this event to try to put this in, because it's not technically loss of revenue, but we can definitely try to see what we can do. And if we can get some of our reimbursements for lost revenue, this could be something to help fund this.
On the last budget, didn't we say 150,000 for additional overtime for the sheriff's department?
Not this last, not the one before, not this last budget. This last budget, we left it as was.
Was one before that?
Yes.
I thought we had done it this time too.
The Nueces County Jail, the old jail, before y'all build me my new jail, the old jail is a crumbling infrastructure. Y'all know that. Y'all have all toured it. It's an aging beast that is just a maintenance nightmare. And at one point in time, about 6 weeks ago, maybe 8 weeks ago, we had 71 cells that were not occupiable by jail standards. Jail standards requires intercoms, working intercoms. Jail standards requires undamaged light fixtures, unclogged toilets. And at one point in time, like I said, about 6 weeks ago, we had 71 cells that were not even legal to use. And so there was quite a bit of back and forth between my agency and Public Works about why this was happening. And I just got so tired of the finger pointing, where my jail administrators were pointing a finger at Public Works, and Public Works was pointing a finger back at us, saying, well, it's your correctional officers that are allowing that damage to occur. This is a penitentiary environment, and the violent offenders that we're currently housing, you can't punish them to a point where they will change their behavior. And so the damage is going to occur. And so it actually got to a point where we spent about $200,000 of our commissary commission money that was the county's responsibility. It was Public Works' responsibility to fund those repairs. But I just got tired of the finger pointing, and I directed my jail administrators to find plumbers, electricians, technology people for those intercoms, and we spent significant amount of money supplanting the county's responsibility, and that's not what you're supposed to be using that money for. That's crossing the line. But it's something that had to be done because we were looking at only about 100 available beds at a time when we were at a jail population of 96%, and if a significant number of those beds were not even usable legally, we were going to find ourselves in a real bad place, and we were going to go non-compliant sooner. And that's another issue, and I think y'all got my email the other day about something that we need to have a serious discussion about, and that is moving prisoners to another facility when we get close to that 100% mark, because we cannot afford to go non-compliant. The last 2 years, the jail inspector made comment, I believe, Judge, you were in on the debrief, and John, you might have been there once too on a debrief, and she brought this up about the repairs not being made in a timely manner. And so I say all of this because there was a time, when I worked in the jail in 81, we had our own maintenance crew. There were only 2 of them, but we had our own maintenance crew, and we knew those guys, and they knew us, and they knew every square inch of that jail, and they knew how to unclog a jail toilet, and they knew how to fix a light fixture and to rewire an intercom. These were specialized Nueces County Jail maintenance people. And I don't know what happened to that concept, but I want to bring it back. And I want to bring it back with a crew of 4. I want 4 maintenance officers that have a relationship with Public Works when it comes to training, when it comes to acquiring the proper equipment and the tools maybe, but I want them to work for the Nueces County Sheriff's Office for our jail administration maintenance team. We have a lieutenant there, Lieutenant Willoughby, who would oversee them. He would manage them. He would schedule them. They would be available, and our responsibility. I couldn't take that phone call at 2 o'clock in the morning from the jail captain on duty. I wouldn't have to take it anymore when they can't get an emergency repair made in that jail, because it would be our responsibility to get it done, and we would have the people to do it. So I want y'all to seriously consider giving me 4 officers that would be attached to the Nueces County Sheriff's Office to help me keep this jail functional. And
Everything we're doing over there, you're right, it's a very expensive Band-Aid. And, but there's really nothing else to do since we do have to comply with standards. But if you're serious, I think this court needs to engage in a real, acquiring of, there are groups out there, just like we got the finest in the country, for ME offices, and they go out there and they figure out where the best site is and how they would build it and what the estimated cost would be. And, I mean, that has to be done now. You can't wait till you have a funding source. You have to understand what you're selling. You can't go sell it to the voter, and this would have to go to the voter unless you know the who, what, where, when, and why about it. I think that we've seen how expensive it is and how hard it is to run. I mean, we had to kind of reinvent the wheel, so to speak, with an energy savings performance contract. That's a guise, right? It's a tool to basically get us the boilers and the stuff that we needed. But that's really, like I said, a very, it was a needed Band-Aid. But I think that you're right. I mean, we're on big time borrowed time. And we better start getting our ducks in a row if that's something that you really think that you could get behind. Because it needs a sheriff not to be bold in here. It needs a sheriff, and I would do it, I would stand shoulder to shoulder with you and say, this is how we're gonna do it, this is why. Because you're right, we're paying too much money to the way we're doing it now. And I think I'm serious about it if you are too. Now, it's gonna take us a little while to unpack all that, right? We'd have to sit together, but there are people who, that's all they do, is facilitate the building of new jails. And I think Hidalgo just went through one, and we could go check it out and see all the things we like and don't like about how they came across and did that, but we could scale it properly. And then if we were to do that, we could build in the model for federal prisoners that would get us some income to maybe substantiate, at least some revenue. Anyway, just food for thought, Sheriff, but I think we're at that point.
Yeah, yes, we are, and I will be the biggest advocate. I know when I became the statement that I don't want a new jail, I want fewer prisoners, but the bottom line is that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah,
especially and especially when we run into a year like the COVID, where the courts, the police are still making the arrests, the correctional officers are still doing their job, the jail's filling up. Hidalgo's already full.
Yeah.
I don't know what they built down there, but they're already full. And so, it's not just Nueces County, it's every county. And we were You know, we scoured the state to find beds, and we found some in Victoria County. If it gets to a point where we have to move prisoners, we'll take a bus to Victoria County. I hope it doesn't get to that. But you know what? And there were some other issues, historical issues with this county, where a light fixture in a jail cell would get kicked out, and they would replace it with the exact same light fixture. And there was, my opinion was, there was never any research done on a better light fixture.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I tasked my jail administrators, you know, that's what's the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And that's what's been going on in that jail for a long time.
Yeah.
And so if it gets to the point where we have to hire a specialist to come in, and I've asked my jail administrators to find those vendors of the modern age technology with these intercoms. I mean, $40,000 to keep fixing intercoms, and they just get destroyed again.
Right, those call boxes are just, and it's everything.
I mean, and it's, you know, and I appreciate what everybody's saying. I just think we need to be realistic on this too, in the sense that I think you said, I think the voters would want to have a say on this. We're talking $150 million
Well, there's no way
project
we could afford it.
Right.
It would have to go to the voters.
Well, but I don't even know how the voters.
Try.
I don't even
They
know
do
how.
in every other county.
No, I don't know how, in other words, I don't know how that process works, is what I'm
Oh.
trying to say, because when I was at the city, you know, we would go to the voters on a lot of things, and
Right.
supposedly we had to, or because it helped the tax rate, or whatever the case may be, but obviously we don't have the ability to do that without some significant help, meaning the voters are gonna have to vote for a tax increase on themselves.
That's correct.
And that's you know, that, not to take the heat off us, but I don't know where we would find it. I mean, literally. So so I'm all for looking at anything that we need to look at, but we're talking, this is a massive undertaking of which you as the sheriff would have to take the lead on and be committed to doing, and I know you sound like you are. Obviously, that's not for this budget cycle. We're just kind of talking big picture, but I think, you know, like I said, make sure you know, don't ask for it, because if you get it, you could spend the next 4 years working on this jail alone. I mean, because this is a massive project that, and I'm not saying that to say we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying, let's be real about it. We're $100 million general fund county. That's all we do in
Well, for ad
revenue a
valorem,
year.
yeah.
And this is $150 million, in my opinion. I may be understating it. It may be more than that, but I think it's a $150 million project,
If not greater, yeah.
if not greater. Okay, I don't know where
No,
that's
that has to do with the cost of construction,
Yes.
not necessarily that it is gone, it's only gonna get more
Oh my
expensive.
gosh. I mean, you're talking in jails, and the jail standards make the construction higher cost. It's not like building an aluminum building or a cinder block building. You have all these, as you know, we've all been through jail standards, but we have all these incredibly difficult,
Right.
high-level requirements that
Right.
cost a lot of money. And again, if we need to have that discussion, then put it on the agenda after we get through budget, and we can start talking about it, but it's gotta be led by you, Sheriff, as you said, because you're the guy
You know
with the
what?
jail, and we'll
Hey,
support you and help you.
Commissioner,
and-
I'm not gonna run away from it.
No, I'm saying
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
help,
not-
but it's just, it's
Yeah,
gotta come from you.
I get it, but, you know, in all reality, it's gonna take, I don't know, 10 years to accomplish that.
I agree.
And who knows if you
Hey,
or
not
I
10,
or
but a long
any of
time.
us,
Thank
but
you.
it's not gonna go away.
No,
You know?
no,
I think, Sheriff, maybe 10 years to build it, but I'm just saying, but you gotta go to the people first,
Right.
see what the response is. You know, and I'll support you 100%. I mean, I've been talking about this for a long time, you know, and I think you're right. I think we do need one.
And
You know,
Sheriff,
and we don't do anything.
And Judge, your vision about the mental health, and I mean, it could be a one-stop, it could be that one stop where we start to transition people out of, you know, incarceration and into treatment. It could all be part of that.
Yeah.
And there's, so, I mean, it could very well be that multifaceted.
And the hardest part, and you know this, Sheriff, is that we're so perfectly in proximity, you know, you've got your tunnel, you get to the courts, but if you were to build a new jail, you have to come off property, and that's a game changer, right, in the sense of transportation, bringing a defendant to our courts if we're not right there. But, good news for us, there's a lot of property available real close by. Anyway, John?
yeah, Sheriff, and I know we need to move on, but would this help with staffing? Is the new design work mean less officers or more? Can fewer officers control a larger group?
I think there's been vast improvements in technology and floor plan and the organic nature of these buildings. I think a lot has changed since 1976. I really do. And we can find that out, but I think so much more is done. And Judge, to the issue of, we've learned so much during this COVID about technology and about Zoom calls. And I think that's going to stick with us for a long time. And I think there's going to be inmates that will still be engaged with those court call processes even after this thing is long gone. And so,
And it can
but
even.
yeah,
Yeah, listen, technology, if we were to design today, yes, you could do with fewer officers, and you could also probably prevent a lot of bad things that sometimes we can't prevent because we don't have eyes on everything. And you'd protect your institution because technology can do that. There's so many good things that can happen. All I'm saying is there's a process, and a lot of people don't like the process because, they just want to go from here to here. But like it was already been pointed out, the audience doesn't accept that. So, we're going to have to do it, I think, the right way, which is, look at what we've been able to accomplish in just 2 years. In my opinion, we've revolutionized the concept of courthouse security. We're not 100% there, but we already have our game plan, right? And that happened because we had the boldness to bring True North in. And so that's what I'm saying is that I think this fiscal year, I'll at least explore with Dale the opportunity to look at and put some dollars aside to go get somebody who will do that facilities assessment for us and see what that looks like. And that's where you start. And then from there, you build upon it. And it gives you a lot of insight as to what you're talking about and what the revenues could be, how they could be altered by, and you know what? You're never going to win the war of recruitment unless you get a new jail.
well, you know what, you say that, I got a compliment the other day that one of our best recruiting tools, and I didn't even know it, was our deal with Enterprise Leasing and those beautiful trucks we're driving.
Isn't that interesting?
And I was told that we had applicants come in because they saw our trucks and say, I think as we get older, we forget about that thrill of the new employee driving a really nice truck. And the same thing with a jail. I mean, this jail, and I think Chief Pettis will tell you, he tells a story about his first day going into that jail and getting off work that night and then sitting there in his car at the end of the shift saying, man, what the hell did I get myself into? And it wasn't so much about the people, but it was about the facility, even way back then. And so, it's never going to be a beautiful, happy place to work, but it can be a safer and more efficient place, certainly, but it's expensive.
This is what we call playing the long ball. We need to play the long ball and diversion and all the good things that you said. Well, look, let us continue that conversation and,
And buy some more Band-Aids.
and buy some more
Bandages.
Band-Aids,
Yeah, that's what we
but
have
just
to do.
know that we're with you on that and at least in the concept, and I don't mind either, I mean.
If I can say something also, Sheriff, to me, I used to work here back in the 80s. What I've seen is the lack of people, administrative people saying, we can save money if we cut so many employees out. Your problem is maintaining your building, okay? That's the problem. The problem is they cut your funds, okay? So until they're serious about giving you the right amount of monies that you need, the right amount of employees that we need, whether it be public works, be jailers, there's where the problem's gonna lie. Because that building is going to deteriorate, okay, just like this did. So that's all I gotta say. We need to have the proper funding for that building. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Dale, do we need to talk about 1305?
Well, I'll mention we're going to transfer you'll be the supervisor for that, and we're basically going to move the position we created last year when we transferred Annette, which was the badging coordinator from Public Works to the sheriff's office. We're now going to request to move that to courthouse security, because courthouse security is the sheriff. And it'd be best if it fit there, so my only concern is to make sure that the sheriff was behind this event to try to do this, because the main cost of that is our SecOp, which is our current, security. I believe, y'all put in a request for additional staff.
Additional SecOps are gonna be necessary once once things get assembled at the main entrances. SecOps we're gonna need more.
So I believe the sheriff, his staff put in a request for, I believe it was 6 additional?
Yeah, 6 additional.
For SecOp to do both sides of the courthouse, both the Pan side and Leopard side of the courthouse, and that is additional cost of like $170,000. It is expensive, but we believe that this department should basically theoretically be under the sheriff, with it being courthouse security, and then once we get it involved there, then we can start working with the sheriff and try to better make drives to get to this courthouse security more steady and ready to go.
And the hardware, I know there was an issue about additional scanners and additional metal detectors, and Michael Robinson was asking me about that, and I think Richter was that presented already under another?
No,
No,
not yet,
okay.
not yet, not
Okay.
yet.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, we got a lot of work to do, but at least, like I said, we have a strong leader and we've got a strong plan, you've got a strong staff. I mean, I told the DAs, keep the faith. That's what we need to do, is we just gotta keep moving forward, but these action plans really can come to fruition, particularly on this jail diversion. And I think we're close on this.
Well, Judge, another thing, this vision, if it's not part of a future jail, and a future jail would be so far away, but if the concept of the mental health diversion facility happened anytime soon, what is happening over with Harris County's diversion is about 7 additional uniformed
Oh,
officers.
good, I wanted to ask you
staffing
that. Okay, thanks for that.
And I don't know if that's really part of this budget discussion or something in the future.
Yeah,
but-
in the future, but I still wanted to know what that looked like.
7.
7, okay.
And they also have force multipliers with a company like SecOps.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. Anything else? Anybody else?
You know
Any
what,
questions?
and I heard something, and I'll just part with this, it wasn't part of my script, but yesterday when I was at Commissioner's Court and I was watching the presentation by the RTA, they made mention in there about hero pay, where their bus drivers who showed up for work to drive a bus were compensated with hero pay. And I'm not gonna say anything negative about people who work from home during the last 14 months. There's still people out there working from home. But those correctional officers, they never worked from home. They didn't work from home during the COVID, and they paid the price. If not them, their families. We lost family members. One correctional officer lost mom and dad to the COVID, and everybody suspected that mom and dad got the COVID from that correctional officer in this jail. And whether that's the case or not, the bottom line is they paid the price. And I'll tread lightly when I say this, but we don't have the healthiest workforce at the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. We have numerous people who have those comorbidities going into this thing, but they came to work. And so if there's ever a need or ever a justification for hero pay, I'm not taking anything away from a bus driver, but I think we need to look at those correctional officers that worked and continued to work during the COVID, during the freeze, during the hurricane threat, when everybody, like the freeze, everybody was locked down, they found a way to get to work.
Yeah.
And so whatever can be done to acknowledge their sacrifice and their commitment to the sheriff's office and to this county, I would greatly appreciate it.
That's nice. I like that. I like that very much. I just want to, a little optimism here. Back on my Haggerty cheat sheet here, it specifically says that payroll and covered benefits expenses for public health, human services, public safety, that's you, Sheriff, and similar employees to the extent they work on the COVID-19 response, that we can recover that. And so I just want you to know that, I'm very much in support of giving Cynthia the additional, because a lot of that burden is gonna fall on her to help us recuperate. I think she will pay for herself 10 times over. There is a way that we can basically recuperate a lot of your payroll and a lot of that, and then it's the benefits too, Julie. Again, I mean, we're just beginning our dig, but it's kind of exciting that at least that some of these dollars can help us offset some of these first-year issues. The more I dig in, the more I like. And the other thing it says, Sheriff, which I really like, it says services, this is our 70 million, Sheriff. It says services to address behavioral health care needs exacerbated by the pandemic, including mental health, crisis intervention, and other services to promote access to health care and social services. So again, we have all these experts. That's why we need them. They're gonna pay for themselves 10 times over, but it's very possible that our Band-Aid, jail diversion, I'm with you. I want everything in one-stop shopping, but I think we can launch a detox center faster, coming over here, satellite. Not new brick and mortar, just occupy old space. But it seems to me that some of our dollars, if needed, could be over there. So let's just say you're 7 officers, at least for until 2024, which would buy us time to either make more money or be able to find funds or grants. It looks like we might be able to pay for those 7 officers, not this fiscal year, but maybe next year with our ARPA funds. Just a food for thought here. I want to work with you and Cynthia, but it's very much guided towards helping with payroll and benefits and those services if they're geared to whatever COVID-19 has exacerbated, and it's definitely exacerbated mental health. You can see it in our jail. Anyway, I'm sending you this, maybe you can look at it, tell me what you think, but there's dollars here to chase, to help this county. I wish we had enough to go around for everybody, but maybe we can split it up a little, divide and conquer. I'll send it right now.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Sheriff.
It's Cynthia, what is her last name?
Martinez.
Oh, that's weird. She's not showing up on my. Okay, I'll just send it to Sheriff. It's funny, like I've read this thing 100 times, but I hadn't read that one piece of it. So that's kind of interesting to me that it may.
And as you said, our GO contract, when we renegotiated our fee side of it, we're making more money.
Yeah, he's not
So
asking for a
from last
lot.
year, this year, we had an increase of $300,000, so.
Yeah, and he's asking for 3,600.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good rate of return there, I think, with Cynthia.
Yeah, he's asking a little bit twofold. He's asking for additional salary plus additional supplemental pay, so it's a little bit more.
Oh, it's a little more,
So it's a
okay.
little bit more, but it's still.
Still very
Still
reasonable.
very
Okay,
low.
I just saw that 3,600. So we've got the ME office. I'm gonna run to the ladies' room, but you guys can start if you'd like. John, if you take over for me, I'll be right back. Start with the ME. He's already on the line. Dr. Shaker, we're gonna give us just 1 minute. We're gonna unmute you, and I see that we have Hugo is from your office here with us as well. The investigators, is Rusty here too? Yeah, we got him, okay. I'll be right back, but you guys can open up the floor with your presentation.
So we pay $670.
Doctor, good afternoon. Go right ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Maris, Commissioner Hernandez. I can see him. Is he around? Commissioner Hernandez?
Right here.
Okay.
He's too short.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for your time listening to that short presentation. Hope it will be short enough. But I thank you personally, everyone, especially I'm grateful for Commissioner Chesney. When I need to see him, and it was only lunchtime, he has to receive me with a broad smile, and he took me to his office, and it was a discussion for over half an hour. With the same talking to Commissioner Gonzalez, he receives me with a cup of coffee every time I go to his office. And Commissioner Maris always smiling when he sees me. Thank you so much, because the success of the ME office is not because of the type of work we do. It is because of the support given by Commissioner's Court and the judge. So at first, forgive me because this is my first time to discuss the budget of the ME office. I have no prior experience, but all the credit at first will go to Mr. Dale, Miss Lisa Davis, and Miss Teresa McLemore, because till the last minute, they have been supporting me, guiding me, and helping me to establish that budget. And if there is any minor issue or error, you forgive me because this is my first time to address this budget for next year. I requested in that budget for reclassification of a couple of positions, but I'm not gonna read from the justification why I want to reclassification. It is self-explanatory in the submitted notes why I need that. As a matter of fact, our ME office is not only a public service office, it's a generating fund. What I mean by that, we don't only serve in Nueces County, we serve surrounding 17 to 18 counties. That said, our shoulder is, we have the responsibility to give voice for those who are voiceless regarding this job. And all our employees, including but not limited to the administrative office, the investigators, the technician, they play a vital role in our department. I consider them the backbone for the department, as the department is not a one-man show operation, it's a teamwork. And remember, last year, as the sheriff said, 14 months, people that have been working from home virtually, but we cannot do virtual autopsy. We have to open and see. We have to work. Our office has been working 24/7 with dedicated investigators, with committed technicians, and with goal-oriented administrators. That said, and I'm not asking too much for this budget, not millions or anything like that. I ask just for reconsideration for the reclassification of those positions. And I'm requesting also to look on the long run goals for the salary or for the hourly rate for the investigators and for the technicians. Basically, we cannot hire good people because of the hourly rate, as has been already mentioned by the sheriff or previous people, that Amazon is $16, and if we offer less than that, people will go to work on Amazon. But we are lucky enough to have benefits with Nueces County. And as always, Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner Maris, concentrate of saying number one should be Nueces County. That said, number one, Nueces County, I have to apologize for a couple of out-of-county cases last week because our office, we could not handle all those number of cases. We give priority, number one, Nueces County. And we are still having vacant positions for deputy medical examiner, for investigators, for technicians, as I said, because of the hourly rate, which is in comparison with the other counties, a little bit lower than any other county. As a matter of fact, after I train an investigator or a technician and spending few months, they will be taken by Austin, Dallas, or San Antonio. And I cannot stop them from moving to a higher paid job. And that said, that's why on the long term, I'm requesting I will submit some long-term goals for our office to be considered, because our office is really public service office, generating fund office, and credit for my team. My team is not a big one. It's like 17 or 18 employees. We work in harmony and in a family fashion. We spend more time with each other more than with our families. And as I have been mentioning a few minutes ago, that during COVID-19, we could not work virtually. There is no virtual autopsy. Everybody has to report to the office, come and do examination, do investigation. And part of the extra fund, which is not millions, I'm requesting and humbly asking for is just to achieve the goals of the ME office. And if you have any questions for me, I'm really willing to answer them.
Thanks, Dr. Shaker.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, we've done as much as we could do during the year to assist, with an autopsy technician and also I think we've at least twice made adjustments. One was much more qualified in criteria, in qualifications than the other, but we're also tackling some of the capital infrastructure needs, again, Band-Aids, but important ones. Obviously, we're doing the best we can. I wanted to use this opportunity to ask your opinion and also bring it up to the court. I really believe that, and Julie left, so darn it, but I'm sure she'll be right back. She probably, like I, just needed to step out for a moment. But I wanted to see about getting a headhunter, firm to really look for pathologists and for highly skilled individuals. The reason is that while we don't have a source of funding to fully fund our new medical examiner's office, like the jail, we have no choice. We're going to have to do it at some point. And what I'm looking for is an opportunity to give people a reason to be excited about what's happening here in Nueces County. And so I just wondered, I know you said you had some promising applicants. I'm wondering where we are on that. And again, a headhunter usually charges you if they successfully complete their task. But in our case, it's costing us more to not have another pathologist because we cannot be fully certified. And so I just wanted to know if this is up for discussion, if that would be in keeping with your, if that would be something you could support, because again, the best professionals at your level, high six figures, physicians, highly specialized and certified fields, double certified in many cases with forensic anthropology. We're not going to find them next door. We're going to have to go steal them from somebody else.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have some good news, and I've been working hard on approaching the newly graduate medical doctors and board certified, and I have potential 2 candidates, and I'm waiting for another one to apply within the next couple of weeks. That's regarding the deputy medical examiner, and this is a good news.
Okay, this is good news. Very, very good news. Okay, well,
And as I have already mentioned, Honorable Judge, before you stepped out momentarily, I'm grateful for you personally and for every commissioner in this court, because you have an open door policy. And actually, whenever I come, I remember one time I came to Commissioner Hernandez and it was 5 o'clock. And graciously, he spoke to me and we chat for a few minutes. And as I said, Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Morris did the same. And all the time, I ask my employee not to involve you in minor issues because your time is valuable. But to my surprise, I noticed that you graciously answered an email out around 11 p.m. a couple of days ago and said, oh my God, Thank you so much for your total support, and that is the
welcome.
success of our ME
11 is
office.
early.
It was 10:40,
I know.
exactly.
I always
Yes.
check, I wasn't like this. I used to be a normal human being, but after COVID, I noticed that there's no respect for hours in the sense of you just always have to be responsive, but it does help you because then you don't have to worry that you've missed something. Doctor, I did step out, so I have one question for you. And that
Yes, Your Honor.
is that on the transport for the decedents, I'm sure you referenced that. Dale, is that something you kind of knew about already? Is that something we're prepared for? It's a higher bid?
Yes, as a matter of fact, for the last year, I don't have the exact figure, but Mr. Dale can correct me if I'm wrong. It's over $80,000 we spend transportation of bodies. And I have a long-term goal. If we can have 1 or 2 vehicles for our employee to transport the bodies, and what I mean by that, it's nationwide. ME are involved in body transportation. We can use that to save money for the county. On the other side, we can push a little bit the hourly rate for whoever is engaged in that process.
Is there a
So it serves
regulatory,
both sides.
is there any regulatory requirements for the transport of those bodies for your, or is the fact that you authorize it as an ME allowed? Is there a statutory consideration?
Yes, Your Honor, it's nationwide. Investigators and technicians, they do that.
Okay.
But on the other side, it will save money for the county. At the same time, we can push their hourly rate a little bit, and everybody is happy as much as we can.
Okay. Okay, well, does anyone have any questions for the doctor or for the investigators? Okay, well, I think that,
Judge, Hugo Stimler with
Hi,
the
Hugo.
Chief Investigator, and I'm here with my other investigator, Rusty Graham. I'm having some problems trying to find a part-time investigator. When you're only paying something like about $12 an hour. We had like about 180 people that looked at the position, but only 3 actually applied. The one person never showed up and the other 2 were just not qualified. So,
our lowest pay is $14.80, Julie.
It must be a temporary, he's talking.
Is it a temp?
Yeah, he said 10.
He did.
Yes, it is Tim. Yes, Your Honor.
it was $12, a little over $12, and it just got moved up last year from $11.80 to a little over $12 for a
Yeah.
part-time investigator.
Yeah, that's too low. Let us look at that. I'm glad you brought that to our attention. I'm making note, today is a day where we're hearing everybody and making notes. And, that's a good note to make, and Julie and I can talk about that. That's,
I wouldn't take the job either.
yeah, that's too low.
Yeah.
If we do take, if we have an
My
investigator.
apology, Honorable Judge. Few minutes ago, I
Sorry,
mentioned the same point, and I totally support Hugo. As I said, the sheriff said Amazon is $15, $16, so it will attract many people. So I said that is a low hourly rate will not encourage people to come to our county or high caliber experienced investigators. So I mentioned that few minutes ago and support Hugo in his opinion.
Thank you, sir. Dale?
Yeah, our normal policy is 90% of the salary of the current investigator. Our current investigators are making $17.89 an hour. So the lowest it should be $16 an hour.
Okay. So Hugo, we think we could help there, okay? The lowest it really should be is 16. We think that could make a big difference for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Honor.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll make that adjustment. Well, we really do appreciate, well, he said it should only be 90%. I mean, excuse me, it
Up
should
to
be
90%.
up to 90%. So we have flexibility in providing that.
It's temporary money, so the departments can set their salaries. It's just, they have to work with it within the temporary budget that they have.
Okay. Well, Hugo, let's look at your budget request for temporary, work with Lisa in the auditor's office. But let's just make different assumptions. Let's make the assumption that it went all the way up to 90%. since it's just one person you're looking for.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
In other words, we're gonna have to adjust that budget, but at least there's a pathway forward for us to consider and approve. Okay, well, if you guys are finished, we're gonna move on and take care of our constables that are here with us. And we thank you, Russ.
Thank you,
For the
Thank you, Judge,
opportunity.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. Have a blessed evening, y'all.
Thank you, I'll try. I don't have many of them. Yeah.
have one applicant today for the deputy medical examiner.
Oh, good, that's what he was saying, is it a young person? Okay, you don't know?
Don't have to be a young person, I remember.
I know.
Don't-
The
could be
reason
anybody.
he said it was a medical student, that's why. Most medical kids coming in, I mean, yeah, everyone's a kid if they're under my age, right?
I just got a text that we have.
Yeah. He says we're expecting multiple,
Yes.
newly graduates. That's what he
Yes.
said.
And board certified also.
Right.
I've reached out to several other recruiting links and recruiting
Good.
websites, so, and we
Good.
spent some money on advertising, so we have that position out in about 9 different places right now.
Great. That's good news. Okay, thank you. We'll let you go and we'll move on to the constables. We're actually a little ahead of schedule. I don't know how we did that. We were behind, now we got ahead.
Thank you so much,
Thank
everybody.
you so much.
God bless. Bye-bye.
Likewise. So, we've got them in order, but I'm very flexible this afternoon. If anybody is brave enough to go first, you get to call it. But if you want to go in order. I will, Judge. Sure, Bobby. Whoever has the least requests, come on down. Actually, Bobby, we're going to put you on that so that everybody can hear you.
We don't want you that close.
Well, yeah, only because no one on the line can hear you unless you use the mic.
All right.
Hello. We have Chief Rosa.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioner.
Oh, I see him.
Hadn't been in
we'll
here in
catch
a
him
while.
next.
Good to see Tyner still has a job, Julie, I'm really happy for him. If you look at my budget request, I requested a new computer with a camera on it because I don't have one and I can't do any virtual training, and that's, a lot of that is leaning towards now. But my main request is I'm requesting an additional deputy. We are having a lot of problems taking care of the Clayburg property that the county owns.
Yeah.
And by chance yesterday, I ran into Commissioner Salinas from Clayburg County. He was with Mike Pittman down there.
That's who emailed me. Yeah.
Yes, and I happened to be at the park office when they came in. And he informed me that, they don't have the budget to send people from Kingsville over there to do it. I feel like it's our obligation. We own everything out there except for what the Joneses own. We started out with an additional man when we took this over. It worked out okay until we made it family friendly. And now we have large crowds down there, and it's just really too much for one deputy to handle. I have a guy that's assigned, and he works a day shift, and at night my other deputies, they go down there and, make rounds through there, but I don't have the resources to devote the time that we really need. A lot of citizens are calling and seeing things because they never went before until we did run out the criminal element and the other elements out there that were preventing people to go down there when it was a lawless area. So that's my main request. I'd like to have one more guy and then one more vehicle for him that's outfitted like the one I have now, the truck, because it works very well down there.
Yeah.
And I think it would probably cut down on a lot of the phone calls that I'm getting, and maybe some of y'all are getting also, because it's going to get worse as the summer goes on. I realize I can't get anybody till at beginning of the fiscal year, but I think that if the people know it's coming, it'll make them feel a lot better about it.
Yeah, and I actually have an idea for a funding source on this. It's not immediate, but I'm texting right now. COVID, kind of put a few things on the back burner, but we should have Tyner, if you would help me get this done, I don't know why I'm texting you, you're right here. if you would call Ernest Woltering, we need that land mitigation policy. That would allow us to charge per acre up to like $20,000 an acre for any Section 10 mitigation permit that the Corps of Engineer requires. So all these projects that are happening anywhere can use, mitigation projects on our 3,600 acres. But the best part is they have to pay you, besides doing the work, they have to pay you a per acre as long as you have this policy. And so I started that before COVID, and, we got away from it. So Ernest Woltering is the lawyer that we hired to do it. He's a specialist, environmental law specialist. And I bet it's done. And we just need to get it done because it wouldn't take but 2 projects to pay for this deputy. Is it about 50, Bobby?
With the benefits, probably, yes.
49-ish, somewhere around there, what I remember. And so I mentioned this earlier to Mike Temez because we had the DA's office here. Same exact thing. I mentioned it. And they're asking for another CID officer. And I said if they got him, would they be willing to help out? And he said yes. But I know it's not the same as having him under your jurisdiction. I just wanted to share that with you because probably even one wouldn't be enough. It's a lot of territory to cover.
Well, right now, we work with our partners, which is the Border Patrol. They're down there a lot, and it's especially in the last few months. We've had several bailouts with illegal aliens down there, and they run into the neighborhoods. And Parks and Wildlife, I got a good relationship with them, and the SO there in Kingsville, they had a part-time guy for a while, but he's not budgeted anymore that was working out there. And, I work good with everybody that's out there, including CCPD, which will come down into our area and back up my men if we need it, even though it's outside the city limits. So we're doing the best we can with what we have, and I try to explain that to people. But, some people don't agree. They want somebody in front of them every minute so nobody speeds past where they're at.
I know.
But any help that we can get with that would be appreciated.
Yeah.
And like I said, we're going to keep doing it, but it sure could use a little more help.
Sure. That, I totally understand. Yeah, well, like I said, Dale, it's nothing I can promise tomorrow, but if Tyner and Belinda will assist, I mean, there's projects so that, there's, like I said, there's, every time they dredge, they've got to get one of these permits, and we've just been losing out on it. The last one I heard was the IGA supermarket. They needed a place to do mitigation, but we didn't have this policy in effect, and so, anyway, if you'll help me, like I said, get back on that, let's bring it to court, let's get that policy reviewed by the county attorneys, and let's go. Let's try to get some revenue in the door. That's a really good offset.
Well, one time, Judge, we even discussed trying to get somebody to carry through the legislature some kind of bill that would allow us to declare that part of our park system, which would open up funding also. But I don't know what happened to that. I mean, we started about 6 years ago. I don't know what happened to that.
Yeah.
But
all good things. Well, and I'm sure you probably have heard about this. We're going to have a need to work lifeguards. There's a new, if the governor signs it, we'll have to do both sides of the jetties and both sides of the piers.
And that's going to be very expensive.
Yes, sir, it will be. It's about a $2 million, but we'll have to scale back, right? We can't afford the $2 million, but at least that's something that for us to talk about, and another person could assist in that endeavor, so.
Rather than that, I've been here, this is my 29th budget, and, I know how this works, so I'm not going to burden you with things that I know I'm not going to get, but those are my priorities, and I thank you very much.
You're so welcome. Okay, Chief Rosas, you're on virtual. I'm sorry, I was looking in the room, but I should have looked on the screen.
That's okay. That's okay, Judge. No
there you
problem.
are.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Yes, good afternoon. Talk to us about Precinct 1.
Well, it's going to be very short, brief. I'm not asking for too much. Several items that I have under my maintenance budget, I'm asking for an additional, I believe it's $10,000 for maintenance for my vehicles. I have several vehicles that are old. If you know, I only got $24,000 for this last year. And when you're trying to keep 9 vehicles running, $24,000 for the whole year is not a lot of money. I've got some vehicles that do need to be replaced. When they're going to be replaced, I don't know. I know that they're in the process of getting some of these vehicles, lease vehicles, ready to go. And I don't know how that works as far as, I know I'm scheduled to get one, but I don't know how many more I'm gonna get after that. So the $10,000 would help me a little bit to keep these cars going, until we can get them replaced.
Yeah, we're gonna give you an update here shortly at when you finish, but, we've got a good plan,
You get more than one.
for
you know,
that.
And really and truly, if I got, you know, several vehicles and could replace some of these vehicles, you know, we could probably cut that 10,000 maybe down to 5, and I could probably manage, because most of my cars are in pretty good shape, with the exception of 3 of them. So we can do one or the other. We can get the cars, and I don't really need that much money to fix the cars. And if I'm not gonna get the cars, then I'm probably gonna need the money to try to fund my maintenance budget to keep these cars running. So with that being said, then I understand that the Romeo replaced the cradle points in our vehicles, sometime back. I didn't know this at the time, I found this out later. But the departments are responsible for the maintenance on the cradle points and the computers in the vehicle. Well, I got hit with a $5,000 bill that I had to shift monies around because I didn't know anything about the $5,000 that I needed to pay for the maintenance. I understand that it's the responsibility of every department to pay for that maintenance. So I'm asking for an additional $5,000 to cover that, those monies when it's due. It's on a yearly basis that we pay it. And it's almost at $5,000. So I'm asking for an additional $5,000 there to cover that. And then, I'm asking for an additional $4,800 to cover the cost to replace our taser cartridges. So the county bought us some tasers and we trained on them and everybody's certified, but they didn't get us extra cartridges. So we have two cartridges basically, one's long range, one's short range. But short of that, we have more now because I've since bought some, but I didn't know that we were gonna be responsible for buying our own cartridges. I thought that that would come with the tasers once we got them, but apparently they didn't. So it's not too terribly much what I'm asking for. You know, but those are the things that I really need. I'd really like to see. Short of that, everything else, I mean, I'm good with.
Thank you.
I know what I can ask for and what I can probably get. I know what I can ask for and I'm not gonna get, and I understand it. It's not a big deal. And in closing, I just wanna touch on this real quick. Myself and my constable, we had a meeting with the JP judges a couple of days ago in reference to security around their courts. And they came up with an idea or a plan or whatever you wanna call it, about maybe if the county commissioners would give me another slot, deputy slot, that I could assign a deputy to their offices, their VP offices, on a Monday to Friday basis, from I think it's like 8 to 5. The security for those JPs is very well needed. As you know, they're right there at the door, so they have no security when it comes to security, to be honest with you. The judges in the tower, of course, they gotta get through a lot more to get to them. But these JP judges are the mercy of really us and the sheriff's department when they need help. So I don't know, I believe they touched on that earlier during the presentation. And I just wanted to say that we supported 110%. The county commissioners can find a way to budget for another deputy. I would support assigning a deputy out there to provide them with security on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Anybody have any questions or concerns?
No, sir, I think we're good here. Appreciate your thoroughness in explaining
I
your
got one
needs.
on this, these tasers and also on these 45,000 on the repairs. Isn't that, can we get that capital outlay down?
For the cartridge of the repair, for the tasers is not outlay, it's just normal operating supplies for the covering of the annual maintenance of your computer system. Again, it's a maintenance requirement for the repairs, as Michael had mentioned, several of our fleet cars will be coming in December. With this being police cars, they will take anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks, and if they're trucks, it might be a little longer because of the delay of getting some stuff. But I know we're expecting several vehicles coming in December and maybe January of this next coming year. So hopefully we can get those to, and I know each of the constables are getting several cars each. So definitely we can replace some of the most older vehicles of each of the departments to try to qualify for that, as well as the sheriff. And we're working on that. I know Michael and Romeo are working as quickly as they can.
How about the tasers? Is there anything?
Well, the actual tasers, when we bought the tasers, they were a capital outlay, but the cartridges that go inside it are not.
That's
They're
just part of the
Part of the
supplies.
supplies.
So can you get supplies or can they order from supplies?
I know Michael, when he bought some cameras, body cameras, he bought some extra, and I believe he might have bought some extra tasers when we got the supplies. So we may have to work with Michael to see if he's got any extra, and maybe if he does, and if everybody carries the same model, then we can carry some extra stock in our central supply.
Okay. That'd be good if we can get some extra stock, not just.
We need to make sure they all carry the same kind of equipment, so we don't want to buy multiple versions of stuff, but
Right.
we can definitely work with Michael to see what he has.
Okay, thanks.
If I could cut in here real quick, that would be good if they could carry the spares there, but I'd still, if I needed say one of my officers needed a cartridge, I would have to go to Public Works to get it, and my department will still be charged for that cartridge. So
Yeah,
at the end of the day, I
Steve,
still
what he's
want,
saying-
unless,
Steve, what he's saying, he's gonna go ahead and check with Michael so you won't have to be charged. Maybe they can put some reserves.
Well,
that
it'll
would be
still
awesome.
it'll still be a
If that's the
charge to the
case-
department for supplies, but maybe if Michael can acquire several quantities, it maybe can get it at a cheaper price.
Okay.
Yeah, and just remember, when you're doing your budget, it's not counting against you. We just have to know what you need, and then we'll budget accordingly. So we're gonna budget accordingly now that we know that your department needs, these cartridges. That's the bottom line, but let's see,
Okay.
let's see what we can do. We'll get you an answer as quickly as we can
And I
on
believe
that.
last
Okay,
year, when we
he's-
got all the cameras and the tasers at the same time, I believe they're all the same model.
Yeah,
And all the
that-
same stuff, so maybe we can work with Michael to make sure we have some extra supplies in
Yeah, I
the
just
stockroom.
text him, let's see.
so just real quick, like, so it's gonna be sometime in December before we'll see any new vehicles?
Well, there's a question on if it's a truck or is a regular SUV type of a police vehicle. I know the SUVs are not as in demand as the trucks, and trucks are taking a longer period of time of manufacturing. We put in our orders as quick as we could with Enterprise, and they're expecting a delivery of the newer vehicles around December. But once we get the vehicles in December, Michael said it takes anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks to putting in the radio equipment, the computer equipment, the lights and sirens in the police vehicle. So that's something we need to work. But right now, we're expecting this December delivery of the vehicles.
Okay, I mean, but it is what it is, you know, not much we can do about that. But anyway, once again, thank you, commissioners and judge, for your
Yeah,
time.
thank you.
And, hopefully we can get what I asked for to help us get through this next budget, this next year.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
So we're gonna work, our way through. We'll go to, precinct 2. Constable, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Judge. Commissioners, I'll keep it short also. Overall, my budget increase requested is roughly $7,050.34 for the following reasons. Office supplies due to COVID and the affidavits that are required to be presented to the judges for evictions has gone up dramatically, so paperwork, postage, all that, because they have to process more on our returns to the judges, we have to process more in copies and so forth. That's the $300 increase we're asking there. Training costs, I requested a $500 increase on there. Also, again, due to COVID, there are less in-person classes available. As you know, civil process is required for constables to serve papers. The average cost online is $150 per student. So that's a increase. If you don't buy ammunition, you have no idea how much ammunition has gone up. We have requested an additional $1,000 for ammunition and replacing our older uniforms. So those together. We have also requested $750 for travel expenses. Because of COVID, there are less, and we're taking online, and I am required to go to the new constable training for 1 week, so
Sure.
that is also. And the biggest part of the increase is I want to change a deputy constable 3 position to a sergeant constable position, which would come at a total cost of $3,750.34. I have just recently started a 3rd shift, so we are now our 24-hour coverage precinct. So we have officers on all 3 shifts, so therefore I need an supervisor on each shift. So that would be the request why I want to change from a deputy constable 3 to a sergeant's position.
Okay,
So that's my budget in its entirety and my requests.
that's good. It's very good, very well justified and presented, and I'm kind of showing a total, Dale, of about 9,200, as they say, worth of stuff.
Yeah, because
And
we
then
have to have,
about-
we have to have the contractual agreements that we have, because we are adding additional cars for his vehicle fleet. We have also had to increase a little bit for insurance, because as we know, our insurance costs went up. And our copiers had additional increases, so there's some small minor
Yeah, it
increases that are
looks very
required.
reasonable. Okay, we appreciate you very much. Let me open it up for questions.
One question, not so much for the constable, appreciate your presentation, and I live 1 street in to your westernmost part of your precinct.
Yes,
It's just, and I'm saying that because I'm just thinking, we're in a year where the lines are gonna have to get modified a little bit, and I know that y'all are budgeting according to kind of present, but also kind of have to predict what else is gonna be included in the future. So I know that this is a kind of a tough or different time of budget year than before. So Dale or Tyner, I mean, I don't anticipate anything growing much, but we are a growing community, and so anticipate maybe a few more needs than maybe what may be anticipated right now. How has that been addressed in the past, or do you think it's nominal that, I mean, we won't see too much of a change, plus or minus?
Well, it depends on how we redraw the precincts when they come in. There may be some changes here, and one may increase, or the other one might decrease its size. But if there's additional budget requirements, we always budget around $1.5 million as a contingency in the general fund to cover any additional costs that may arise that we didn't expect. So there shouldn't be an issue.
Just a little bit, just to make the court aware, next year I am going to request an additional deputy also, due to the demands of all 3, running 3 shifts. It's just a safety factor to have, just like Bobby was saying, he's got 1 person on the midnight shift and something happens, backup is,
Critical.
yes. So I didn't put it on this year's budget. I didn't want to get shot down so early into my tenure, so it will be on my next year's budget.
Okay.
Just forewarning you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to precinct 3. Nobody's here?
Online.
Oh, there he is.
Hello.
Okay. Hi there.
Hi, newly appointed Chief Deputy Billy Durbin. How are y'all doing today?
Good. Very good. Tell us about your budget.
Well, this is going to be short and sweet. Total, we are looking at $12,581. This is to help us with, Chief Rosas had mentioned some of the increase that we have to cover for software upgrades for the patrol units with the Cradle Point, which is coming out to just under $1,200. And then we're also looking to increase our software again because of the TASER International cloud storage for the body cameras. We're being charged with that as well too. That's something that we didn't plan last year, but we were charged for this year, so we'd like to increase that to help cover that cost. Also with the tasers, for the training cost for each officer is 4 tasers per training. And at $38 a piece, there's 7 officers that we have here. We're looking at an additional 7 for the taser cost, and that's just for the training purposes, not adding extra backups or anything else. We are also looking to increase our vehicle maintenance, $1,850 for older vehicle that we have that's kind of falling apart. I know we're in the process of getting newer vehicles, but with the time that it's gonna take to get us to get this vehicle replaced, we're looking to try to see if we can limp it along a little bit more. And with that 1,800, it'll help push that vehicle at least another year and a half. We are also looking to increase our office supplies because we need general restock for our office supplies for a new patrol room that we're adding. Also some external hard drives, USB drives, flash drives, CDs for body cameras and dash cameras that we use that gets turned into the the district attorney's office, or if we're assisting a federal agency and they're requesting our audio and video, we have to submit it through CDs. So we're looking to increase that a little bit too. That's going to be a $900 increase in office supplies. Then our non-capital outlay, we're looking for furniture, being 6 file cabinets, 4 furniture chairs and 2 desks. And the capital outlay, we're looking for 2 new computers for the office that we're adding. Because we have 7 deputies, or I'm sorry, we have 5 deputies, and they're all sharing 1 computer. So if we can add an additional 2 computers, that'd be great in helping us work through what we need to on our offense reports, incident reports, and if we have to continue doing virtual training, it's going to help as well too. That's going to be about $2,250, and then I think. And that's it. That comes out to a total of $12,581.
Okay, yeah. You win the lowest of the constable requests.
Awesome. Does that mean it's approved?
Just the facts, right? Just the facts. Now, thank you for that. The truth is that some of these, it would even be lower. Just the fact there's contractual obligations or, the insurance, Dale. I mean, these are just things that, this is no fault of
Stuff they don't have
theirs.
control over, because that's why
Right.
my office does several of the requests for contractual obligations.
I feel good about your request, and so how about questions any questions regarding this budget and the itemizations that we've heard about? Okay, I don't either. This one was a little bit more, just very easy, very straightforward. Everything else going okay out there? Just capital improvement, I've been asking everybody from time to time. Obviously, we're trying to do our very best with countywide improvements, but don't hesitate to let us know. I can only judge by what you guys live it every day inside the offices.
Being in the building, so far, so good,
Okay.
with the improvements that were made with the ADA compliance.
Good to hear.
Can't complain too much about it. And then with the work the IRT is doing out in the county, it showed a lot of promise and good feedback from the community. So everything's looking good so far.
That's wonderful. Okay, great news. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And so we'll go to 5. That's $38.50. Hold on, let me. I know as they say, bring us home, bring us home. I just need to get it.
703?
That's 703 in our packet.
Go big, Constable.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Go big.
703. Actually, 703 was
He
4.
told-
This is
Constable
5.
Mendoza warned me about this ask, so
11.
I'm just saying. He already told me about it. I don't know if he had told you, Judge, so.
No, but
That's why I say
you
ask
got a
big.
lucky
Go big.
page. You're 711 in my book.
All right.
So,
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Y'all noticed my request, I'm asking for 4 additional officers. We all know that Precinct 5 is the biggest precinct in the county.
yeah,
320 square miles, so there's a lot of area to cover. And I don't feel that, we don't feel that we have enough officers to be out there patrolling and having to do what they need to do out in the county, in the rural area. I get complaints, calls all the time. We never see you out here. There's some activity going on out here. Well, I can only do so much. And that's where we're at right now. I would like to kind of have a couple officers that can specialize in areas where that need to be taken care of as far as any burglaries or any type of drug activity that's going on within the rural area, that's what I want to target. People might say, well, constables don't do much, just serve papers, which that's probably true to a certain extent. But when you have Western Oasis County, it's us and the sheriff's department. That's all they have, you know, and we need to take the initiative to put officers out there that are gonna do the job, that, so we can kind of deter crime.
Sure.
And educate our kids, give our kids a chance. We cannot let the criminal element overwhelm these neighborhoods. That's my take on it. People might disagree, but that's how I feel about it. That's where we're at right now, and hopefully we can get approved. And I know that y'all are very much involved in the rural area, and I just hope that helped me.
So I show here, Dale, that, that is it approximately 200,000?
More or less, but that includes the, again, the software upgrades.
Of course,
that-
all the other
all the other stuff that we need, cartridges for the tasers. I mean, the same spill as the other
Yeah.
county
I
constables.
feel certain that when it comes to all the things that you need, like the stuff, we're gonna find a way to, I mean, you have to have the cartridges, right? So, I mean,
Absolutely.
I don't want you to worry too much. When it comes to things like, and I guess one of the things I'm hearing, and it's a very good lesson to all of us, isn't it amazing how everyone's come in with the same kind of three, right? Copy, scanner, printer, vehicle, right? And yet we've really done a good job, Constable, of tackling that comprehensively. But I guess it's so recent, we're gonna try to do a better job of messaging. I've been telling Julie, we need a state of the county, but for employees, you know, and electeds, completely a different mindset. But I do want you to have confidence that when it comes to the resources, including tasers, body armor, you know, body cams, all of those things, we're gonna always put that way, way up front.
And again, and I'll be sending you reports like I did the first time, the first quarter report, just to show what we're doing. You know, as far as service of calls,
How much game room activity are you seeing out in the western area? Because, you know, we have not put forth a game room policy, but there are opportunities there
that
to.
I know of, that I've seen, there's probably 7.
Are you seeing any, or suspecting any potential criminal element with those 7?
I'm sure there is,
Yeah.
but they're not gonna report anything.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the truth. They're not gonna report it.
So what's your number one offender, do you think, and what is your concern? Like, what are you seeing that you say, I've got to have more officers because?
A lot more of a, you would say, a drug activity.
Drug, okay.
Especially, like, I don't wanna,
No, I know, but
mention-
just drug activity, okay.
yeah, and several areas of the county.
Okay.
Constable, does your precinct go all the way up to like towards Orange Grove in that area in the county?
Yeah, it's,
Right?
the county lines on FM 70.
Yeah.
And then you have, well, of course, Jim Wells, and 107 on Highway 44. So it
Yeah,
is.
666.
Covered to Blunsford and.
Yeah, Blunser,
Blunser, we have,
666.
Robstown,
Cindy
Banquete,
Park,
Agua Dulce, Sandy
Cindy
Hollow,
Park, Ranch and.
yes,
the
off of 1833.
Excuse me,
It's a large area.
Constable, do you happen to know what's the square mileage in the county area where you're at?
Where I'm at is 320 square miles.
And I think the county is 400 and something altogether?
No, it's 863,
863?
somewhere like that. But it's still a huge, your point is
So-
well taken, it's still over a third.
Yeah, you've got quite a bit of county to cover.
Right.
So-
And not to mention these new subdivisions that are coming up.
Oh, I know.
You have the Jim Brown subdivision on 624 and 101.
Yeah.
First house went up. Yeah, so they're already building out there. Off of 1889, you have Northwest Lakes. They're
Yep.
building new houses.
That's right.
Stone Gate, they're building new subdivision back there.
Correct.
I mean, so the precinct is growing.
Yeah,
in
there's a lot,
population.
there's a lot of development going out there. There's
Absolutely.
a lot of commercial buildings going up.
Yes.
So I understand your point. You do need the help. And I think you wouldn't have a problem from this party here to help you all out.
I appreciate that. I really
Thank
do.
you. Thank you, Councilman.
And the
Thank you for
citizens
the audit.
appreciate that.
It's what I call, Constable, the cumulative effect. Everybody's justified in here. The hard part to accept is that when everybody's in such great need, and wait till he sees the numbers, it's an impossibility to juggle it all. I mean, if we see, and I think we're gonna get unprecedented growth for a COVID year. I've already run quick numbers. We have to see what new growth allows, and then we're only allowed 3.5% over what we got last year. So just think about it this way. The budget that we have today works for everything, and we run tight, 98%. That's as tight, I never really want to be at 98. I like to be at 95, but we ran 98. So that means everything we bring in goes out, okay? So that means what will growth do for us? Well, it'll get us, so many extra $1 million. But then there's the musts and then the wants. And if you multiply all the must times 30 different departments, it goes like that. And then that's for status quo with all your current needs. Now let's say we want to take salary raises and reclasses. I mean, it's a math problem at the end of the day. So I just want you to know that Commissioner Hernandez is right. There's always a will to want to give you, particularly for me, for law enforcement. I mean, it's like a no-brainer. Like, I always think to myself, who's against, making a community safe? I mean, nobody. Everyone's for it. But that's my concern for you, and I'm trying to be as realistic with each department as possible. It's just not there. There's just not enough, and we got screwed with COVID because the economic development is what you look for to bring new growth, and we probably could have done, if we did 6% during COVID, can you imagine what we would have done without it? But it's coming, and so I want you to have a lot of optimism. But, I mean, perhaps we could, there's a lot of cross-collateralization. CID's asking for somebody. You are, and then I want you to know, I don't know how well you know Jose Olivares, our new fire marshal.
Yes, I know.
But if you all will, maybe we could find a way to work together where one day out of the week, maybe he takes some terrain. Because he's a licensed peace officer with a CCPD background, 30 years in NARC. So I feel like maybe, I just want you to know we're gonna work as hard as we can. But, I mean, I'd be totally lying to you if I told you I thought you could get 4. I mean, I see that as an impossibility, but I'm gonna be as aggressive as we can here, and I know Dale will too. But it always scares me this time of year, how much need there is and how little money there is.
I understand.
Constable, you go to Driscoll, or you're 5 miles before you get to Driscoll?
No, we're about a mile, less than a mile from Driscoll.
And then
on
precinct 3
77.
covers Driscoll?
Yes.
Up to that 1 mile? I mean, I'm just saying maybe Driscoll, maybe like, we look at it, maybe looking at 2 or maybe 3, maybe Jimmy 1, so he can actually expand to Driscoll and Tierra Grande. I know he goes to Tierra Grande and Golden Acres and all that, so it's a wide area too. But it's something like that.
Yeah,
maybe-
like Tierra Grande is with a little bit out of the precinct, from precinct 3.
Yeah,
That's their area.
Yeah.
Tierra Grande is whose area?
Yeah, just-
Tierra Grande is in his area. County Road 61 is the
It's
precinct 9.
funny, it goes like that. Starts this way and then it loops back around.
I thought yours was stopped right there at the London area.
Yes, we have London.
Right.
But it goes up to,
Goes to Tierra Grande, because I know precinct 1 goes to Tierra Grande sometimes too, when they're needed.
Right.
I think we're the second largest besides.
Okay, Petronila, I guess, is covered by
hey, and
precinct 3.
the other thing is, I was in a meeting this morning, early morning, and we're talking about, Beyond the Line of Vision UAS, unmanned aircraft systems, and, trying to create, there's basically a request for $4 million from the city type B funds to get Texas A&M, what's called BLOV, Beyond the Line of, BLOS, Beyond the Line of Sight drones. And I'm telling you, I want you to really like pay attention to all, because I know y'all get all kinds of cool stuff, that get bombarded to you on your email. Please keep me abreast of what you see out there that law enforcement is using to take that kind of coverage. Like, take Tierra Grande. I mean, there's no way you can get from Flower Bluff over there. But if we were to circle right now, the way the way it is that you cannot run a drone without looking at it, okay? But we're one of like 8 in the nation. So the idea is that if we could get approved, which we're working really hard, I'm part of this team that's working on this concept with Dr. Miller, we could get approved, then we could run drones. And, I mean, it'd be a contract, right? But I mean, what a heck of a deal, right? So you're sitting in your office and you've got somebody who's looking at it. And that way you know at certain hours, or it can be random too. You know, sometimes people figure out when you're running them. So you want to be thoughtful about that. But we got to figure out how we can also use technology for us. Because we know the bad guys do. We need to be on our side too. So I just want to throw that out as something really, I'm going to ask Dr. Miller if she wants to do a pilot that maybe Constable, your precinct and maybe precinct 2 could really be that pilot, because the terrain is too big. Well, shoot, the truth is everybody's is big. 4 is big too. Bobby would be a good pilot too. But, I mean, what are we gonna do when we can't put enough people on the street, you know, in 1 year? Like, even if we get you 1 this year, we could have like a phased-in approach over time. But how do we fill the gap? Maybe through these drones. I mean, the government can do it, and they can fly something from here and kill somebody over there, you know, we can certainly be looking.
I think the good thing about it, guys, is y'all overlap each other when you need to.
No, absolutely. Yeah, we
Really
work
appreciate
with,
it.
I know
very
you
well
do.
with each other.
Really appreciate that.
Everybody works so well.
We appreciate that.
Well, I mean, I feel your passion in running to make sure you've got coverage. I want to thank you for that. I told somebody earlier, don't come in here, tell me you don't need anything. Makes me worry. Tell me you gotta have stuff you need, because the service, because it just keeps growing, you know? So, thank you. Any other questions? We'll let you go.
No.
Okay?
I don't.
Thank you. That covers, Commissioners, our work for today.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And in this budget workshop, and then tomorrow we gather again at, Teresa, 9 a.m.? Huh? 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and I think we have another full day. So, but the good news is that we've finished early every day, and some take longer and some take shorter, but giving everybody a chance to speak their mind, I think, is really important. And kudos to you, Commissioner Modis. Telling everybody to come in has been super beneficial. I think each department should really be thankful.
Well, I wish Commissioner Chesney was here to say that. He's been giving me a hard time about it.
He has?
Just back and forth,
Well,
just
he needs to
joking.
get a back brace.
No. He,
Let's get him a
I think
stand-up.
that this is important because this is maybe our only time to see all of our fellow elected officials, and like you said, it gives us a chance to hear what they're saying or just updates, right? We may not hear all the updates because we don't necessarily represent all the areas except for you, and so it's good for us to hear that and how it interconnects, and I appreciate this process because I think it works, and I think it gives the community also a chance to hear and see everything that's being presented and planned for the upcoming year or beyond that, so that's why I suggested
Yeah, it's great. I know I've already dismissed everybody, so this is just casual talk, but the other thing I was wondering is, on our opioid task force, they were really wanting to know how you guys are doing with those drop boxes. You know, DEA has the drop box. If you kind of give me some feedback on that, if you think we could use more, we have to request them. The problem is during COVID, there wasn't the workforce to go pick them up. But, I mean, we think that kind of the, and it's full, right? Sometimes it's full, yeah.
I think Chief has already brought 3 loads over to the DEA, so it's.
Wow. Well, you know,
She's very thorough.
she does a good job.
Yeah, she does.
Okay, well, that's good. I've been wanting to know if there's anything that we could do to help facilitate. Sometimes just, you know, medications, like you go have day surgery, and they give you Tylenol 3. Well, you want to get rid of that. You don't want to keep that in the medicine cabinet. It's a good way for a kid to get a hold of it, so.
I don't believe we have one there.
Do you have any interest in it? I think it's a really good program.
Anything that can help us, you know, take
Do you happen to have all the info on? Do you mind sharing it with Constable? I feel like this is a really, we have one here at the court, at the Waco jail. But I mean, who's gonna go to the jail to drop off their drugs? Come on, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I like getting rid of, my daughter just had surgery and they load her up and I'm like, we don't need any of this. I want to get rid of it. So. Packed. Well, I just feel, so I have a wonderful lady who's like, she will get on it like that. Her name is Amanda Cutbirth. She's the chair of our opioid task force. If I tell her to hook up with both of you constables, she will get on it. And she's been working with, his name was Brandon Preve. He was with Homeland. He left, and now we have a new agent, and I'm not sure that agent's name. I can't recall. But the biggest issue is who's going to take it from you. It's our job is easy, but I'm certain. Like I say, it's your job to take it. You do? Well, that's what helps. Well, okay. Okay. And then we're also doing this, I just want to tell you, same lady, she can tell you about it, but we're offering free crisis intervention, CIT training. And it's through a company called an organization called PARI, Police Assisted Addiction and Recovery. So we're really good at, a lot of things, but sometimes we don't remember that addiction can be both alcohol and substance abuse. And so it's basically to allow law enforcement not to not arrest people, but just a little bit of training so people. $100% free, but I gotta get her.
Either that or